always, big day today. It is indeed a Liberation Day. That is a new virtual holiday coming from President Trump himself. Liberation Day. All right, so give me a moment and we'll soon be talking about that because some folks are celebrating, some folks are up in a pickle as to whether this will be a good thing for this great nation. So give me about a minute to get my other stream going and we'll start the show momentarily. So give me a minute here. Liberation Day. Wow. It's a new term. Be curious to know from some of you folks, do you see America being liberated? Mm, all right, I think I put that in there right. Did I not do that right? All right, I'll just put in here. Liberation Day it is. Okay. So just want to make sure I get everything in here right. And I'll go ahead and momentarily start the other streams going as well. So, oops. Damn, I hope I didn't just do what I thought I did. Almost ready, folks. Almost. Shit, I think I just did something wrong. Okay. I need to stop this. Why it's saying I'm live? I don't know. All right. Okay. Cancel streaming. Sup Tim, sup DSW. Give me a moment. I'm trying to get my last stream going and something is wrong. But we're going to be on Instagram. We're going to be on TikTok and of course YouTube. I'm trying to get my YouTube horizontal going on the now designated day of Liberation Day. I may have to just start this shit and then uh fix that live stream. So what do you guys think? We're going to be talking about the Trump tariffs. Do you think they're a good thing for this country? Do you think they are likely to make us all rich? Isn't that the goal? Is to bring more money back to this country? Or do you think they will result in a disaster? Mm. And make no mistake about it, there are people on both sides of this issue. There are people depends on certainly depends on which news outlet you watch as well. Because if you watch, right wing media, this is the greatest thing that could have ever happened. If you watch left wing media, it's going to tear the country apart. So we should be set here. It took me much longer than normal to get this damn stream going. Let's see if it's going here now. All right, shit. All right, there we go. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Liberation Day it is. Trump has imposed a host of tariffs on, countries all over the world. I mean, it's really that broad. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this on this stream. Shit. I just knocked over something. Give me 1 second. I just knocked over my entire tripod for YouTube horizontal. So give me about a minute here. Let me go ahead and put that tripod up because I do want to be able to go on all streams. Damn, I hate when I'm not ready to go. Today is one of those days. But we'll be on in a second here. Damn, whole damn tripod fell down. Okay. Damn, god damn it. Almost. Yeah, that's the problem when you're doing shit live. Some things don't go right. All right. Oh, I see what happened. All right. Well, it is what it is. I see what ended up happening is my fastener broke. All right. All right, folks. We are here live, I think. This definitely is not starting out right. Maybe it's a bad omen. Trump's tariffs are what we're going to be talking about. Looking in the comments, knocked over your whole life. Yeah, certainly today. So what do you guys think? Trump's tariffs, a host of nations. Let me see what we got here. If I can get all of my equipment going. I'm just in complete disarray. I may have started this live too soon, considering how pathetic my start is. Tim, that's what you get for hanging out on AJ Space. you know, Before we start the program, some of you may have seen me in AJ's live. He's black MAGA, and I like to talk to black MAGA often. Gotta sharpen my chops. Gotta sharpen my chops. You can't just sit there and speak to liberals all the damn time. So I don't always get enough MAGA on my program. So I don't have any problem going to where MAGA is and debating them on their home turf. Today I did that, which is what you're hearing or reading one of my viewers is talking about. But hey, it is what it is. I like talking to MAGA. Sometimes you get some of the weirdest things. They were trying to argue with me that, everything from what were you talking about? The Civil War had nothing to do with slavery, and there were white slaves, and what else did he say? I don't know, just the party switch that never happened. Kind of the stuff you normally hear, but it is what it is. I enjoyed the conversation. Anyway, let me get on with the live. I may not be able to have YouTube horizontal because my equipment is not going on. Look at the after hour stock market. Not good. I haven't seen anything to suggest right now today the investors in this country are happy. Now, it's not to say as time goes on, things may not get better, but I want to ask you folks, do you think the Trump tariffs will ultimately lead to a pot of gold for this country? Here's my biggest issue. Under Trump's first term, we had tariffs on China because he was he was gung-ho on China the first time. Did it translate into any money in your pocket is what I guess I would ask you. Because just because they impose tariffs does not necessarily mean you're going to see any of the money. Understand that. We could put a hell of a lot of tariffs on countries. That doesn't mean you're going to see it. Didn't count. Appreciate that. Thank you. So what I want to ask is a couple of things. Also, before we get deep into the tariffs, as you may know, there was some elections yesterday, off-year elections. Two Congress members down in Florida and a Wisconsin State Supreme Court election in Wisconsin. The Republicans won in deep red Florida. Wisconsin is a swing state. They did not win in Wisconsin. Despite Elon Musk going there, I believe he spent quite a bit, 20 million or something. He spent millions on that election. He was the highest financial contributor to that election in Wisconsin. And they lost big. I think looks like it was a little bit over almost 1.5 million votes, and the Democrat won by like 200 plus thousand votes. So they lost big. The question I want to ask is this: does it say anything about the power of Elon that he could go to that state and campaign that hard and lose by that much? Is the influence of Elon Musk worn off from the 2024 election? Whereas many might suggest that was coming from Trump anyway. But has Elon Musk, has he wore out his welcome? Now, keep in mind, as I stated, Wisconsin is a swing state. Wisconsin is not a deep red state like Florida. But even in Florida, they didn't win by anywhere near the margin they had originally won in the November election. So understand that. So I'm asking, do you see any potential that maybe the Republican Party is still as strong as they were in November, or are they falling off from what we've seen yesterday? What is yesterday's election with Elon putting so much effort in Wisconsin? What does that say about Elon Musk? Like to hear from you folks in the comments. But anyway, going back to what the main topic is, these tariffs are allegedly pretty damn big. Now, I got a chart here. This is some of them. Now, some of these are some pretty... Okay, some of these states, some of these countries are well off, others not so much. Cambodia, 49% tariff in Cambodia. I believe that some of Trump's tariffs are going to destroy some of these countries. I mean, listen, I get his point that it should be equal, but when you look at the finances of these countries compared to America, I don't think they can handle it. I think some of these countries, he may be well on his way to completely destroying them. Now, listen, I know MAGA is going to be so, who gives a damn? It is what it is. But I'll give you the example before I start taking calls. Imagine you have a friend. You guys hang out all the time. You earn 5 times as much as your friend. You guys get together on weekends. You go out for dinner. So, and occasionally you eat at expensive restaurants. You go to sporting events. Maybe you go to a ball game here or there. You earn 5 times as much as your friend. You generally cover everything when you guys go out. But this is a really good friend. You know if any drama breaks out, they got your back. All of that. You guys are really tight friends. You just make a hell of a lot more than your friend does. Suddenly one day, you take the approach of President Trump. I've been paying for everything. I am tired of you taking advantage of me. From now on, every time we go out, we're going to alternate on who pays for dinner, who pays for the sporting event. Now, remember, you make 5 times as much as this person. Maybe they're struggling at home with a wife and kid, working a regular everyday job. They don't have enough to cover this stuff you guys normally do. But you're saying, listen, it should be fair. I shouldn't have to pay every time we go out. You should also have to cover it. Do you believe that would affect that friendship at all? Obviously, when it's time to go to expensive restaurants, your friend probably is going to tell you he can't come. He can't come. Maybe your friend was ignoring things that maybe you were requesting of him because at the end of the day, when we go out, I know he always got my back. But if suddenly you start demanding that everything be fair, well, anything special he was doing for you is probably going to end. Maybe you got a whole car full of garage, a whole garage full of cars, and he has a spare spot. So sometimes you park your SUV in his garage. He gives you the keys. You can park it over here. We only got one car. Stuff like that. Well, if you're going to make me pay for everything, why would I do anything for you at this point? So I'm giving this example because I do believe while we're focusing on how much money Trump will bring in with the tariffs, we benefit from some of these lower income countries in other ways, such as I brought up, they're involved in every war we get involved in, even if they don't agree with it, such as the Iraq War. There's a whole lot of countries that went and fought with us to take out Saddam Hussein that did not believe that war was necessary. But, at the end of the day, we know if something happens, we can count on America to come to our aid. If we have a natural disaster or something like that, America normally shows up with millions, crates full of cash. Well, that ended now. Under Trump, USAID, all that's over with. In fact, Burma just had an earthquake. They're estimating the casualty rate could be as high as 10,000. That's normally the shit America is quick to get to and start helping people. Last I checked, Europe arrived first, and many of the USAID employees in America that were going to go were advised they're being fired before they went. We are on a mission of make America selfish again. We're not taking in any impoverished immigrants anymore either. Remember, you got to come legally now. It costs a lot of money to come legally. So the impoverished people, we're not taking. So we've kind of taken a stance of we're no longer going to be the world's charity anymore. Fair enough. A lot of people like that. But understand that folks were willing to look the other way on a whole lot of stuff because they knew if they needed America, we would be there for them. There's a reason why our dollar dominates the market. There's a reason why we're allowed to be in any sea and we're allowed to enter any country, military bases on every continent. All of that probably has a lot to do with the fact that America got our back financially if we need some. We don't have any of that anymore. So I'm asking you, do you see any possibility that these tariffs, the end of charity and all of this stuff could have an effect in regards to what we're seeing now. And last but not least, with us no longer giving countries charity via USAID, via weapons to Ukraine, you name it, do you believe you personally will start to see some of this money they're bringing back home? Remember, we could be doing a hell of a lot more for Americans instead of sending money to Ukraine. Well, we're no longer sending money to Ukraine. We're no longer sending money to Africa and any of these other places. Do you think you're going to see any of it? Because that's what the whole excuse was to stop doing it. So looking in the comments right off the bat, we are the richest country right now. Do you feel rich, says Creed. Yeah, if you've been overseas and you look at how middle class citizens live in most other countries, you will feel rich. If you don't feel wealthy as an American, it's probably because you're comparing yourself to the wealth of other Americans. If you start comparing your wealth to other people in other countries, you'll realize you're doing a lot better than you think you are. Don't compare yourself to somebody living in Beverly Hills. Compare yourself to somebody living in Burma. And you'll quickly realize, yeah, I'm talking about middle class citizens, even some of the entry level wealthy citizens. You're doing better than them as a middle class American. So yeah, you are wealthy. I mean, even in the poorest neighborhoods, they got air conditioning. Impoverished Americans still have a car. They have, internet and all of that. There's countries where people don't have any of that shit. So yeah, certainly. Looking in the comments, going straight to the box, we'll go to Dencal talking about the tariffs. Dencal, good evening. What say you? You think this was a good idea? Hang on a second. Let me get my damn volume turned up. You think the tariffs are a good idea?
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Elaborate.
Yeah, I mean, all of those countries are going to give us a bunch of money, and we're not going to have to give up anything, and we're all going to be, all of these manufacturing jobs are just going to open up, and regardless of if the factories or the infrastructure exist, they're just going to open up. They're going to open up new manufacturing jobs without an investment. Like, it's the most hilarious thing ever. And MAGA is on here and all over the country talking about, just give it a little time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the sarcasm is an inch thick. I get it. So you don't see any chance at all this leading to more money to folks in this country?
To more people? No, I think the government obviously is going to take in more income from all of the businesses who purchase things from overseas, because they're the ones who got to pay the tariff to the government. So they're going to pay the government, and then the government is going to turn around and give the biggest tax break in history to the wealthy. So yeah, I mean, the wealthy are going to, yeah. So if you're saying, is anybody going to benefit? Yes. Yes, corporations and people are going to benefit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're making it sound like you and I are going to benefit, though. You don't seem to agree with that.
No, how could we agree with somebody that we're the consumer? We're the one who buy the item from the company. So if the companies pay more for an item and pay a tax to the government, where does that money come from? They're not going to take a loss.
You're basically saying they're going to pass it to the consumer, and that's what everybody else is saying. But there are some companies.
I want to make it simple for the people who don't understand. We got to logically go through what's actually happening. Because if he gets on TV and says, look, this is going to be great and everybody's going to benefit, but they don't understand the process, then I think it's up to us if we're going to be having a conversation with MAGA to say, look, this is how it actually works.
Yeah. Why do you think it is that some people do not seem to understand that if you charge companies more to ship stuff in here, it's going to end up costing you more to buy it? Why are there so many Americans that do not seem to understand that simple concept?
Because they have full faith and allegiance to one man. Like, they don't. The reality of it doesn't matter to them. I have not heard one economist yet, and I'm talking about right wing, left wing, in the middle, independent. Not one of them has said this is going to be great. None of them. Yeah. So, but we listened to a guy who was in real estate Now, I've given him his just due. He's a very wealthy person. He's been involved in many businesses, but global trade was not his thing. And he's been saying the same thing about tariffs for the last 30 or 40 years, that tariffs are the solution to everything. And there's a reason why no other politician.
That's a great point. I was going to ask that. If what Trump is talking about is so great, why is it that virtually no other, president, Republican or Democrat, has tried this? I mean, that's a great point.
Well, I'm sure you got the clip of Reagan, what he said about tariffs.
Yep.
That is a perfect explanation. He details and lays it out for people. That reason why we got off of tariffs as an international standard, because it doesn't work. The only thing that works is targeted tariffs. Like if your main trade or import is vehicles, then of course you need to protect your infrastructure. So if other people are trying to sell vehicles in your location, you have to make it harder so you can maintain your automobile industry.
Yeah. But how do you respond to folks who say, listen, what Trump is doing is just reciprocal tariffs, and if they're going to charge us a certain percentage, we should be able to charge them the same?
Right, but that's what I'm trying to say, is that targeted tariffs do work for specific industries, but you can't just put a blanket tariff across all goods and services.
Yeah,
that doesn't work. That's why we got off of tariffs in the first place. After, I think it was World War II, we got off of that, the standard of just everybody's doing tariffs, because everything is not fair. Yeah. We understand that.
Yeah, he's doing a baseline of 10% starting. But man, some of the numbers, I actually got a little bit of just some of these up here. Some of these countries, my guess is he's going to end their export market to the U.S. entirely. I mean, because
54% for China, because remember
it's on top of the old tariff.
20, the 20 that's already there, and what is it for the vehicles? It's probably at a 200 or something. That's the only way we're able to keep those BYD. The vehicles made in China, those electric vehicles, the only way we're able to keep them out of here is by having tariffs that make them so expensive that Americans just won't buy them.
I kind of wonder what the job loss worldwide. I mean, in any company that is a major, U.S. is a major trading partner. Like Cambodia, 90. Okay, he has 49% to Cambodia, 46 to Vietnam. These are poor countries. 48% to Laos, Sri Lanka. I don't know how much business they do with the United States, but at that point, I mean, is it even worth it? 47 to Madagascar, some very, very poor countries. Now, India is 26%. We do business with India. 36% Thailand. I'm just assuming some of these countries are probably going to be done dealing with the United States entirely.
Well, I'm not sure about that, because you gotta look at what those countries offer. Most of the countries you're talking about, the only thing they really offer us is cheap labor.
So they're not exporting anything.
I mean, Sri Lanka might be. I can't imagine we're like importing a whole bunch of anything.
Right. Well, it could be fruit or something. But that's what I'm saying, though. Whatever we're getting, once you tax it like that, it's over with.
Right. I mean, they're going to feel it. But the difference between those countries and America is they're used to having less. Like we're the ones that are spoiled. Right. We're the ones who are going to be cut off of all of these luxuries that we enjoy, this nice stuff, and those countries are used to, like, they ain't got a lot in the first damn place. But how do
you respond to someone like Shushu in the comments says, we are definitely not the richest country on earth. That ship sailed a long time ago. Do you not see Americans, if not the wealthiest, I guess you could probably say Dubai or UAE, some of these oil-rich countries, but when it comes to the wealthiest nation on earth, we got to be pretty damn close, will we not?
It depends on what metric you're using. If you're talking about per capita, no.
I mean per citizen. I mean the average citizen in that country.
No, we're far from the when you say richest nation in the world, I'm thinking you're talking about all of our mass production, all of the money.
No, I mean the quality of. I mean the quality of life, the financial acquisitions for the average citizen, the average working family in that country. You're saying
we might be top 10, maybe.
Give me some examples of who would be up there.
Dubai. It's probably mostly Middle Eastern countries. UAE. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Then if you go over into like Norway and Denmark and some of those other European countries, like we're not the top.
You think Norwegians got more money than Americans? The average Norwegian family got more than
per person. Yeah, I think the average Norwegian person makes more than what in America is average, $45,000 to $50,000 a year. Yes, I think they do.
I have not. Yeah, that makes me want to look it up. I see somebody in the comments though that disagrees. They say that GDP in America is higher than any country by far. Wealth disparity he says wealth disparity. Yeah, he said wealth disparity. He's talking about what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah. GDP has nothing to do with how much each individual person has. Most of our GDP is tied up in Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos because they got enough money for millions of people.
Right.
So you can't really compare that if you talk about the average salary or income, annual income of an American is probably what, 50, 60,000 maybe?
Yeah, but our dollar is also worth more because somebody in the comments, Mike Dorian said Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. I've lived in Australia and I've been in New Zealand. They do not have as much as Americans. I mean, I lived there for damn near half a decade. We had less. A lot of them didn't even have cable TV when I got there. They were still hanging their clothes out to dry. They thought I was lazy because I was starting to ask for all these machines. Like, you don't have cable. I want a dryer. I want a washing machine. I mean, they thought I was lazy. So no, I can tell you.
That's another thing. That's another thing that us as Americans have. Like, we are so spoiled by like technology and stuff that we tend to look at other countries and be like they're not better off than us. But people that hang their clothes out to dry, you can walk into their house and they can have a beautiful, happy family, and they're perfectly fine with riding 100%. On a motor scooter with all 5 family members on it, but they are happy as a family unit. We confuse wealth with happiness, and that makes it like because we don't have dirt floors in our house, that somehow we're better off than people who live that way. And that's
I agree with that. I agree with that 100% because the quality of life for the average Australian family is significantly better in my opinion. Their health, they're not as obese, they don't eat their food they eating is not as bad. They're not because we're capitalists. That is generally all we focus on is money. Look at what Trump is doing right now. He is sacrificing friendships for money. He is like, we don't need any of you folks. We just need to make sure the money is fair. He's willing to throw away every alliance we have to make more money. They don't do that over there.
And the problem with that is, look, when you look at the numbers and people say, yeah, all of these other countries have been cheating us and everything, people have to understand we have been the major negotiator in every trade agreement since the World War. We are the ones who set these things, but we set them up to, it may seem like the other countries are benefiting more, but it's back to that old saying, you got to pay the cost to be the boss.
Right.
When there's shit happening in the UN and NATO and there's votes to be taken, we got veto power over everybody.
And that's the example I used earlier of you're 5 times as wealthier than your friend, but there's all kinds of things that you're willing to overlook because he's always looking out for you. And once America starts saying, well, all the trade agreements got to be fair, then you're right. At the UN, well, why should you have the say so? Why should your currency lead the market? I mean, they're not going to overlook any of that stuff anymore because you're not doing them special for them.
Right, and he's forcing these other countries to reciprocate. Even though I know a lot of them don't want to because they know it's going to hurt their people. But if you're a leader of your country, you cannot just lay down because your people are looking at you in your best interest. So you have to. These countries tomorrow, Mexico, the president of Mexico is going to come out with whatever her reciprocation of what she's going to do. Europe is about to do it later on tonight because it's going to be like mid-afternoon over there in a couple of hours. So all of these countries are going to have to come out and say we got to reciprocate. And look, we drove Japan, South Korea,
and China
and China together, bro. Do you realize these are mortal enemies who have decided to band together? They're going to start doing trade amongst themselves.
Yeah, I was just about to say that because France is even talking about expanding its atomic weapons program to other European nations. If we can't depend on America for assistance, I'll just make sure my neighbors got nuclear weapons as long as we do. I mean, you're right. They are starting to say, well, for lack of a better term, fuck the U.S. I mean, if they're going to do this to us, we do have options. And I think that's the problem in this country is that we have this mindset of American exceptionalism and egotistical viewpoint of America that's so strong. We think that we can do whatever and nobody has any power or prowess to do anything in return. What is the phrase you're going to learn today? I think we might not come out of this like that.
Right. And look, those other countries, look, we take up a bulk of concentration from everybody because everybody wants to be involved in American in our economy because that's where you make a lot of money at. But look, sooner or later, those people are going to say, look, we're going to take our ball and go home. Like, we're going to start dealing with each other who we used to look at as enemies, but the only reason why we was enemies with them was because America was enemy with them.
Yeah.
Japan ain't got no reason to be mad at China, but they was because we was...
Yeah. I was just about to say that the countries that America has sanctions against and that our allies are following us with sanctions, they may look at America and be like, well, shit, I got to trade with them now. It's too expensive to trade with you. I'm going to have to, unfortunately, stop honoring your sanctions because it's actually cheaper to work with them because essentially our increasing tariffs amounts to sanctions almost on some of these countries.
Right. So a country like South Korea, they've been permanently indebted to us. Why? Because we call ourselves protecting them from North Korea. But now that they see that he said he ain't protecting nobody if you don't pay up and all. Now what are they doing? They're going to other people like China. Yeah. Now China is going to have to protect South Korea from North Korea because they're working in their best interest. And all we doing is running around saying the whole damn world has been shitting on us. And now we got to take our shit back. What is going to be left for them? What is going to be left for the rest of the world if everybody been cheating us? And he was the one who did the damn USMCA. He was the one who got us out of the damn Iran deal. Now he won't back in telling them what they got to do and all of that shit. Those countries are going to band together and say, fuck America. We getting off the dollar standard. Yeah. We don't want shit to do with them no more. And all of these people on here talking about they going to break before we do. We are the spoiled ones. We are the weak ones. We are the ones who can't take $3 of gas and blaming Joe Biden and putting stickers on the gas pump talking about we're the ones who can't take a little bit of pain to get back to prosperity.
Yeah, so I do got to move it on, but when I left Australia back in 2009, I think we were paying $1.60 a liter. And I think that's somewhere around $3 a gallon or more. And yeah, we were complaining like, damn, this is expensive compared to America. But yeah, most of the countries around the world been paying, at least our allies throughout Europe, they've been paying a lot more for fuel, considerably longer than the prices we paid would be. They would be going for joyrides like crazy if they only had to pay $3 a gallon.
They paying liters and we paying gallons.
Yeah. And it's a lot more expensive when you convert it to gallons in their areas.
Right, and just the last thing I wanted to say before I go is just like the thing you were saying about these people that they were locking up in these jails over there in El Salvador. Now they've got a guy over there who was wrongly transferred over there. They know for sure he wasn't a gang member, he wasn't illegal, none of that stuff. And now they're saying we don't have an extradition treaty with him. So now they're saying he just stuck over there.
Yeah, they pretty much threw him away. And the only way they found out he was over there, his wife saw him on TV, when they bend your head down, take you into prison. She recognized his tattoos. She had not heard from him. The U.S. sent them over there did not notify anybody as always. So this is what happens. They literally make people disappear. You can only assume there's people over there that nobody know where they at right now.
And the government is just throwing their hands up saying, oh, well, I mean, we made a mistake. It was a paperwork error. Well, we both know that they paying El Salvador to ship them people over there. And if they want that guy, they don't want to fully admit so they would have to go over there and get all of the people back. So they just basically saying he a throwaway because if we capitulate on this one, we'll have to.
Yeah, there's no way in hell that Trump could not get that dude back if he wanted him. That is insane. If Trump wanted that man back, that Trump could get that man back on the next plane out of El Salvador. That's just a blatant lie. Just come out and say we threw him over there, we fucked up, we don't give a damn. He's staying over there.
Unless he's been unalived and he don't want to say it.
Jesus. All right, then, Cal, I hope you're wrong on that. Jesus Christ. All right, man. Appreciate you coming through. And that could happen. That could happen. From what I hear, the guy was an El Salvadorian refugee. And, he was, I guess, apparently claiming he was fleeing persecution in El Salvador, came to America. And now that he's been sent back to El Salvador, they don't want to let him go. I mean, I don't know if they consider it as treason to his own government or whatever, but it's not a good outcome for that guy. We basically destroyed his life. This is why I had live streams before about the lack of due process. I know my MAGA viewers, my beloved MAGA, we are MAGA friendly. Let me make that clear. Let me get that point out. We are MAGA friendly despite some of the conversation, but MAGA is in favor of not giving illegals due process. They believe once you enter the country illegally, you forfeit due process. Now, I've been using the example several times on the show that if some college frat boys went into San Diego and decided they wanted to score some X and illegally entered Tijuana, where a lot of people go and buy drugs and shit, we would not be okay with Mexico taking them into custody and not giving them due process and making them disappear. Every year, there are Americans trying to flee our criminal justice system for crimes they committed in America, red-blooded, born Americans, trying to flee our justice system for something they've done, and they run into Mexico or Canada. Been doing that since America's been a country. Running from the federal government, running from the cops, running from the state troopers, running from the U.S. Marshals. And they run into Mexico or run into Canada. You've seen it on America's Most Wanted and every damn thing. That means when they run into those countries, they are in Canada, in Mexico, illegally. Every single time, Canada and Mexico gives our citizens due process. Not one U.S. citizen has ever ran illegally into Mexico or ran illegally into Canada. And somebody said you're a criminal, you're a bank robber, you work for the mob or something, and sent them to some foreign prison without notifying anybody. They've never done that. I don't know why all of a sudden America thinks that it's okay if we do that. They have never done that to any of our people. Even when the person is dead wrong, they've always given U.S. citizens due process. So I don't understand why America has taken this fuck you guys tone when they have not done that to us. By the way, tap the screen. I haven't solicited that. Get me on up to about 30,000. We can certainly make that happen. My city is already completely different. The supermarkets went from crowded to empty. I don't know if I wonder if that's a good thing for your city, though. 21 Tarmac. I'm assuming you mean your city had a lot of immigrants and the supermarkets went from crowded to empty. I'm assuming the owner of that supermarket doesn't like that. I'm assuming there's businesses in town that were making money off of these people that do not like that. But it is what it is. If you're here illegally, I'm okay with the deportation process. I just am not a fan of telling people they don't have due process rights, sending folks to other countries, not notifying anybody. Like I said, our people get due process when we flee to other countries illegally. Every time. Not one American, I guess, unless you go to North Korea or Russia somewhere. But if you go, and even Russia will notify you. Russia will let you know they got your people. We just sent folks down that didn't tell any damn body. Didn't even release an itemized list of names. Nobody even knows who's there. You got MAGA like they're gangbangers. You don't even know who it is. You don't even know the name of the people that they sent. How do you know they're a gangbanger? Looking in the comments, the chance you take the chance you take knowing you're breaking the law. Mr. Fish, as I just stated, we would not be okay with U.S. citizens fleeing into Mexico or fleeing into Canada, and they decided we're going to do anything we want to this citizen because it's a chance that America should have taken breaking the law. I always bring up the kid who was facing a caning in Singapore back in the 90s. We didn't say that about that person. We didn't say it about the guy who Trump just got back from Russia or Brittany Griner. We've had citizens go to other countries and commit crimes. We wanted them treated fairly. We didn't say, well, you should have thought about that. Going back to the box, continuing on with, I do want to, Mike, I'm going to bring you up because you were on that live. How did
that bullshit, man?
I like my black MAGA, but wow.
Man, fuck them. I'm sorry. That's where I am tonight. I'm sorry, Tim. They said the founding fathers did not believe.
Yeah.
The founding fathers were not racist. Come on. And they didn't believe in slavery. Whatever. Anyway, listen, Tim. Listen.
Hold on. Before we get to the actual topic tonight, where do you think that comes from? That you have actually African Americans trying to tell folks that the founding fathers were not pro-slavery. I mean, where did they learn that at?
You know what, Tim? Nowhere. And I'm gonna tell you. But hey, listen. There's been Stevens from Django around since the beginning of the time. Harriet Tubman did say it. Some of them motherfuckers need to be left behind. I'm sorry. I'm just saying what it is. You know what, Tim? You know why? Because they sit there in these forums with other people, particularly white folks, and they think that because you got a black person saying it, that it must be true. Because a black person wouldn't say that about slavery if it wasn't true, would they? Yeah, everybody's not educated. Everybody doesn't understand the struggle, and it's sad.
Yeah, but you went. There is no school in the country that is teaching kids that the founding fathers were not pro-slavery. I mean, they owned slaves. There's like right. Where you get? I mean, you went to school. Like nobody's teaching you that.
But you know what though, Tim? Now, the flip side of that is the unfortunate part is the schools aren't trying to teach any of that history anymore.
Yeah.
Listen. The Trump administration is trying to wash away history. And I've always said this about slavery and about the civil rights movement. Instead of ignoring it, I actually believe the story is more compelling when you tell it as it is. And then you look at the progress that's been made. I'm not saying there's been no progress made. I mean, I don't think that's fair to say
right.
There's been no progress made. But I also believe that we still have a ways to go. But to act like it didn't happen, I mean, listen, Tim, if I cheated you out of something, and I just keep running around saying I won, but then I'm mad because you keep saying you cheated, right? People, I'm mad because you keep saying I cheated.
Well, it might help people try to get you back in the White House if you do that.
Yeah, well, and yeah, clearly, right? Exactly what just happened.
Just keep saying I cheated. It might work.
Just keep saying, yeah, it might work. Hello,
yeah,
a novel concept. But here's the thing. I don't know if one of the topics is about the Florida elections.
Yeah, we are talking about the Wisconsin and Florida election as well. Now, the question I'm more focused on the Wisconsin election because it's a swing state. Florida was deep red, even though the margin in Florida narrowed as well. But Florida, I don't think anybody expected the Democrats to come out on top. I think in Wisconsin, it was a possibility it could go either way because it is a swing state. And the question I'm asking with Elon Musk doing so much campaigning in Wisconsin, is it possible that Elon Musk, his influence is waning?
Yeah, well, okay, so to answer your question, I think a lot of the influence is starting to wane. I think the fact that the numbers decreased so much in Florida from a 30-plus margin down to a 12 to 14 point margin is just as significant as Wisconsin.
Wow.
Because I truly believe people win and listen. This is normally the honeymoon phase, right, Tim?
Yeah.
In any presidency, right?
Yeah.
And I think if you go back in history, you can't see a more dramatic drop in the numbers this early.
And you got Trump already taking out one of his appointees in New York because he knew that race might be in danger if he had took that woman out.
Well, right. So that move that he did there with Elise, whatever her name is, Stefanik, that they were seeing this happen.
Yeah.
So they wanted to make sure they didn't lose that seat. So they're projecting what we're seeing. So they know that this 100 days is shaking up some of their base. not the ultra MAGA base, but there were some people in Florida that said, "Hey, we don't like what's happening, or else that number would have been cut in half." And so now other Republicans, House representatives that won by 2 to 5 to 6 points have to go, shit, right? That was cut in half. And in my district, I only won by 3 or 4 points. So they have to be on their P's and Q's. That's what.
But the problem is, if you are a congressman or even a senator, for that matter, that won by a narrow margin, you kind of are at the mercy of the Trump administration because they are not really doing anything independent of Trump. So if Trump makes a bad decision for the constituents in your area, it might be a great decision for the country as a whole, but maybe in your area, something like the tariffs are going to hurt some businesses specifically and things like that. You kind of just have to go with the flow because they're just kind of letting the Trump administration do what they want. So I'd hate to be one of these folks that had a close race because, shit, Trump could literally destroy a race that you had a chance of winning.
Well, absolutely. You mean at midterms?
Yeah.
And I told you this, and here's the thing. I told you this when I wasn't anticipating this race in Florida. I was hoping we were going to get the results that we got, meaning I wasn't looking for a victory. I wanted to see, this was a litmus test from my perspective. This was, does Trump have a stronghold on the voters in that area like he did back in November? And that was a resounding, not as strong as they thought it would be.
Apparently not. So apparently now, some of the talking heads are predicting that Trump and Elon will have a falling out. Any possibility that might be true?
I already told you that. But you got to remember, Elon is only on 133 days, 130 days in this current role. So that time is running. But I believe that Elon has to make a decision because you got to remember some of his board of directors have sold their stock, their shares already in Tesla. Now he's under scrutiny with Canada right now. I know you heard about that the other day, right?
And I heard China too.
Now, and Japan stopped. Japan receiving.
Did I lose my caller?
Japan is not receiving any more Teslas as of March 31st. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I have not heard that.
Yeah. Japan said, whatever we have, that's it. Don't send no more shit over
there
as far as Teslas.
To me, it sounds like Elon Musk is on his way to be. Now, he's the richest man, so it doesn't matter what happens to Elon. He'll financially be okay. But it does sound like he's on his way to being like Giuliani or Mike Lindell, the Mike Pillow guy, where he's going to lose a lot of money for being affiliated with Trump.
Everybody Tim, damn it, I done told you this about 3,000 times.
I know where you're going.
Everybody in proximity to Trump ultimately ends up with shit on their face. Everybody that touches this guy. And listen, that's not even hyperbole. And so right now, his shareholders and his board are saying, you got to make a decision because Tesla's tanking. You know, his brother owns a company in Reno, I believe, Kimball Musk. So, and he's got some issues there. Oh, yes, he got to do.
They fucking with his brother too?
No, but his brother's on the board at Tesla. And if Tesla's losing money, and they refurbished some of the batteries up there. So yeah, everybody's getting touched. Even Rupert Murdoch's estranged son, who's on the board of directors for Tesla. Everybody's starting to feel it. Right.
So they're basically telling him you need to decide whether you want to be a CEO of a company or a politician.
Right. But here's the thing, Tim, and we'll get back to your topic. Don't underestimate this Canada thing with the sale of those Tesla cars. Don't underestimate the impact of that shit on Tesla. And for the people that are listening that don't know, Tesla sold 8,653 cars in 2 days. In Canada between two dealerships. Did you see that shit?
What was the number again?
8,653 Teslas were sold in Canada between two dealerships from March 10th to March 12th. All you guys got to do is Google it.
Who were they sold to?
That's what they're investigating right now because the numbers say that they sold a Tesla every 2 minutes over that span, which means that the car dealerships would have had to be open for 24 hours straight. So now they're investigating the sales. They want to see receipts because there was an incentive that Tesla got for $30 million if they sold a certain amount of cars, and they hit that number in these 2 days. So now the new prime minister of Canada is saying, hold on, don't send them that money. Don't send them that money. We need to do, I think it was like, yeah, Harry, I think it was either $24 million or $30 million rebates. And so now Canada's saying, oh, freeze that money, and they're investigating these sales. Now, because Tesla is a publicly traded company, this is where the SEC and the FTC are supposed to be involved. And he has the earnings call April 23rd. Okay? So this is not good. This is not good because
somebody trying to artificially inflate the stock.
Right. But the one thing they can't do, they can do all that shit in the U.S. They can't touch the reporting that Canada's going to do, the actual investigation that Canada's going to do. So there's no way in hell they sold a Tesla car every 2 minutes in 2 days. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Right.
And see, this is what I mean when I talk about, like what I was telling the last caller, Dencal, about the, once you start these reciprocal tariffs, you lose your influence. Whereas if this was coming out as a scandal before Trump severely harmed the relationship with Canada, they could have probably reached out to Canada through the back channels and said, listen, we need to not make this public. We don't want to destroy Tesla. Is there something we can do? But because Trump is treating them like shit, they're going to make a big mess over this. I mean, so you kind of lose your influence.
You damn. Well, 100%. And then, Tim, think about it this way. Now, all the people you fired here from the SEC and from the STC that are being reinstated in their jobs, do you think they're going to turn the other way on some bullshit when you just tried to fucking fire them? You think that's going to happen? Well, I mean, this was a complete arrogance play.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That is the problem that's the problem when you suggest you don't need anybody. We can do everything by ourselves. You start eventually finding out areas where you didn't realize you needed people. There's going to be more stuff like this. I mean, whether it's military conflicts, whether it's surveillance issues, intelligence, countries are going to stop cooperating with us. We're no longer giving them any incentive to look out for our best interests because we've kind of told everybody, fuck you, we don't need you, we can do it on our own.
100%. And it's not looking good. And the tariffs today aren't going to help anybody. It's just a huge cluster. Now, and again, he had an opportunity. Now, I want every Trump supporter to hear what I'm about to say. He had an opportunity to not do this. After last night's election, after losing Wisconsin, he had a moment to reflect and not do it.
But what about it? Anyway. But here's the thing. If Trump does this, temporarily, a lot of money will come into the country when it comes to these tariffs. If they got some kind of special purpose for the money that may benefit them specifically, maybe they don't care about none of that other stuff. We're going to make out like a bandit no matter what, because at the end of the day, if we start imposing tariffs like Trump is saying, and it's going to bring a bunch of money into the U.S., neither him nor Elon has made any explanation at all how that's going to benefit the average American. Even when they're fighting all this waste, fraud, and abuse, according to Elon, they're saving billions of dollars. Notice how they're not talking about how any of that's going to translate to the average American citizen. So it's possible, I hate to accuse them of this, but it's possible they could be profiting from that money specifically.
Oh, listen, first of all, everything about this has nothing to do with the American people. This is all about the billionaires. This is all about their pockets, and this is all about Trump wanting to be a dictator and the other agendas. Because it's not just listen. This whole agenda is not just about tariffs. This whole agenda is not just about these things. This whole agenda, and we've talked about it before. But I have to say this, Tim. And Stevie D just made a comment about liberals just want to see it torn down. None of us want to see this. We just been predicting that based on the moves he's making that this would happen.
Well, I do believe that. I mean, I don't think that liberals were hoping that Trump succeed. I mean, just like when Mitch McConnell said he wanted to make Obama presidency a one term, there are people in the liberal party that want to see the country burn under Trump. Just like Trump wanted to see the border burn under Biden. So, I mean, there is some of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that holistically, but here's the irony about this. It's Stevie D's comment about how Pam Bondi stands up in front of the world and considers people that are burning Teslas and assaulting Tesla dealerships, calling them domestic terrorists, but you just let 1,600 people that stormed the Capitol out. I mean, the irony, and this is why people get so pissed off, because the irony in their messaging is so hypocritical. It just pisses people off to no end, because you've got these two competing the opposite. It's like people want you to fight fair as they're cheating.
Yeah, I don't have. I've talked about that. I have no explanation for why the January 6th folks are patriots and Black Lives Matter is terrorists. I mean, yeah, there is no explanation for that. When you factor in both were protesting, they think something happened that was wrong, and they both got violent and out of hand. But one group is a bunch of terrorists, and the other group is a bunch of patriots. Yeah, it's about as hypocritical as you can get. But as you stated, the Trump administration is kind of operating that way. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on, though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, Tim, here's where we have to look at this moment in time. And we saw it last night in Florida. There are some Trump supporters that quietly went in that poll, and either they stayed home or they went in that poll and they voted against it. And the funny thing is, now DeSantis and I forgot the guy's name that won, right? They're exchanging words. DeSantis is ripping him, and he's firing back at DeSantis.
Wow.
And yeah, so you're starting to see all this infighting, but I do strongly believe that the House of Representatives, they have hard decisions and hard choices to make right now. They have to decide on what side of this they're going to fall on. And there's already been Republicans that voted with.
Yeah, I saw that 9 of them. I did see that. There's been a few. I did see that.
But you know why, Tim? They have jobs too. Yeah. They have kids in school. They have things just like the rest of us, right? And they got 16 months? Yeah. They got 16 months before midterms. They got to make a decision. Am I going to be voted out and go find a job that's paying me what I'm making and the benefits that I have now? Or can I turn this tide? And listen, the one thing about Republicans is they got short memories. They can turn the tide and say, we're against this as Republicans and representatives in Congress. They can start pushing back little by little, and their constituents might forgive them.
I don't know. If Trump get up there and say that, if Trump get up there and call them rhinos, I don't know. Their days might be numbered. But Mike, I do got to move it on.
They're numbered anyway. Okay, bro.
You said they numbered anyway. Wow. Real quick in the comments, Keith, you pushed back and you said, really, you burn down cities. You talking about BLM when I said, why is one a terrorist group and why are the others patriots? Now, you're correct. There were some cities that got burned down during the Black Lives Matter protests, but I guess we don't consider the threat of hanging the vice president or, tearing up stuff in the Capitol building, causing about $1 billion damage. We don't put that in the same category because they didn't start a fire in the process. I don't know where to go with that. All I know is this. When the liberals do things like Chaz and BLM, whether it's in Baltimore, whether it's in Detroit or Ferguson, we connect the dots. Look at the liberals. They're doing all this stuff all over the country. That doesn't happen with the right. Folks say, well, the liberals had, weeks and weeks of burning cities down. There was only one riot for 4 hours under MAGA. That only works when you don't connect all the other dots. I'll submit this to you. Just like you're connecting Chaz and Antifa and all that to BLM and the liberals, you could connect Charlottesville. You could connect the anti-mask mandate taking over the Michigan Capitol building, armed folks. All of these are people with the same political ideology. The Tea Party walking down streets with firearms, even the folks that are walking down various cities carrying Confederate flags and symbols right out of the Third Reich. All of those folks have the same political ideology. You're not linking them together, but I can almost assure you they are going to the polls and voting alike. They are concerned with the exact same issues the way you might link Antifa and BLM together. So when you say that it's only 4 hours of J6, but it's more than that. You're just not linking them together. All of them other events, them people have the same political aspirations and ideology as the people on J6. Ain't nobody, them folks in Charlottesville, ain't none of them voting for Kamala Harris and Biden. Same folks that surrounded the Michigan courthouse with firearms. They're not voting for Kamala Harris and Biden. They all got the same political aspirations, but you're just not connecting them together. So it was more than just, one event for 4 hours. So I just want to point that out. But in the comments, someone also said, what are the talking points? What year is it? Well, we're talking currently about tariffs. It's 2025. Tariffs are what we're talking about. By the way, tap the screen. Good minute of tapping. We might be able to get up to 50,000. Smash that like button if you're on YouTube. If I Google directions to the Tesla dealership, I get directions to a big ass building with a Tesla sign and Tesla's parked in front. That's what you should get, right? Yeah, duct tape it together, Tim. We don't have to duct tape BLM. They shouted it. No, you are duct taping. When you duct tape the liberals to BLM, most of the folks, when you talk about burning cities down, most of the folks that were doing that shit, juveniles, teenagers, felons looking for opportunities to steal TVs and shit, those are not card-carrying members of the Democratic Party. So when you start suggesting that they're tying things together, felons can't even vote. People under 18 can't vote. Most of the folks that were causing violent uproar, the violent shit, setting stuff on fire, they're not showing up and voting for any damn body in the political elections. They're not even involved in it. Them people don't give a damn about politics. They might be angry with the police, but come election day, most of them folks that are setting fires and breaking in Best Buys are not voting at all. But you're tying them to the Democratic Party. But you call what I just did a stretch. You can't tie Charlottesville and January 6th together, even though most of them are voting. So I think you want to see it the way it works just for you. Nobody is destructive like colonizers, says MDG. Wow. He's not lying at all. I know a lot of folks like that. And AJ called me the most, AJ, I wanted to read your comment, but it scrolled. AJ804 said, you are the most reasonable Trump supporter. Keep tapping the screen. I should be at 50,000. I can't get 50,000 on the likes. Tap the screen. Show your boy some support this evening. Get the likes up to 50,000. Good minute of tapping on the TikTok screen. We're also on Instagram Live if you want to come up. And, of course, YouTube horizontal and YouTube vertical. Real quick, I want to make sure I didn't miss any comments. But they can cause damage and intimidate others from voting, says Creed. I don't know any polling place that were complaining that really complaining that Black Lives Matter was trying to stop them from voting. I mean, because Black Lives Matter is generally going to be in black neighborhoods. So what are you saying? They were trying to stop their own people from voting? You're not going to see Black Lives Matter in some all-white neighborhood hanging around the polls. That's a good way to get shot. So I don't know where you're getting that one from. Costs always get passed on to the end user, which are consumers. That is true. But a lot of folks favor the tariffs. Give me up to 50,000 so I can take the next caller. Tap the screen. Tariffs are going to save the middle class if you lower, wait a minute, he said, bad eyes. Some might suggest I have those. Tariffs are going to save the middle class. In the lower class, when all the companies move in here and give jobs at all the foreign products, gold prices get raised. Okay, this is the grammar. I'm trying to read this. I'm trying to give you justice, bad eyes. Tariffs are going to save the middle class. I suppose there should be a period or something. Okay, you say in the lower class. Oh, and the lower class? When all the companies move in here and give jobs in all the foreign products, gold prices get raised and people buy American because it's, well, if it goes the way you're saying, you could be right. But there's a few things you got to first look into. First of all, it takes a long time to bring all those corporations back. That ain't going to happen overnight. Second thing is, if you have been dealing with overseas labor, which is significantly less than America. They pay them in China and Philippines, Vietnam. Those folks work for significantly less than Americans do. So if all of a sudden you bring those jobs back to America, have you heard Trump saying anything about paying American salaries? I mean, if you're Apple making iPhones and you got Chinese folks making the iPhone and you bring that product, the manufacturing of the iPhone to America, Americans ain't gonna work for Chinese wages. Have you heard Trump explain any way, shape, or form how those companies are suddenly going to be able to pay American wages without increasing the price of an iPhone astronomically? I'll give you a perfect example. How many of you folks remember, computers like IBM and Compaq, COMPAQ, back when they used to have computers? I used to purchase laptops in the early 90s. You paid about $2,000 for a laptop in 1990s dollars. So you can imagine how much that would cost in 2025 money. That's how much laptops used to cost when they were made more in America, because American labor makes shit go up dramatically. Stevie D. Thank you, Stevie. Appreciate that. Wow. Caught me off guard with that, Stevie. Appreciate that. I'm sure you'll be trashing me in the comments in a minute. I always appreciate you doing that, though. Thank you. But think about that. When you used to, you think about the price of electronics, Zenith, Magnavox, RCA. Remember how much televisions used to cost in the late 70s and 80s when they were made in America? Now you can get them got a 70-inch TV behind these monitors right now playing Newsmax or News Nation, rather. I think I paid about $700 for a 70-inch flat screen. You're not going to get that. And it's a Samsung. You're not going to get that if it's made in America. It's just not going to happen. Have you heard Trump say anything about the price of American labor once all these jobs come back? Just want to bring that up. Not to mention, if products are made with American labor, are we going to be able to export any of that shit? Once a laptop costs $2,000, you think they're going to buy those in China? In Vietnam? You think any of our products are going to sell any damn where? With the price they'll have to charge for it because it was made with America? Has anybody thought any of this shit out? I mean, are there a bunch of HP? Hewlett Packard is a laptop computer maker, even though a lot of their parts are still coming from overseas, but it's an American company. Do you think they got a bunch of HPs floating around some of these Chinese areas and some of these lower countries like that? You think they got a lot of American products like that? I don't see how we would be able to export anything we make if it cost American labor prices to make it. My humble opinion is this: they're going to have to pay us less to do it. I mean, I really believe that's what's going to happen, is that once these companies bring their manufacturing back to America, they're going to reduce how much they pay us to still make it somewhat competitive. So yeah, you'll get jobs, but you might have to work 3 of them. Remember, just having a job ain't something to brag about. How much does a job pay? All the politicians bragging about they're creating jobs. Yeah, but how much does it pay? Just giving me a job ain't saying shit. I'll go to the next caller. I think we're at 50. Made in America 50-inch flat digital TV will cost $1,500 instead of $450. I'll give you another example. Talisha, thank you for that. I purchased a Dell 37-inch TV, flat screen, back in 2007. Dell is an American company, but I still think some of the chips and shit that was in that television were made in other countries. I paid like $1,500 for that Dell 37-inch flat screen TV. Back when, dude, you're getting a Dell was the commercial on the television. So I'm just telling you, we're talking about bringing jobs back. Nobody is talking about what are they going to do when the price of labor, having Americans do the job, increases dramatically. You haven't heard Trump say anything about that. That hasn't been thought out at all. We're just going to bring the jobs back. These people going to want a lot more money to work those jobs. Jack shit isn't coming back. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let me go back to the box. Yeah, I don't think it's been well thought out. That's just my humble opinion. Going to the box, we'll go to Greg T. Good evening, Greg. Welcome to the program. A lot of labor will probably be handled by machines. Yeah, but you're still going to, there's some things still going to have to be done by human beings, working in machines, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's going to cost more because machines are taking over for a lot of jobs, even in those foreign countries. You still need people to service the machines and all of that. They're not going to work for what you pay the Chinese. So I just don't see. This is the same thing in regards to getting rid of illegal immigrants and all of that shit. And we've been asking that question. Who's going to replace the jobs they do at the wages we were paying them? I mean, it could lead to every damn thing going. The price of a stay at a hotel. If Americans are the ones that are making the beds up and shit when you leave, they're going to want more money than some illegal immigrant. Picking fruits, you name it. Look, I understand you want the country to be full of Americans, but there's a financial toll behind it. I don't think this stuff is being thought out because you're not hearing Trump talk about how are you going to adjust for the huge salary difference between these countries that you're bringing the jobs home from. I don't think I've ever heard him explain it. Prison labor in eliminating the Department of Education and birth control. Damn, did I say that? Yes, you did. Prison labor, eliminating the Department of Education. Those two I can understand. Birth control. God, that is so fucking grim. Let me go back to the box. Jesus, that's grim. Love to cruise. Good afternoon or good evening, rather. Welcome to the program. Make iPhones in China for $10, then charge y'all $1,500, $2,000. Shaking my damn head. What do you think they're going to charge when they make them in America? Love to cruise. Good evening.
Hey, good evening.
Liberation Day. Are you feeling good?
Absolutely.
So
totally fine, man. Fireworks and hamburgers and hot dogs today.
So do you think things are going to go as happy-go-lucky as Trump is stating if you give him a little bit of time?
Well, I hate coming in after Dinkel and Michael because they took everything I was going to say away. So I'm going to come in at another angle. The tariffs, and this is in my opinion, long range, they're going to bring down our two biggest retailers. And that's Walmart and Amazon.
Explain.
Well, with Walmart, I already read something where they went to China saying that the tariffs go up. Can they get a break and just pay half? China told them no. So say the tariffs went up to 20. They just want to make 10, pay 10, and, they're going to go with business. China told them no. So now what that does with Walmart is they're going to have to go up on their prices. And so that's going to tear a lot of things down.
What is their motto? What is their motto? Always high prices?
Oh, yeah. That's going to be the motto now.
Yeah. Always,
exactly.
Always high prices. But I mean, yeah, you're right. Because China does make a lot of those products in Walmart, from their clothes and on up. A lot of their stuff is made in China.
Amazon. Same thing with Amazon. So those two retailers are going to come down to earth. And in saying that, they're in Trump's pocket too. So they're going to go to Trump and say, man, these tariffs aren't working.
Yeah,
you got to do something.
But from what I'm hearing, this is what I've heard some of the analysts on some of the news outlets say, that once you impose tariffs, they're difficult to undo.
Oh, well, you're going to have to undo them. Because the millionaires are not going to go for their pockets being messed up. Any kind of deduction in sales. And all the prices are going to go up. Business 101 says when the materials go up, the price goes up. That's just basic economics.
I mean, that's already, the thing about it is it's already happening in terms of some of the stuff you're saying, because, you say billionaires losing money, the stock market is taking major hits. You got to assume there's wealthy people in this country that have already lost money. I watch Bill O'Reilly a lot. I'm a huge O'Reilly fan. And he is a long-time friend of Trump, 30 plus years. In fact, he was just at Mar-a-Lago last week talking to Trump and making videos on it. And even he stated, my whole portfolio is down. All of my stocks, he said in everything, it's down. So, yeah, they're already getting hit.
So it continues. So I don't know. You said the tariffs, it's hard to bring down once you implement them, but they're going to have to figure out a way, or else Americans, we're going to end up suffering.
The reason why it's going to be hard is because once you start charging this is just like after the pandemic. Once they got Americans used to paying pandemic prices, they didn't want to let them go, even though they didn't need to keep charging them. They still kept gouging them. Once the tariffs hit and they start charging more for all kinds of shit across the board, and Americans start paying that stuff. Even if you remove the tariffs, the companies are like, well, shit, they willing to keep paying it. I mean, so it's going to take forever to undo all of that mess once it kicks in.
Well, you're right, because when prices go up, they don't go down.
Right.
That's significant. So you're absolutely right.
And it's going to be the price of everything from shoes to coloring books. I mean, it's going to like covering everything. So everything you might get your hands on, because whether, like I said, even a coloring book where the paper may be from wood prices, everything's going to be up. So yeah, once that happens and they don't mark all this shit up, some of them prices are never coming down.
Yeah, so we're this is the beginning of the end.
Fuck.
I hate to say it.
Damn.
Hey, it happened to the Romans. It happens to everybody. Now it's about to happen to us. And like you say, with Cambodia and all these other Asian companies, guess what? Like China gonna swoop them up.
Yeah.
They're not gonna go under. China gonna swoop. Come on, pal.
I was gonna say that earlier, is that if I'm China or if I'm Russia or any of the major players on the world stage, this your time to make your move. You've been complaining that the U.S. got every damn thing locked up, everybody following lockstep behind the U.S. It's hard to get any type of maneuvering on the world market. Now is your time. But the U.S. is being viewed quite unfavorably. Tourism is down. Anytime you look at any foreign website or YouTube page like Canadian news or German news, look in the comments. If the story is about America, they hating us, man. I mean, everywhere you look, they are hating us.
I'm a travel agent.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
What are you seeing? What are you seeing?
I'm advising a lot of my clients to leave Europe alone right now. I really am.
For what reason?
I had a lot of people scheduled to go to Canada, Mexico. And like I said, with Mexico, it isn't that bad. If you stay at a resort, just stay there.
What do you mean, for safety purposes?
Yes, exactly.
You think the Europeans are going to kick our ass? Damn, you getting beat up by the French?
They got a bad attitude. Yeah. My brother, he was over in Europe in November. And he liked Spain and all them areas. And he said even he noticed a difference in their attitude toward Americans.
The problem, I think, is that Trump is using a sledgehammer in areas where a scalpel might get the job done. Like I've said this on the program before, when it comes to Greenland, Trump saying we need Greenland for tactical military purposes. I really think that's an area where he could have succeeded if he had done it with tact. If he had talked to them behind the scenes and let them know this is for both of our benefit. We're not trying to take over your country, but, we already got a base there. Let us expand. I think he could have probably got that done if he did it with some type of professionalism. But when you go on the world stage and say, we need your shit, and we're not ruling out the military on whether we're going to take it or not, you're kind of forcing them to act. And so he said the same thing with Iran, suggested that if they don't make a deal, he's going to bomb them. He's talked about taking Gaza over. He's calling Prime Minister of Canada governor. I mean, just going around insulting the hell out of people. You're not leaving them any choice but to push back.
Well, this is my thing with Greenland. First of all, Trump ain't the brightest president that we have ever had. So what in his mind that wasn't in nobody else's mind, any former president, that all of a sudden we need Greenland?
Well, in defense of Trump, perhaps military technology like drones and stuff may have advanced over the last 10 or 15 years to the point where, hypersonic missiles is something that is newer technology. So I can see where there might be some legitimacy in what he's saying about taking over Greenland. Like the thawing out of ice in that area is allowing submarines and ships from our adversaries to sail in that area. Even the minerals he's talking about mining are more exposed during certain times because of the thawing out of ice. So there could be some legitimacy, but the way he did it is horrible.
I still have to disagree with you. I don't see him. It sounds more like a Elon move than it does a Trump move.
What do you mean?
International affairs are not Trump's strong suit, but they are Elon's. And it sounds more like a suggestion to him, and he put it in Trump's ear than it does Trump coming
I
up with
don't.
this
I
all
don't
that
think
stuff.
that. I don't think that international affairs are even Elon's strong suit anymore. I mean,
Well, he has to be more. He has to be more update with it than Trump because he has all these businesses across the world. So
Elon Musk,
and he's from South Africa.
Yeah, Elon Musk strikes me as someone who really knows his technology, but probably should hire a public speaker to to relay the points across. You know, it kind of reminds me of the old movie Independence Day where they had the guy down in the basement dealing with the aliens that Will Smith was shooting down. He's like, they never let us out of here. I mean, like, you stay out here and work on what you know, and we'll hire spokespeople to do a better job in talking. I mean, Elon Musk is not being viewed very positively anymore on the international stage. So when you say he's better at it, I don't know about that anymore.
Well, that's before he decided to become a politician.
Right.
You got to think before that, Tulsa was running through the world. Everybody's getting it, but not like China. China has an electric car, and they're going to stop letting Tulsa's in, and they're going to promote their own electric cars. Yeah. So he's losing a lot by getting into something that he had no business getting into, which is politics.
Yeah, I don't get it. This is the same thing they said about Colin Kaepernick, Taylor Swift, the Dixie Chicks. If you got an audience from both sides of the aisle getting involved in politics, you should expect to lose money. And that's Elon Musk is probably. I mean, he's clearly going to be the biggest loser in terms of how much money a businessman has ever lost getting involved in politics. It's hard to imagine. Like, why would you get involved in this? You know you're going to piss, and not to mention in his case, where your Tesla vehicles are like status symbols for tree-hugging liberals that want to save the economy. You're going to go on the other side of that? It's like he didn't think it out.
Well, you know what? The roles are reversed. A lot of people voted for Trump because they didn't want to vote for Vice President Harris. Now they're going to go against Trump because he's with Elon, and they don't want to vote for Trump because a vote for Trump is a vote for Elon. So the roles are getting reversed.
Well, I agree with you, but I don't think it's just a matter of a vote for Trump as a vote for Elon. When Elon's on stage bragging about firing Americans and shit like that, it doesn't matter what Trump does. He's doing his own damage by himself.
I bet you if Trump said, I'm firing Elon isn't going to make any more decisions concerning anything. He's out of the White House. He's out of everything. Trump would go up 15 or 20%.
Wow.
Just on that.
You think so?
Just on that alone.
Wow.
Huh?
I don't.
You don't think so?
I don't. Wait. Let me say this. I don't disagree that Trump's image might improve a little bit. 15, 20%, no, because the damage is done. These people are fired. The tariffs have been imposed. Because Elon's issue is getting rid of all of the federal employees and a lot of the international affairs that we were helping people out on. That's why people are pissed off with Elon. Trump's is by way of his tariffs, threatening war against all these countries. So they both are fucking up in the eyes of a lot of folks in their own little galaxies. No matter getting rid of Elon is not going to take the blame off of Trump for the tariffs or threatening Greenland or Iran and all that. The folks getting deported with no due process. Those are all Trump's issues. Elon ain't got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but nobody's really upset about that. I mean, you are, and maybe a lot of other people, but Elon is fucking with us. Trump is fucking with outside the United States.
I think the tariffs are ultimately going to be fucking with us. And keep in mind, keep in mind, Elon couldn't have done any of that without Trump's blessing.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, Tim.
Really?
But this is batten up, save up. I mean, don't even save up. Don't put your money in banks. Put your money underneath the mattress. All that right now, because we're going into some rocky times.
Let me ask you this before I'm moving on from you. Keith in the comments says, "How is Elon messing with you?"
How is what?
How is Elon Musk messing with you?
Messing with me?
Yeah.
Indirectly, I have people that work for federal positions.
Exactly.
And they got their papers. And as a family, you stick together. When you hurt a family, you hurt everybody in the family. It isn't one person. We all, as a family, stick together. So, yeah. And you know what? It's the way they did about it. Usually, it's first hire, first fire in companies. You don't fire people that got 20, 30 years before you go ahead and fire somebody that has 8 or 9 months. Yeah. You know, if you're going to do it correctly. And the fact that there wasn't no any investigation on people doing work or, you know, who's not working, you're just going to pick names out of a hat and fire them. That didn't make sense.
And that's kind of exactly what happened too with the whole chainsaw thing. It was not looking at individuals for lack of merit or lack of performance. They did exactly kind of what you said. Just pulled the name out of a hat and said, fire all those people. That's pretty much what happened.
I mean, I don't know no job that, you know, like I say, it's always first hired, first fired. Last hired, rather, first fired or whatever. You know what I mean? And for them just to do that, that's crazy. Yeah. That's totally crazy. So yeah, Elon is messing with my family, and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah. All right, I got to move it on, Letter Cruz. But
hey, thank you for. Hey, one more thing.
Sure.
Man, don't you go on them shows no damn more and let them eat your ass up like that, man.
I absolutely, because I don't get as many MAGA on my show, and I love talking to MAGA. I absolutely have to go to MAGA environments on their turf.
Don't let them eat you up like that, man.
Well, listen, if the guy want to say that,
I don't listen to that guy by seeing you. I'm like, okay, let me listen to my main man here.
You know something? I wish there was a way that that TikTok did not notify my viewers of that shit, because I'm just going there to sharpen up my skills. But what can I say when I'm in lives and people were telling me that, you know, the Civil War was not about slavery and, you know,
they were ridiculous, man. You let them get away with that, man. I started to get on it. I'm like, come on, Tim, eat their ass up. What's wrong with you?
It ain't as easy to do that when it's 5-on-1, which is why on my show is always me talking specifically to one caller, because it turns into a shouting match. I don't like that, you know, when I'm running my own show, but that's how they do it. But yeah, go ahead.
The guys, like I say, and a few to MAGA, like Jeremy and all them, you can tell they got a little smarts about them because they can recite stuff they read. But I'll be damned if they have any common sense, man. They dumb little motherfuckers. They ain't got no common sense at all. Gen X, Jeremy, and I forgot there's another dude, man. Dumb little motherfucker, man.
They just passionate in their own opinions. I mean, some of them make decent opinions, but like I said,
get out of here with that bullshit, man. Them motherfuckers, no common sense at all, man.
All right, Love the Crew, I gotta go. Always a pleasure. Thank you. And by the way, folks, yeah, sometimes if you're on TikTok, you will find me in other folks' program. Like I said, I like to sharpen up my chops. When I say I'm MAGA friendly, damn it, I mean it. I often will reach out I will go in MAGA environments, even when they don't come in mine, and talk to them under their rules. Oftentimes I get muted and cussed out, but you know, it's kind of par for the course. I got thick skin, I don't mind, but that's what happened today is when I went to a MAGA live and they're telling me, you know, the party switch never happened and the Civil War was not about slavery and the founding fathers were not pro-slavery. I mean, just crazy stuff. And these are African Americans, MAGA, like really? Wow. But, you know, you got to get in there and mix it up with them, and this is what happened. So, fair enough. Anyway, looking in the comments, this is in regards to the investigation I said that they got to investigate. Soldier for Life, love the name, Team Train, I guess that means Trump Train, says they did investigate. People sent the 5 things they did. That's not investigating. I was talking about Elon Musk and Trump did not investigate before firing. They just, you know, drew names from a hat, and he said, well, they did investigate. They sent them an email, give me 5 things you did. Here's the crazy thing. I don't know how long you've been at your job. I'm assuming most of you folks have jobs just like I have a day job. I've been on my day job for years. I cannot imagine somebody sending me a test email. This email has no actual relevance to the success or failures of our business. It's just a test email suggesting that you tell me 5 things you've done today for the company. And if you don't respond, the fact that you've been with us for years will not matter. We will terminate you. I just don't understand. And folks on the right, hey, this is what it should be. It's showing you're working. Like, you really think who has been working for a company for years, all the shit they've done for the company, if they don't respond to this one email that has no relevance on the job whatsoever, it's okay to fire them. let's say, for instance, they were slacking. Let's go with a worst case scenario. Let's say they actually were, truly was slacking. 30 minutes in the bathroom, took an extra 20 minutes lunch or something, did not respond to the email. You really believe after years of working that one email is enough to fire them? Damn. That's really hard. That's really hard. I just don't understand that. Like I said, if you just started yesterday or something like that, that's a whole different ballgame. If you got somebody been on a job for years and they don't respond to one test email. Now, I'm emphasizing test because let's say you do got a major contract coming in and your purchaser is weighing in on whether to make a purchase from you, your company, $1 million purchase from your company, or $1 million purchase from one of your competitors. And you fail to respond to the email in a prompt fashion, and he goes ahead and makes a purchase from another competitor. And the only reason why he made that purchase is because you took too long to respond. I can see firing somebody for that. But this is a test email. It has nothing to do with the effectiveness of the business. It's just him literally sending out an email looking for excuses to fire people. And MAGA's like, cool, sounds great. It's amazing at how many MAGA thought that was a great idea. Knowing damn well you would hate if your manager did some shit like, would you want to work for this guy? Would you really want to work for somebody who has made it clear they don't think you are worth the paycheck you receive and are actively looking for reasons to fire you at every whim? That's kind of what Elon did coming on scene with the federal government. Everything they've said about the federal employees has been bad. They don't work. They don't want to come home. They're lazy. I mean, just all bad shit. Would you want to work for that dude? And then he's sending emails talking about if you don't answer them, I'm fired. Like, damn. I mean, I don't see I cannot imagine what the morale must be like among federal employees right now. Their morale must be at an all-time low because you're working for one of the worst bosses ever. Looking in the comments, and I agree with you, Focused Dome, I think that says, they are fine with it until it comes to their doorstep. I 100% agree with that. I'm okay with the cruelty as long as you do it to other people. The morale is terrible, says Diana. Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. You can't do shit. You can't send your kid to college. The vacation you were going to take this summer, you can't take that vacation knowing that you might not be employed. Everything in your life, you got to put it on hold. I can't make any big purchases or anything because I'm not for sure I have a job. I mean, they're just literally going in waves. They're just going around from organization to organization, picking people off. You can't do shit. That's got to be horrible to work for that. Answering a damn email ain't cruel. Johnny, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. This is a test email. You think Elon Musk he sent that email out to folks who work for Pete Hegseth in the Defense Department, folks who work for Tulsi Gabbard in the Intel Department. He sent this email to federal employees everywhere. Give me 5 things you've done today. Do you think Elon Musk and his minions, for lack of a better term, you think they even know what the people actually do in every job? Let's say somebody's job is to go around writing programming code, or somebody else is going around changing light fixtures and shit. They don't actually care about what you write down. They're just simply looking for people to fire. That's all they're doing. They don't actually care if you're working at all. They are just literally looking for reasons to fire people. Why would you want to be in that environment? They're looking for reasons to fire people. They were asked to document their daily assignments or task and refused to comply, and others simply didn't show up for work. But like I said, though, Elon Musk doesn't even know what you do. I got hundreds of people watching right now. All of you folks do different things on your job. Elon Musk is not going to, if you explain 5 things you did on your job today, Elon Musk would not even know what you were talking about. Many of you. He doesn't know every fucking job in existence. So clearly he doesn't care about what you write down. Because in many cases, he won't even understand it. He wouldn't even understand it. So why are you even asking? Because I'm looking for an excuse to fire you. I'm just trying to see if you respond or not so I can terminate you. Who the hell wants to work for that? Anyway, looking in the comments though, Elon would not read the emails. Who's going to read thousands of emails? That's another. It's akin to sending your Christmas wish list to Santa Claus. Nobody's reading all that shit. Yeah, I'm just looking. Really, what Elon Musk, when he sent that out, I need a list of all the people that don't respond. I don't really give a fuck about what the people actually put down. I don't give nothing about them. They responded. I don't care if they put in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I need a list of everybody who didn't respond. I'm just simply looking for people to fire. That's what he was doing. As someone rightfully pointed out, he's not reading any of the emails. I need you to go through the emails and figure out which federal employees did not respond. Give me that list. I don't even care about the 5 things they put down. I don't even want that list. Give me the list of the people who didn't respond. My only goal is to fire people. How do you know he's not reading any of the emails? Seriously, how do you know? Jim, one guy. You think he's sitting around reading all these fucking emails? Like I stated, emails coming from people telling him what they're doing and he don't even know what it means or not. I mean, he doesn't even know what all this stuff means. You know, I work in a federal building. I put in, I'm working in elevator shafts, putting in new cable. If you start explaining that in technical terms, Elon doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. He's not reading that. He has no interest in that. How do I know he didn't read all the emails? 1.5 million federal employees. No, he is not reading. Yeah, exactly. Going back to the box. I can't believe he even asked that question. I'm still surprised, though. Wow. Young Zell. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Young Zell. What the hell is back here beeping? I guess something making noise behind me, and I don't know what it is. What the fuck is that? Anyway, all right, I'm gonna have to figure something out because I don't clicked on something. He paid maid to clean. He'll pay people to read. Okay, but the people got to come to you and talk to you about it. Yeah, that's still not making any sense. I tried to bring up Young Zell. I don't know what the hell he got. Oh, maybe it's my sign. All right, let me go. Let me continue on. What the fuck is that noise behind me? All right, we'll try it again with Young Zell. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Talking about the tariffs. Do you favor the Trump tariffs?
Hey, what's up, Tim, man? Thanks for having me back up, man. Appreciate you. I'm just going to come at this from a total different take because I try to say as independent as I can as possible. And what I believe, and, tell me if you believe I'm correct or how you feel about it, but what I believe these tariffs are ultimately going to do is force the country into a recession, which is what Trump wants because he needs lower interest rates. The only way that he can't fire Jerome Powell, he can't pressure him to lower the interest rates. So the only way that he can get it lowered is to artificially inflate the unemployment numbers, which he's doing with all of these layoffs. That's going to artificially inflate the numbers. You'll see that the next time. It's going to show that the unemployment rate has gone up. And then with all of these tariffs, it's going to force people to hold back on their spending and hold back on their purchases of certain items as the prices go up. So this will, in essence, force the federal government, Jerome Powell, to step in and do a rate cut in June. It's all strategic. That is exactly what he's trying to do.
If the country enters a recession, Trump only has, a little bit over a year before we get. I mean, this time next year, the midterms are going to be in full swing. I mean, it's still 7-8 months out or whatever, but people are going to be really talking about the midterms this time next year. You don't have time to be dealing with a recession. I mean, because if Trump loses in the midterms, his presidency is essentially over with, because especially if you lose both houses, because they're going to be coming up with reasons to impeach him and everything. So I don't know if he has time to be dealing with a recession.
Well, let me push back on that, because when I say the word recession, it is only 2 quarters of low growth. 2 quarters. We've already had 1 quarter of low growth. So if this next quarter comes out of low growth, then technically we are in a recession already. And so what he's planning to do is not to have a long-term recession. What he wants to do is to have a quick recession to where the Fed will be like, dang, we're in a recession. These things, let's lower these rates. Because Trump's economy thrived under low interest rates, if you remember. He had the lowest interest rates that we ever had. They were damn near zero in some point for the interest rates when he had his first term. So this is all a strategic move that he is trying to do right now. I'm hoping it works because, you know, I'm a strong Democrat myself, but I try to keep independent. I hope it does work because I want to see the economy improve. I want to see this country do good. But all of the economists and everyone says it is not a smart move because it's like trying to stop a ship immediately and turn it to the right. And we're talking about a huge cruise ship. You just can't do it that fast, and you can cause problems with the ship and everything going on as well. So we'll see what happens, but that's just my assessment here real quick because I'm an investor myself, and I follow Bloomberg, and I follow everything that's going on in the financial sector.
Right.
You want to know about tariffs, you got to know about how this is going to financially impact people. And it's going to impact everyone because what people don't understand is Trump says if everyone brings their manufacturing back here, they won't have to zero tariffs. The problem is it's going to take companies at least 2 to 3 years to build factories, having to go through all of the regulations and all of the finding the land and getting permitting and all of that stuff. So that's nothing that's going to happen immediately. And then on top of that, he praises Tesla and some of our American-made companies that assemble their products here. But that's all they're doing is assembling it. Most other products come from all over the world. And so these tariffs are really going to increase the price on everything. That's why we already have the pre-stock market is going down for tomorrow. Crazy, because everyone's already anticipating this and on what it's going to do. I hope it works out in the long term, but in the short term, it is going to be really a tough time for everybody. So like my man said, you know, get your little savings going on, get your stuff in order. I myself being an African-American, I've been through downturns before. 2008 was our last recession. So it's not going to.
You think this one might be milder or worse than the one in the early 2000s?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, the experts are saying it's going to be worse. You know, that's what all the experts are saying on both sides of the aisle, right and left. They're saying it's going to be worse, and it's not really a wise idea to do everything so radically and fast. But Trump's idea is he doesn't have time. He only got 16 months to the midterm. He wants to do this radically now so that the next quarter, which is in about, 2 to 3 more months, it can come out here with what he needs. And then in June, they'll start cutting these rates. They've already priced in 3 rate cuts this year. Trump wants to do 5 or 6 rate cuts if it's possible, honestly. So he has to shift it real fast. And hey, a lot of people are going to be complaining. A lot of people are going to be getting upset. But I look at it like this. We're in the FAFO phase. And this is what people voted for.
I don't agree with that. Listen, I've been talking to MAGA damn near, before Trump came on the scene, before they were called MAGA, back when they were called the Tea Party. But in regards to this election here in 2024, people voted for Trump to, get the price of groceries and the economy back on track, secure the damn border, defend the right for girls to play girl sports against other girls, and maybe end some of these overseas conflicts. They didn't vote for Trump to start imposing tariffs on every damn body. This is, same thing with Greenland and Gaza. They didn't vote for it. Trump told folks he was going to get out of overseas conflicts and not, Trump is involved in so many countries right now. He didn't run on that.
Well, I'll push back on you a little bit there because I would have to say that he did run on all that stuff because...
Taking Greenland?
Yeah, now the Greenland aspect, I'm glad you brought that up. The Greenland of taking that over, that has been a thing that America has wanted to do since World War II. We tried to buy it after World War II, if people look at history. So this has been something that the higher elites, I call it the oligarchy of America, have been wanting to do for decades. They want Greenland, they want that resources there, and Trump is the exact puppet to be able to at least push that conversation to the forefront. And like I tell everybody, just like a little Elon's son came up in there and told Trump, "You are not the president." That little kid overhears. I'm telling you, that little kid overhears conversations, and every one of them knows, from Elon to Trump to everyone, they all know that they are not the president when it comes to making the final decision on what things need to be done. It's a whole group of people. We don't even know their names. One of them might be named Larry Fink, but we don't even know their real names. And they're doing the deals that they feel will move this country forward for themselves. That's it. I mean, he's doing alienation with people of the world. I saw that China, Japan, and them linked up. It's a bad thing, but hey, America's made a lot of bad decisions that have backfired, but they've also made some that have turned out good. So we just got to see. I'll look at it there.
Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being positive. How likely you think this decision, all these tariffs, would turn out to be good?
Scale of 1 to 10, I would say I'm right in the middle, man. Right in the middle. On a
50-50. You said 50-50.
I'd say 5, because you just never know. And it really depends on us as Americans and our spending habits. Because if we start pulling back heavily and say, no, I can't buy certain items and certain things, I'm going to cut back, and we do this on a national scale, then it could exacerbate the problem even worse. But it could also still work in Trump's favor, because then they will lower those interest rates back to where they were in his first term, and he'll be praised by how good the economy is going, because it came from this bad dump and now it's starting to go back up, and he'll say, "Look at what I've done, everyone." They won't even talk about it.
You think all of that can happen in a year and a half? Because he don't have a lot of time with this. Either this tariff stuff turn out to be in the best interest of Americans, or nobody's going to be letting him say in a year from now, a year and a half from now, when the midterms are coming up, it's still some temporary pain. I need you to hold on a little bit longer. That ain't going to work when people got a chance to vote. He can do it now because people ain't got a choice. They have to deal with Trump. You see what happened in...
I agree with you. It's not going to work for the majority of America, but he's not worried about them. He needs to hold his MAGA base, because as long as he holds that base does so much work for him, like they worked on you today when you got up in their lives and stuff. They do so much work for that man of spreading so much disinformation and crazy hypotheses and crazy thoughts, that he needs to hold them together. And that's why he does all this radical stuff, is as long as he feels he's holding them strong together, they'll go out and do his work on his minions. He's like, "Ray, hey, go out there and do what I need you to do." And they go out there, "I got it. I'm going to go get it. I'll get it done." That's what he's trying to do. He could care less. Just like he said to Christian Welker on Meet the Press. I could care less if these prices go up, because then Americans can start buying American. Forgetting that buying American is very costly when the prices start going up. He didn't mention that part.
I wish I could disagree with some of that, but you are right. MAGA's going to defend Trump no matter what. I mean, even like with the whole due process on illegal immigrants and stuff like that. They're gangbangers. They're immigrants. Like, you don't even know who the people are. He didn't release any names of who he deported. They're gangbangers. How do you know? You don't even know who they are. So I do agree with you that they're going to support and defend Trump no matter what. So I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I'm just hoping they deport me back to Bora Bora. I miss Bora Bora and how it was. It's a beautiful island, and I love to go back to Bora Bora, or maybe even Tahiti. They can go ahead and ship me on over to Tahiti real quick, which would be cool.
Well, if you're an immigrant from Tahiti, just go find a border patrol. They'll arrest your ass and do it.
Well, no, that's the thing. They ain't even checking any information or anything. They just go and buy tattoos or whatever. I put a tattoo on me at Tahiti or something. Hey, I might be on that flight to Tahiti real quick with the tattoo of the palm tree.
Yeah, but you may not be able to get back in.
Yeah, I'll be able to get back in because, hey, I'm a citizen. But at the end of the day, they don't know what they're doing. They're throwing anyone they can on them flights. and they're calling everybody criminal and terrorists. It's the same game they're using on the Palestinian people out there, calling them all the H group and Hamas and stuff like that. It's just the games that they play. And it's pretty sad because you can't just label everyone a part of something without any information of that, because that's what they've done to us for centuries, sadly. All African Americans are gangbangers. We're all involved in some type of violence or something. We all like chicken. We all like watermelon. We all like these stereotypes.
That's what it's interesting you say that, because I asked some of my black MAGA that question. They were okay. I had a girl come on the show the other day, and she was in favor of sending them out without due process, and like they're criminals and gang members. I don't care if they don't have due process. And I told her exactly what you're saying about how they used to say that about African Americans. I was like, you do realize that if they can convince you that immigrants are so bad they don't deserve due process, they probably can convince people that you are so bad you don't need it either. I mean, so once you're okay with it happening to them, understand it could happen to you. Somebody else might. I mean, they may be able to tell somebody else you're a bad person, and they don't give you due process either.
I tell people, there's a wonderful book people need to read, and I still haven't read it all, but I still need to tell people about it. Is The Art of War. I mean, it's just phenomenal how some of these same traits that they use to divide and conquer people work so strategically on people. And the sad part about it is, like you said, those people were talking about, this wasn't about this, and reconstructing history. That's the same thing that the Daughters of the Confederacy did after the Civil War ended, was to reshape education in the South. And people don't understand why they're getting rid of the Department of Education. It's so that every state can say what a diploma is.
Yep.
So as long as you learn X, Y, Z of whatever they want to teach you in that state, you fine. Here's your high school diploma. Have a good day.
Yep.
That's what it's about. At least the Department of Education put regulations on there that every state had to follow.
Yeah, I don't get that. That's what that, to me, that makes no sense. That Trump saying is the education would be better with the states or whatever. I don't. Why are we automatically assuming that governors can't fuck up too? If you believe the federal government did a piss poor job with education, why do you automatically believe the governor of a state is impossible for? He could do just as bad of a job for the people in his state. I mean, now you're going from one entity deciding a universal education for American citizens to now 50 different entities. Every state does it differently, and somehow we think that's going to be better. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I just want to push back. I see a comment here that says the states already control education. And that's very true. They do control it, but they're also have overseers.
Standards.
The Department of Education.
Yeah,
right.
Standards.
The Department of Education, oversees that they're teaching certain curriculum and certain things within the schools. And that's how they get their money sent to them. So it's all a form of regulation and making sure that people are doing things the right way. But, man, I can go into this all day. But I do appreciate you keeping me up, because I know you got a lot of other people out there and stuff like that. But I do want to lastly say, man, I appreciate you doing your thing and wanting to speak to the other side, because my wife and other people get mad at me because I do want to talk to the other side. I do want to get their point of view, because at the end of the day, I feel that they have been brainwashed and misled in a lot of things. And hopefully I can educate them a little bit on it. And I have educated some that have turned and been like, you know what? Yeah, man, you are right about that. And I don't have to make you agree with everything.
Well, understand they think the left is brainwashed too, so it does help to go back and forth.
I'm gonna be honest on this. We are. I mean, there's not one person out here that has all of the answers.
True.
And if you know that person, please show me in that person's direction, because I haven't met one person yet that doesn't make mistakes, doesn't mess up. You see Trump with Elon. Elon got up there talking about, we cut the Ebola program. That was a mistake. We put it back on, but it was a mistake. And he's the richest man in the world. How are you going to make a mistake on that? The Ebola?
Because they drawing names out of a fucking hat. I got to go, Zell. That's why they making mistakes.
Have a blessed one and be safe.
You too. And that's, because they not actually doing any actual research and analysis on who they firing. They trying names out of a fucking hat, like one of my guests said. That's why they making mistakes. There's no way you would actually be getting rid of nuclear engineers and scientists if you actually were focusing on who you are actually firing. That would have never happened. So it's clear that they just, get rid of 50 people over here, get rid of 500 over here. We need this department cut in half. And they're just doing it. Real quick in the comments, Successful MD, once again, love that name. Showed up 15 minutes early, turned on my work computer. I read 50 plus emails about Mr. Orange Man's Doge. One bathroom break and left. Is that your whole day? Showed up 15 minutes early, turned on the work computer, read 50 emails, depending on how much 50 emails can take a long time to read, depending on how detailed they are. And one bathroom break and left. Well, you got one bathroom break that's better than Cory Booker. How about it for Senator Cory Booker? He filibustered on the Senate floor for 25 hours. Can you imagine? No bathroom break, no food. He had to stand there and talk. By the way, it's actually on my screen. I just see it popping up there. 25 hours. Here's what is even more shocking. The previous record holder before Senator Cory Booker stood there for 25 hours was Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond stood up for 24 hours, a little bit shy of an hour less than Cory Booker. He was trying to prevent the Civil Rights Act from being passed. Can you imagine being so fucking racist? You don't want people of color and women to obtain equality. You're so gung-ho that they should not be treated equally like you that you're willing to talk for 24 hours without a bathroom break. I mean, that is not the history book you want a relative to go down in. That is about, damn, you're that fucking racist that you're going to stand and talk for 24 continuous hours on why people of color and women should not receive civil rights. Jesus. Tim, it never happened. The founding father said so. Mike, I get it. I get the sarcasm. Trump is keeping the coke out of the White House. Are you talking about when they found a bag of coke and they were blaming it on Hunter Biden and all of that? I don't think Trump's keeping the coke out of the White House. My guess is there's probably always been somebody in the White House doing that shit. You just haven't caught on to him. Doorjam Bennett. I don't think Trump is keeping that out. Real quick in the comments, KO Surge. Elon Musk is going to cost Trump the midterms massacre. Damn. It's possible. If, let's say, Trump's tariffs turn out to be great, you hear all of a sudden you see dirt being broken all over the country for businesses coming back to America and all of that. Trump could really do well in the midterms. But as many are pointing out, it takes a long time to do that. That doesn't happen overnight. And here's the other problem. Because Trump is doing his tariffs by way of executive order, even if you are a corporation that wants to bring businesses back overseas or whatever, do you really just make moves like that knowing that Trump might change his mind tomorrow? You don't know if Trump, because Trump gave some reciprocal tariffs that were like half. Maybe all of a sudden the leader of some country says something about him he doesn't like and he just has to raise about 20%. Do you make big moves based on the Trump administration? When he originally said he was going to put a 25% tariff on Canada rather. And the next day, Canada said they were going to push back with their own tariffs. Trump said, well, now it's 50%. So can you imagine being a CEO of a company? You're talking to your board and you're telling them, shit, 25% tariffs, but I think we can make this, folks. We'll still import steel. Maybe we have to get rid of a couple of our branch offices, lay off a few folks. We can cut back on a few things here or there, start flying some of our agents, domestic, on coach as opposed to first class. But we can cut back enough that we can survive with Trump's 25% tariffs. And then all of a sudden, one of your assistants runs in the boardroom and yells out, he said it's 50% now. You can't conduct business on some shit like that. So even if you do try to move your stuff back to America, when this guy is doing things on a whim like that, you can't move business as quick as he can move a pen. So the idea that it's going to, all of these folks are going to move jobs back and things like that, I don't know. I hope that's what happens. But because he is so erratic and unpredictable, that's something you got to take in consideration when you're making moves based on what he's doing today. It may be totally different tomorrow. You just don't know. Canada said would drop their tariffs instantly. Yeah, but you just don't know with President Trump. You could say something about him that's an insult that he don't like and he may tariff you more money. Remember back when he was talking about building a wall in his first term? The president of Mexico at the time, I think, or the ex-president Vicente Fox said, we're not paying for that fucking wall. Well, the wall just increased 10 feet. I mean, just making changes like that. You want to base a whole business on somebody that's moving shit around like that? He's not offering any guarantees that what he does today won't be altered tomorrow. You want to put your business acumen in that? Trust that? Trump ain't shit, says Will G. This whole ship is going down. Damn. All the electronics are about to go through the roof and people will be shocked and angry soon. I wonder how soon does that happen? How soon do we start feel? Because we will feel some effect of the tariff. I wonder how long does it take? Because some people have stocked themselves, purchase more stock because they don't want to have to buy it for the high prices. But I wonder how soon will it be for that? Because obviously the price of a home, if you're looking to purchase a home, you're looking to purchase a car, you probably want to do all of that stuff sooner than later. Because all of that stuff, yeah, it is going to go up in price. MAGA ain't shit, says Will. Says the goalposts will definitely be moved. They will go from complaining about high prices to if you're broke, just say that, all in Trump's defense. I do believe that. I do believe that there's going to be a contingent of MAGA that are going to defend Trump no matter what the tariffs do to this country. If the tariffs turn out to bring jobs back and make the country wealthier, MAGA will celebrate. If the tariffs gut the economy and make this country do poorer, well, it's still better than Biden. Biden was going to get us into World War III. Yeah, there's going to be some MAGA that are going to defend Trump no matter what. I'm certain of that. Proof the switch happened. Strom was a Democrat. Yeah, I used that too, Dennis Calhoun. Great point. Strom Thurmond, the one that spent 24 hours protesting against civil rights. Yeah, when he was doing that, he was a Democrat. Yeah, I mean, I always play the Martin Luther King clip where Martin Luther King was saying that he was in fear that the Republican Party was going to be a white man's party if the liberals among the Republican Party did not start speaking up. It was going to become a white man's party. Now we know in 2025 you don't hear about any liberals in the Republican Party, and the party is overwhelmingly white. So it's pretty clear what Martin Luther King was talking about, he was concerned with, has taken place. People not wanting to admit the party switch happened is just, to me, more folks in denial of actual history. The switch happened in the 1968 election, particularly in the South. It was starting to happen the moment Kennedy started working with King and talking about civil rights. Folks started abandoning ship. I believe the Dixiecrats was kind of the interim in it, but the party switch happened. Now, people can say it didn't happen. It actually happened. The only Dixiecrat that came to the Republican Party after he got saved. Yeah. Okay. Who here really feels what's going on is okay? For real. Don't need to answer that, but think about it. Wow, that's a deep question, Donna K. Donna says, who here really feels what's going on is okay? For real. Don't need to answer, but think about it. I think that there are some folks that have such love and adoration for Trump that it's almost like, I don't want to put him in the same category as like the deity, but there are people that are willing to blindly trust Trump. I mean, he's a multi-billionaire. He's a successful businessman. I just trust that he knows what he's talking about. Even if it doesn't look right, doesn't sound right based on what I'm seeing now, I trust him when he says things will get better. There are people like that. This is the same thing that's happening with the immigrants being sent to El Salvador. I just blindly trust what they're saying is true. That these are all gangbangers. I don't need proof. I just trust them. Same thing with Elon Musk in the finding of waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't need to see any proof that what he's finding is real. I just blindly trust that the Trump administration is doing what's best for this country, getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And if they say they found it, that's good enough for me. There are plenty of people like that. I get them on the show arguing back all the time, and I ask them, same thing with the immigrants. How do you know they're gangbangers? They didn't release any names of anybody. How do you know they're gangbangers? Well, you just trust what you're hearing. Going back to the box, somebody let me know, is the connection on TikTok okay? Because it's good on all the other programs, I suppose. I used to be a liberal, then I researched and woke up. Wake up, libs, says Babu Boss. Well, you used to be a liberal and you woke up. It really depends on what your policies are. I mean, if you used to be a liberal and you woke up and you're no longer a liberal, I'm assuming you were never pro-choice. You didn't wake up and vote Republican if you're pro-choice. You weren't in favor of common sense gun laws. You probably are more of a shall not be infringed guy, kind of like I am. So it depends. If you woke up and went to the other party, I kind of question what policies you had that made you a liberal to begin with. Because the policies of Trump are completely different than somebody who's liberal. You don't wake up and switch like that. You just don't do it. I mean, if you're liberal, you believe in some of the entitlements. The Trump administration don't believe in any of that shit. You don't wake up and switch parties like that. That just doesn't make any sense. And see in the comments, somebody said, Lay says he's lying. Yeah, it doesn't sound logical. Let me try if I can go to MAGA Reacts. Can't trust you, Tim, says Pobill 123. You don't read books. He was obviously in the live I had on the MAGA page where the guy was asking me had I read a book or something. I was telling him different books I hadn't read. If I read a book that says Trump lost the 2020 election, you wouldn't give a damn about me reading the book. MAGA Reacts. Good evening.
Hey, what's up?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. The tariffs. Are you happy?
I don't know yet. I gotta see the results. It's still too early.
How long do you give before you? Okay, because obviously some things are going to go up in price. You would admit that, right?
Yeah, of course. But actually, no, because Trump sat down with all these people, with Walmart and all those companies, and told them you better not raise your prices. I mean, the left's been complaining for fucking years that these people are making too much profit and that we should increase corporate. And then Trump...
So wait. You're telling me Trump sat down with Walmart, which is the exact opposite of small government. The big government guy sat down with corporate America and told them they cannot charge more for goods and services. How does that work?
Well, because he's giving them a tax cut that's going to lower their expenses. Like, what he's doing is he's going to, instead of taxing them through corporate taxes, he's taxing them through tariffs. And this way, they only pay taxes when they import shit, but when it's American business, 100% American, they don't pay taxes.
You think that'll work? I mean, you could see some of their goods and services that Walmart imports from China increasing by 20, 30%. I think the tariff on China is like 50-something percent. Trump cannot afford to give Walmart a 50% tax cut.
No, but they're not. It's what it works out to be. It's a 5% corporate tax cut, but it's worth the same as a 50% tariff.
How the hell does that work?
Because it's a corporate tax cut, which it's a tax cut off everything they make money on, versus the tariffs is only a tax on anything they import. So they're not exactly the same. It's not like dollar to dollar. The math is a little hard to do, and I know dollar to dollar it comes out to be the same. But my guess is they're probably going to save a lot more money on Trump's tax cut than what they got to pay in tariffs. So you think that Trump can impose a 50-some-odd% tariff on China and offset that by giving them a small corporate tax cut? I mean, that's pretty much what he's done and he's going to do again. That's pretty much his plan. But every time the left talks about it, they talk about one side of it without talking about the other side.
Have you heard any economic analyst suggest that this makes sense?
Yeah, a few have, but they don't like highlight it like they should. I think Trump should highlight the shit out of it. But I don't know why. I mean, the left wants to tax these same people through corporate taxes. So why are they so pissed that Trump's doing it through tariffs?
There's no.
I mean, these same people are going to raise corporate taxes, which is a tax on. I mean, the same people that pay the tariffs are going to be the same people that pay the corporate taxes.
There is. I mean, MAGA reacts. There's no way a 54% tariff on Chinese goods is going to be offset with a corporate tax at 5, even 10% that Trump is talking. It doesn't work like that. That's not going to happen. The only way that Walmart can listen to Trump and not raise prices is to eat the cost of the tariffs, and they're not going to do that.
Why not?
Because they want to.
If it costs a lot more by pissing off Trump, I would eat the cost of the tariff if pissing off Trump's going to cost me more. But either way, like, I think you got that backwards. People are saying the opposite, that the tariffs are not going to be enough to offset the corporate tax cut.
And so what is he going to do? So what is he going to do? He's going to get his corporate tax cut to every single business in America?
That's what he's doing. That's what he already did, and that's what he's going to do again in the next bill. But he's got to see how much money's coming in through the tariffs, and then this way, like, if you're an American company and you make your product in America, you just get a tax cut. But if you're, like, he's trying to give tax cuts to Americans, but not to people who make their shit overseas, not to Canada and the rest of these countries.
And what happens to the businesses that import, or better yet, export their products overseas? How does he offset that? Because they're also being charged more.
Well, they're supposed to get a tax cut too. I mean, that's how it works. Like, they get money off their taxes, but since they're importing the shit from overseas, they pay it back in tariffs. But if you make all your money in America, then you just get a tax cut.
And you believe this?
I mean, 100%. The question is, does the math work?
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all.
Oh yeah, we'll see once the money starts coming in to see how much money comes through the tariff. We'll see if prices go up or down. We'll see all the shit. He's also trying to reduce costs in other ways, but by making sure our shipping lanes are safe. That's why he attacked the Houthis to make our shipping lanes safe, so shit from China doesn't cost $600 to ship. What else? And then he's making sure that fuel and all that shit is cheap. So, and regulation, he's cutting regulation. So he's trying to save these people money in every way possible, and only taxing them through tariffs. And plus, these are reciprocal tariffs. And you said if it's just reciprocal, it's fine with you. Why are you changing your tune all of a sudden?
This doesn't make sense. Did I ever play the clip from Ronald Reagan on how he talked about tariffs?
Yeah, but that's a whole different world. That's not today. If it was 20 years ago during Ronald's time, he would be correct. But that shit's not. All the shit that he warned about has already happened.
And it can never happen again.
It already happened. We already gave away all our businesses. It already happened. So, I mean, Trump's doing his best to make. I really don't think what he warned about is a problem today. I mean, that's the other issue. The last time we tried this was like 100 years ago, and an economy of 100 years ago is not the same as today.
So the math formula you used in the 20s doesn't work in 2025?
No, just the economy of back then is not the same as today. We don't have a world. We don't have the world trading that we have today. Our businesses are not the same. Like, it's a whole different world. It's like, it might as well be Mars, where the 1920s might as well be Mars compared to today. I don't know why they keep going that far back to get examples. Like, I really don't think, even 50 years ago, it's a whole different world than today. I think everything like before 2000 should be taken with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm sure you do when it comes to teaching history.
Man, it's a new world. I mean, that is the issue I have with you guys a lot. Like, you're kind of stuck in the past, but I'm like, even those MAGA people you're debating with, they seem to be stuck in the Civil War times. They need to come to 2025.
I think we all focus on the past when it's relevant to us. I mean, when you start talking about gun laws and gun confiscation, everybody brings up, well, tyranny. That's in the past. We haven't had a tyrannical government in America since the founding fathers era. Yet the 2A people have no problem bringing up the past. I don't know why all of a sudden when people of color bring up the past, well, that was a long time ago. It ain't stopping you from bringing it up. I mean, go ahead.
No, if they're worried about shit like that, then they should have guns too, I mean, like I said, I didn't say to forgive it or forget it. You just take it with a grain of salt. It doesn't automatically apply. It doesn't automatically mean it's going to happen again. But,
do you buy into the notion of those who don't know the past are doomed to repeat it? Do you believe in that at all?
No, I do. You got to learn from your past, but it doesn't mean it's always going to... the variables aren't the same. Just because there's similarities doesn't mean that all the variables are the same.
So what about when they're deliberately lying about the past? Civil War had nothing to do with slavery. The Confederate flag is about pride and heritage and love. The party switch never happened. What do you do when people are just deliberately lying? There were just as many white slaves as there were blacks. All of that stuff.
I don't know. If it's not doing any harm, let them live in their fantasy world. The same way with people who transition and think they're women. If it's not doing any harm, let them live their lives. So
you would be okay with your children's history teacher just teaching fairy tales, teaching history completely inaccurate, just making up shit?
I mean, no, that's different. We're talking about people making up their own history, not the schools teaching it. Schools teaching it is a different thing, and that we have to, I guess, decide together by going to these school meetings and shit.
Well, there are people that
we're getting way off subject, and this is not my expertise, so I don't like to comment too much on this stuff.
So the tariffs were your expertise.
I mean, yeah, that's just basic economics.
What?
I see the man is charging tariffs here and saving. I run a business, so whether you charge me the money in tariffs or in taxes, why do I give a fuck?
Okay.
If you could give me a discount on my taxes and I have to pay half of it in tariffs, I'll do that.
I think what you're saying is bonkers, but real quick before we move on, what happened in Wisconsin yesterday? The election.
In a way, the left was proven wrong again. They said Elon cheated the election and he bought the election. But again, the side with more money that spent more money lost. And that's what we said about 2024. Even though Elon came in with all that money, I don't think it helped. I don't think it helped that much. It didn't fucking, steal the election for Trump. Money doesn't decide elections anymore.
So what does it say is this some kind of referendum on Elon? What does it say that he went there and campaigned, put all that money in and still lost by a lot?
I mean, in a way, it proves that he didn't affect the 2024 election as much as the left likes to say he did. And then it continues to prove that you can't buy elections, which we've been saying for a while. That's why Democrats have lost so many elections where they spent more money. I mean, we won Florida, we won all the other shit, but Wisconsin is a crazy area, so I'm not surprised that we lost it.
Wisconsin ain't a crazy area, it's a swing state. I mean, everybody's not Republican there. It's not crazy, it's more diverse.
Yeah, no, I can't wait till they analyze that shit more to see who came out, who didn't come out, and why things happened. But, I mean, we can't win it all, man.
Right.
I still want the Democrat Party to exist. That's why I'm here, to kind of give you my side, to maybe in the future you guys will learn from it and become a good party. Because I don't like the idea of the Republican Party just being one party in charge. I want two parties, but I just need the left, the Democrats, to stop being so crazy, and I also need them to stop being stuck in the past and come to 2025.
You got Trump talking about he won the 2020 election at every damn meeting, and he's still talking about Obama And you're talking about the Democrats need to come to the future and stop talking about the past. Every time Trump gets a microphone, he's talking about the 2020 election. But you want the Democrats to stop talking about the past. Do you see the irony?
No, I see the irony, but on the other hand, he's also moved on. He's also moved on.
Shit. Moved on how?
Look, you don't have to forget, but you have to move on.
He went after the law firm that defended Hillary Clinton. He ain't moved on. Pardon the folks that were involved in January 6th. Moved on how?
Okay, let me not say moved on. He's moving forward. He's getting shit done. He's not. When you say shit like him, he's stuck in the past, it means that it's holding him back and he's not getting shit done because of it.
Are you making this shit up as you go along? He's moving forward now.
It's both, but it's like, what's the point? The reason you need to move on is so you can get going with your life. So Trump is definitely moving on with his life and getting shit done. He hasn't forgotten 2020, but he's moving forward. Where the Democrats, the shit that's holding them back is still holding them back. They're moving forward, but not as fast as they should be, especially with the media on their side.
I don't see them moving forward. MAGA, I don't see, every time he's giving a microphone, he's bringing up the 2020 election. I don't see moving forward in that at all.
But he also brings, this is where Trump is a little tricky, because he'll bring up old shit, but he also brings up a lot of new shit. He's on there. He's not like Biden, where he's only on the microphone for 5 minutes. He's on the microphone for like 2 hours. So he talks about everything, including old shit. But he also talks about new shit, and he also does the new shit. I mean, that's always been the problem with Trump. He's on TV for Trump's on TV more than anyone in history. I don't think there has been someone on TV as much as Trump. And when you're on TV that much, you're going to cover a lot of shit over and over again.
You're going to tell lies, too.
I mean, you got to tell everything at that point. You know, when you're on TV as much as him, everything gets said. Personal, private, business. What doesn't he talk about? People's dongs, everything. Like, when you're on TV as much as him, I doubt there's a subject he hasn't covered.
Shit, well, maybe he don't need to be on TV as much. If you're going to be saying shit that's not up in your own campaign, such as the 2020 election over and over and over again. Now that he's in office, my take on it is this. You got the Senate, you got Congress, you got the Supreme Court, you got the White House. If you want a 2020 election, show us some damn evidence. And when you're showing us evidence of the 2020 election, show us evidence of the waste, fraud, and abuse you found. Show us evidence that those immigrants in El Salvador are actually criminals. Show us evidence that they were eating dogs and cats. Quit saying shit that you're not proving. Is that too much to ask?
Well, for the record, he hasn't brought up the dogs and cats thing since the debate.
He hasn't proven it either.
I give you that. I mean, he found out it wasn't true, maybe. Or if he had proof, he'll show. I don't know. Again, that's a distraction, right? Now we're talking about the tariffs.
I'm just simply saying, when are we going to see actual proof of some of the shit you be saying? I mean, you're always saying stuff. Is it everything from the folks sent to El Salvador? Now you're telling us tariffs are good. When do we get to see proof of anything you're saying?
Well, the tariff thing is going to be done as soon as they're implemented and we see the results. So maybe within 3 to 6 months. And the one thing I like about Trump, if they don't work, he'll fucking dump them and go back to something else.
I heard millions and millions of people were receiving Social Security checks that are over 150 years of age. Can I see some names? Did you make any arrests? Like, proof. Like, he just throws shit out there. I know MAGA loves the guy, and that's fine. There's a lot of reasons to like Trump, but I don't see why it's so critical or such an issue to just simply say, is it okay if you show evidence of this stuff? I mean, like, even with the dogs and cats, as you rightfully point out, he hasn't been talking about that. But the next day, MAGA was all over social media trying to prove that they're eating dogs and cats. No proof at all. Just scrambling to find things to defend them.
No, I'm with you. We definitely need proof. Hopefully it'll come up in time. But right now we're talking tariffs, and tariffs will be proven by actual trade. I mean, so far, the stock market isn't reacting to actual results. They're just reacting to the media panicking and, create fear-mongering. So we got to wait at least 2-3 months to see the actual results of the actual trades. Really 6 months, to be fair, but we'll see where we are in 3 months. I mean, all this shit needs time, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have a time machine unless you do, unless Denkel does or Michael does. All the shit they're saying is bullshit. Only time will tell.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this: when people start hurting from those tariffs, they're not gonna give you a whole lot of time to correct that shit. You promised to have a good economy, working on it on day one. All of this 24-hour bullshitting on day one. You didn't tell people 6-8 months they're gonna be still waiting for stuff. This is going against what you promised. You promised to correct things, not drag this stuff out for damn near the better part of a year, hoping people can wait. People claim that they were financially desperate and destitute under Biden. Your job was to fix that, not to tell, well, a year down the line, it might be better. That ain't what you campaigned on.
I mean, the way I see it, everything he's doing is going to be a foundation to a bright future. And the problem is he's still building the foundation, and you're like, is my house ready yet? Why isn't my house ready? Because we got to build a good foundation so in the future we don't deal with the same problems again.
No, that's what happens when you promise to build it. You promise to build a fucking house. You didn't promise to build a foundation. I mean, he's really withdrew how quick and expeditiously he was going to do stuff. You're talking 3-6 months. We'll find out about the tariffs. He told us on day one, using phrases like 24 hours. This ain't even close.
But he's delivered a safe border in 24 hours. He delivered a lot of shit within 24 hours.
What else?
He changed the whole trans people playing in women's sport. I don't have the list in front of me because I'm at my friend's house. I have a list at home just in case. I knew you were going to ask this question. I don't have the list on me, but definitely he got all those people home. He started working on peace between Israel and Palestine and Ukraine and Russia right away.
Israel is at this point. Israel is bombing rubble. They just bombed and killed several dozen people just last night. So he ain't did nothing to end that war. They literally are living among the rubble in Gaza, and Israel is bombing the rubble. They've already stated that they intend to take large portions of Gaza. He ain't did shit to end that. Nothing. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I agree with you there, but at least he's working on it, and he's actually working on it. We can see that with our own eyes.
Working on it. You let me know.
From Biden fucking didn't work on shit. He just kept giving weapons to Ukraine to keep killing Russians. And they sat there killing each other for 2 years and nothing has happened. This has been the same shit as 2 years ago.
Okay.
I mean, he's at least working on it, and he started working on it in day one, which is more than what we get from most people. And hopefully he's successful, but he's not. He can't control Putin. He's not. Putin is not his puppet.
If he can't control Putin and Putin's not his puppet, then why the hell was he saying I know Putin and I can end the war in 24 hours? Why the hell was he saying that?
Well, he was hoping to negotiate peace right away.
Hoping.
But I told you many times that.
Hoping.
I mean, I think 10 times is after he promised that fucking Biden shot rockets into Russia and blew up a bunch of factories in Russia. So that didn't help the peace talks.
Well, not to quote Sarah Palin, but how is that hopey changey thing working? I gotta go.
Again, it's early. It's still early. We gotta give it more time. And I agree with you on a lot of this shit, but we just got. These things take time. I don't know what else to say.
Right.
So it's still only been 2 months, like 2.5 months. It hasn't even been a third month yet.
Right. He went from overnight and 24 hours to these things take time. That sure sounds like the bar has been lowered significantly. I mean, you let me know what your address is so I can see you this participation trophy. I gotta go though. Appreciate it.
Like he said overnight, I always said 6 months to a year. From day one, I've been saying 6 months for a year, like a normal president gets. The honeymoon period, 6 months to a year.
That ain't what he promised. That ain't what he promised.
It's been 100 days yet. Most people don't even look at the president's record until they get to the 100-day mark. And we've been looking at him day by day, criticizing day by day. That's not fair.
If you promise to do someone day one and in 24 hours, you can't complain that people were talking about, I wasn't told 6 months or a year. You said day one. I mean, that's what he said.
Normally the president gets looked at 100 days, and then at 6 months, and then a year. And then after the year is when the real criticism comes, because midterms are around the corner. So
all right.
He's experimenting. He's trying new shit. I mean, you keep saying, why is he using a sledgehammer and not a scalpel? We've been using a scalpel the last fucking 30 years, and nothing has been fixed. So now it's time for a sledgehammer. I mean, the last 20 years, that's all they try to do is scalpel, 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 and nothing got fixed. And that's why we're kind of stuck with a sledgehammer right now.
I gotta go. Appreciate it. And as I said, that's not what he promised. I'm not saying that maybe we don't need to try other new ways. And by the way, if you're hearing a chiming sound, unfortunately, I'm unable to figure. I got so much electronics going back here. I don't know what that is. I do not know what it is. I hear it. I have no clue what it is. Tim would divorce his wife before he leave the Democratic Party. No, listen. If the Democratic Party was not serving me well, I would leave the Democratic Party. But by the way, let me just say this in regards to divorcing wives before leaving it. Trump is not the Republican Party. I just made a video on is that what you said? Battery dying? Battery dying on what? I don't know what it is. I honestly do not know what's going on back here. So I have to figure it out after the show. But in regards to leaving the Democratic Party and things like that, I'll just say this. There's a difference between the Republican Party and Trump, MAGA, whatever the case may be. I stopped watching Fox News for this reason. I've been watching Fox early 2000s, before they were trying to capture Saddam Hussein and things like that. The issue is, we know what the Republicans, we knew what the Republican Party stood for. Small government, pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, pro-military. The difference with the Trump administration, or the difference with MAGA is, MAGA doesn't revolve around Republican principles. MAGA revolves around Trump. It doesn't matter what Trump does. MAGA typically follows. Remember George W. Bush talking about he looked into the eyes of Putin and saw his soul? The Republican Party were no fans of Russia. All of a sudden, Trump reaches out to Vladimir Putin. Maybe unplugging the TV did it. I don't know. Unplugged the TV for a minute. Maybe that helped something out. I don't know what the hell's going on back here, but all of a sudden, Trump meets with Vladimir Putin, and suddenly MAGA's like, well, maybe we do need to reach out to our adversaries. Same thing, the Republican Party were no fans of Kim Jong-un. All of a sudden, Trump meets with Kim Jong-un. Well, he is reaching out. Maybe that's a good thing. I played video on the YouTube short I made of even Trump after the Mandalay Bay shooting, suggesting that sometimes maybe you got to take away guns before giving the gun owner due process if somebody says something's wrong. MAGA barely even criticized him for that. So the point I'm making is, the Republicans in the Democrat Party kind of operates on principle. Yeah, it's the TV, I guess. I figure it out. The Republicans and the Democrats operate on principle. MAGA is just Trump. Whatever Trump is working on, MAGA goes with that. If Trump changes his mind tomorrow, MAGA is going to change their mind as well. Keep in mind, the Republicans were big fans of John McCain, Mitt Romney, the Bush family. There's no denying, because they made these folks a Republican nominee and even gave Bush the presidency twice. Trump comes along and says all of these people are rhinos and bad people. And MAGA says, yeah, they're all rhinos and we have no love for them anymore. Same thing with Nikki Haley. Trump can make MAGA change at the drop of a hat. What is his name? Ron DeSantis was a rock star in the 2022 midterms. Won Florida by a significant margin, a true rock star. Trump started saying bad things about Ron DeSanctimonious when he started running for president. MAGA was starting to turn. All of a sudden, MAGA was like, well, you know, he is pissing off Disney World. And they were starting to turn on Ron DeSantis. So that's the difference, is that Republicans and Democrats have principles. MAGA is Trump. That's all it is. It's whatever Trump is, MAGA. Like the tariffs. You think that if Biden or Obama was doing these exact same tariffs, MAGA would be as optimistic as my last caller was? Think they would even trust it? So I do want to push back and say that, is that, and I'm not saying that Trump may not turn out to be awesome, but what I'm saying is the principles of MAGA are just simply whatever Trump is going with, that's what we're going with too. Very little pushback. I mean, up to and including Congress and the Republican Senate. Virtually no pushback. Whatever he does, we're going to kind of ride with that. You know, like I said, when we're talking about the federal employees getting fired, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse is not a bad idea. But not proving it is a bad idea. Just doing it in MAGA, yeah, okay, sounds great. Elon is saving a ton of money. I think Trump said, I've done more in my first 100 days than anybody else. Yeah, if you just take his word for it. Most of the great things that Trump has done, other than the border, I'll give him credit on the border. But other than the border, most of the things that Trump has done that he's taking credit for are things that he didn't prove. You're just taking his word for it. And we know sometimes the things he says are not necessarily true. So looking in the comments though, real quick, Will G says MAGA ain't shit. Says they will say record high inflation under Biden, but also brought inflation to a record low, and Trump is about to break everything. Well, my last caller tends to think that Trump is somehow going to pan out. I mean, I get my last caller, MAGA Reacts, thinks that somehow the tariffs are going to turn into a good thing. I can definitely hear, oh, well, we should have made more money when these tariffs hit and people can't afford basic things. Yeah. Yeah, when the tariffs hit, I do believe that'll happen, Will G. You say you can definitely hear MAGA saying things like, oh, well, you should have made more money when the tariffs hit and you can't afford shit. I believe that. Or quit living above your means. They're going to say, I do believe that'll happen. I do. In defense of Trump, when people start bitching that they can't afford stuff, well, you shouldn't be living above your means anyway. I believe that'll happen. The right wants people to leave the Dems. They will throw all kinds of seeds for you to question your affiliation, because less numbers in the ops, the better. If there is one thing the Democratic Party, just like Trump wants, you to have an ID when you vote, which I'm a fan of that. I don't see any issue with requiring an ID to vote, but he wants you to have an ID to vote, but they also want you to have to physically come down to polling places. They don't want you to be able to mail in vote. They're doing things that make it harder. If it's one thing I think the Democratic Party should do when it comes to voting, is try to get a law passed that requires you participate in the election. You don't have to vote for anybody. Kind of like the selective service. You don't have to vote, but you have to answer the ballot. This is what, when I lived in Australia, they have what's called compulsory voting. You have to respond. If you don't like any of the candidates, you can just check present. Like, remember in class, you say present. You don't have to vote for anybody, but you have to respond to the ballot. That's your civic duty. Just like you have to register for the selective service. I think that the Democrats should try to get something like that done if they ever get a decent majority in the House and Senate. As a condition of having a driver's license. Driving is a privilege. You got to do your civic duty. So every election, you have to answer. You either pick one of the candidates or pick, no contest or whatever, here or president or whatever the case may be. But as a condition of being able to drive in America, once you turn 18, you have to answer the ballot. Now, the right would be completely against this for obvious reasons. High turnout doesn't work well for the right. Period. It does not work well for the right, which is why anytime you hear someone trying to put hurdles up to make it harder to vote, it's usually the right, because smaller turnout usually works better for them. The liberals do better with higher turnout. So anytime you hear somebody try to make it easier to vote, it's usually a liberal. Now, there's pros and cons to both sides. If you make it easier to vote, you increase the chance of somebody being fraudulent. Mail-in votes, not having an ID, being able to vote in various places. I'm not saying fraud happens, but it does increase the ability to commit acts of fraud when you got different. Well, the same thing. Now, that's the con of making it easier to vote. What are the cons of making it harder to vote? You increase the likelihood of somebody who legitimately had the right to vote having their vote discounted or not being able to vote. Signature match is one the Republicans are trying. So all of a sudden you got to sign some shit that matches a signature you had on your license or something. If your signatures don't match, your vote don't count. Even though you legitimately have the right to vote, or stand in long lines, knowing it's going to put you through hardship maybe, or you might get out of the line because you got things to do. You can't deal with prolonged stay. Just make it harder to vote. You got to come down to the polling place because that requires more effort. So anytime somebody's making it harder to vote, it's usually the right. Anytime somebody's making it easier to vote, it's usually the left. MAGA doesn't care to gain anything. They just want the opposition to lose support. There is certainly a stick it to the libs element. There's definitely a stick it to the libs element among the Republican Party. That's why they're saying that Trump is doing such a great job, because probably one of Trump's biggest accomplishments since he's been reelected is he's done so good of a job. He's done such a well job, or such a good job at sticking it to the lips. Like you heard my last caller bringing up, he's protected women in women's sports and things like that. That applies to virtually nobody. Virtually nobody. I mean, I don't know how many hundreds of people are watching me across all of these platforms, but I don't think any of us probably know of a single female that has played sports against a biological male. Not one of us. That doesn't affect anybody. But the libs are for it, you're against it, and you got your way. You stuck it to the libs. And the right likes that. Sticking it to the libs. Even it doesn't change anybody's life, but I'm celebrating because I was able to stick it to the libs. And that's an area where Trump has done a good job, is he stuck things to the libs. Even though, like I said, it doesn't benefit you at all. Same thing with going in, the wrong bathroom or whatever. Doesn't affect anybody. Doesn't affect anybody. My guess is most transgender, when they use the bathroom of their choice, the people in that bathroom don't even know they're in there. You dress up as a woman, you go in, take a piss, you come out. The people in the bathroom didn't even know what just fucking happened. But you stuck it to the lips, so they like that. Anyway, looking in the comments before we go to the next caller, tap the screen. We should be to get up to 100,000. We're getting pretty close. Right, it's fake outrage based on anecdotal evidence. Yeah, I 100% agree. 100% agree. It's satisfying people based on something that does not affect them at all. Now, what I want to see affect, folks, if the tariffs Trump is imposing helps out America, I want to see when it benefits us. I don't want to hear, just like with the waste, fraud, and abuse. Elon Musk is allegedly finding billions of waste, fraud, and abuse. Can we get to the part where it benefits the average citizen? Right now, what Elon is doing amounts to kind of sticking it to the libs, getting rid of a lot of left-wing causes. Left-wing universities are no longer getting federal funding. You're sticking it to the libs. But how is it actually helping you out? You're saving us billions of dollars. Have you reduced our taxes? Are we going to get a stimulus? Are we going to get a cut from this? When do we benefit from it? People are cheering all of this waste, fraud, and abuse he's finding. It ain't changed your life at all. I mean, I could tell you about the time I went to a casino and hit it big. Does that make you happy? Yeah, I found a bunch of money what does it do for you though? That's what Elon is doing. He's bragging about finding a bunch of money, but what is it doing for the typical American? And I do agree with you, Jess. The lack of proof is a whole nother story. I hated I had to turn my damn screen off. I don't know why it's doing that. I do have a brand new monitor, so you will see a bigger monitor on here. I've just been too lazy to put it up, but with this one making all that damn noise, I'm going to throw it away even quicker. Maximon, thank you for the support. And that's what happens when you guys do support the program, is it does allow me to try to deliver a better program. It gives you guys a chance to beat the shit out of me and correct me where things are wrong. And we try to make it entertaining and educational if we can, at least. So I do appreciate when you support the program. Most of the shit goes back into the damn program. Because, whoa! Bryce Ferg, thank you for that galaxy. Speaking of which, appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, we're trying to go live on Rumble is next. So we do got to get another device for that. But a lot of my MAGA viewers, which I do want to talk to more, a lot of them have Rumble. And you can go live on Rumble. So then I can start bringing up MAGA on Rumble. Blame your party leaders. I'm just spitting the facts. Something you obviously know nothing about. Go talk to Mitch. Okay, so you're talking about the right. I thought you were about to challenge me with that. That's Mitch McConnell. What about the U.S. manufacturing corporations that are international? They don't benefit. Wow, if you're a U.S. manufacturer that's international, you're going to get closed down. I mean, Trump's goal is to bring the jobs overseas. I mean, bring the jobs back to America. So I would assume those people are going to be done for. Let me go back to the box. We'll go keep it moving with Jeremy. Good evening. There's a stick in there. Stick to ruler. Jeremy, good evening.
Oh, thank goodness. How are you, Tim?
I'm hanging around like Mike Pence on January 6th. You know what I always say.
Absolutely.
How happy are you today? Largest tariff war in history.
Well, today, completely separated from like the tariff war. I just had a really shitty day at work, so glad to be here. I gotta say,
so apparently you don't work for the federal government.
What's up?
So apparently you don't work for the federal government because you do have a job.
Well, most of the money that the federal government gives is from the private sector, so we are the reason they exist.
Okay, and if they do not have employees, will it affect the private sector at all?
If they lower taxes, it will probably be better for the private sector.
Here's where I think you probably didn't get what I was referencing. Let's say, for instance, you do own a coffee shop, or I don't want to say a newspaper stand. They don't have those around anymore, but 7-Eleven or something like that. And you're right next door to, let's say, a USAID building or something like that. And most of the employees come 8 o'clock in the morning. They stop in your 7-Eleven or convenience store. They get cups of coffee. They get donuts. They might get a magazine or whatever the hell they buy nowadays. Most of your employees, and most of your customers are going in this USAID building across the street. 7:30, 8 o'clock, traffic's going to ramp up. You got to have all the coffee pots going because this is what they're coming to get. All of a sudden, you fire the people in that building. What's going to happen to your business?
At first, it will take a hit. There's no denying that. No denying that at all. With that being said, a private business will take over in the building that they once were, because no one's going to let a good building go to waste. And then those will become my new customers.
You're assuming what's put in that building will happen expeditiously, and this company can wait for that. First of all, you're assuming it'll be the same size workforce. I mean, it could be a totally.
In this situation, am I in the city or am I in bum fucking nowhere?
Well, the chances are, if you got a convenience store next door, you're not in the middle of bum fucking nowhere.
Right. So what's surrounding me? Other buildings with a lot of people.
Other people, yeah. If you're in D.C., it's other federal buildings that are probably seeing people getting laid off too.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do only government employees work in D.C. or are there also private sector?
No, you raise a good point. It could be private sector, but even still, you're losing a percentage of your customers. Even if, there's no guarantee that the folks in the private sector are going to swallow up all of the federal employees you lost that used to come and buy coffee from you.
No, they will. It will just take longer time, and I will take a hit. And I'll probably have to scrounge up a lot of extra money, and probably have a few nights where I'm going to have to skip dinners or skip a few meals. Which is, by the way, part of the reason why I don't like it when businesses are just absolutely destroyed by the government, and without a good reason, because a lot of good business owners are good people, and just because they're rich doesn't mean they need to be taxed at ridiculous rates.
Yeah, this example I'm giving you kind of makes me wonder, with so many federal employees in D.C., can you imagine how many people in that city must be claiming unemployment and shit?
Yeah, I know. Listen, at the end of the day, what we got to understand is this. They work for
Somebody
us.
said skip a few meals is crazy. You suggested they just skip a few meals. Somebody said that's crazy, but keep going.
I know. I was saying if I'm a business owner, I'd be the one doing that.
And you probably would not be happy Trump got in office if now all of a sudden he's in office and you got to skip meals and shit.
Temporarily. But in the long term, I know it would be good.
Well, here's the thing, though.
But eventually lower taxes.
But here's the thing, though. Let's say, for instance, you mentioned that once the federal employees are gone out of the building, it might fill up with people from the private sector. Here's the problem. Federal jobs pay good salaries, pensions, benefits. They could fill that building up with other people. Huh?
And where do they come from, Tim?
What do you mean?
Our taxes.
Okay, but if you're the guy in the convenience store, that conversation means nothing. I'm saying,
yeah, it does.
How?
Because if they don't have as many employees, if the federal government doesn't have as much, you want to know what goes down? Federal taxes, which I pay.
You think if your store is next door to a building full of federal employees and they fire the federal employees, you think you're going to get a tax cut that's going to make up all that lost revenue?
Eventually.
Oh, really? You got to be kidding.
Listen. Let me explain like this. It's economics 101, Tim. Economics 101. Okay? And when you take more money away from an individual person through taxes, they have less that they can keep in their pocket. It doesn't matter how much I'm actually making. The actual number doesn't matter. What matters is how much can I keep. Like today, you want to know what's shitty about the job that I'm working right now? I don't have a car, so I take Uber there. And it's like $32 one direction. Thankfully, I have a friend who can pick me up for free on the way back. But that's $32. I get paid maybe like $80 a day, or so, like, because it's a pretty good paying job. Okay?
$80 a day is not a good paying job unless your day is only 1 hour long.
Again, let me just say it. Okay, let me just finish my point. I don't get to keep as much of my money as if I had a car.
Okay, what's your point?
So my point is taxes are a burden on people. They are a burden. Now, it's a necessary burden to a degree, but never ever make someone pay more taxes, even if it gives them a temporary boost. Like you said, those government employees, they buy my donuts, they buy my coffee, they buy that stuff. Okay, it's a temporary fix to have of them and buy all that stuff and raise my taxes. But in the long term, it would be better to get some private sector jobs in there and then to have lower taxes on top of that.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is crazy. First of all, with Trump making all these cuts, they haven't even gotten to any promise of making us a tax cut. We're just, the Trump supporters are just assuming that some fantastic tax cut is coming down the pipe. They're talking about building F-47 jets and drones and shit. They may not be giving you any damn thing. They may just be diverting that money from what they're cutting it to a whole military program. Trump is threatening several countries militarily. This big tax cut you expected, that may never happen. So you notice that all of the stuff Trump is bragging about doing, giving you this big ass tax cut is not one of them. You don't hear him talking about tax cuts coming, do you?
Not yet, but trust me, that's going to happen. Just because he's not talking about it now doesn't mean it's not part of their plan. You got to understand. And by the way, there's also something else I wanted to hit on today.
Sure.
Did you know that in New York there's actually there's a more mayoral race happening, right?
Where?
New York.
Oh, well, they just let him off with the charges too. I heard about.
Yeah, I know. Well, the mayoral race, there's someone who's like this is something that I wanted to talk about with you, Tim, because of the fact that it's something that the left has been very, very vocal about and goes directly to the left's mindset about how to lower prices. You've heard of price controls in the form of like rent control, right?
Explain. Give me a little bit more. I've heard of it, but give me more.
So it's a government policy in which the government says you cannot raise the price of rent beyond a certain amount.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a mayoral candidate who is literally running on that right now, and he's also saying we should set up government owned grocery stores to compete with private stores.
So what should you favor that? As a small government right winger, you don't favor any of that, right?
Oh, absolutely not. It's been tried in every country that ever tried communism and socialism in the world, and it's always caused
You know something?
shortages.
I'll just say this
And
in regards to the whole trying socialism and communism. I don't know if people realize it, but capitalism ain't working very well in this country. When you look at the quality of life for Americans, in our system has been going more and more capitalist versus getting rid of entitlements, getting away from socialism. And the further we get into the capitalistic era, the poorer the people are getting. I don't know if people realize that capitalism ain't working very well in this country either.
no, that's not true, Tim. That's not true at all. We haven't been getting poor. It's just that the rich have been getting richer at a rate that's faster than the poor have been getting richer.
And
Everyone's been
that's
getting richer.
done exactly. The richer are getting richer at a rate that's faster than the poor because of the fact that we've been removing socialistic regulations from them and becoming more closer to a pure capitalistic society where the rich can capitalize on the poor. That's exactly what's been happening.
And you want to know something, Tim? That's not a bad thing. I'm tired of people with this idea that, like, if there's wealth inequality, then that means everything's bad. Some people are more productive and more useful to the economy than others.
And some people just fuck up the system in their favor so that you don't have a chance. I mean, you got plenty of people who go to work every day and put a hard day's work in and just happen to work in a system that refuses to give them a wage increase. It ain't that they lack productivity, it's that they're working in a system that is working against them because they're at the bottom of the system.
When you're at the bottom of the system, that means you got a bottom of the system job. Like, here's the thing. You want to know who should be doing the majority of bottom of the system jobs?
What?
Teenagers and early college students.
Okay.
Yeah, not adults with a career. Okay, adults with a career should be doing in jobs that are more middle of the system that would give you a decent wage.
But the problem is we live in a capitalist society where everybody wants to have businesses open 24 hours a day. You can't put a student in a business at 3 a.m. That's the capitalism part. When we were young back in the 70s and 80s, or at least I was, you weren't around yet. But when I was back in them days, people worked Monday through Friday. Businesses were closed after hours. But greedy capitalism has gotten so damn bad where they want you working on Thanksgiving Day because they want to sell people shit for cheap. So you can't, the system is tailored so that the bottom really don't get a fair shake.
Well, first off, I've worked Christmases and holidays before. You get a huge pay bonus when you work those days. So you can't just say, "Oh, you're not getting compensated." You're getting compensated well. I was happy to work those days because I was young and spry, and I was like, "Yeah, give me that fucking money, baby."
But when you were young and spry like that, chances are you didn't have a family. There are people who would rather spend time with their family than doing mandatory overtime Thanksgiving evening when they got to leave the family that came into town to see them.
You can usually take those days off, especially.
No, you can't. There are plenty. No, you can't. If you work in retail, plenty of them jobs, it's mandatory overtime. You can't just take that shit off. It's mandatory overtime.
Some of them are, but most of them that I've worked for, that's not mandatory. Okay. Not only that, but like if the only way you really have a family and you're working retail is if like you're a manager. Or you're someone who's retired.
In the audience, someone wanted to know your age if you're willing to give it.
29.
Okay, there you go. That might have a lot to do with what you're saying. You haven't seen the downing of America under capitalism over the last 40, 50 years like some of us have. I mean, it used to be you go to the doctor, you hand them a medical card, and they just treated you. Capitalism has made it so that...
You know what else used to be the case?
What?
We also used to have a lot less regulation in healthcare.
Yeah.
We have actually way too much regulation in healthcare. And it actually, and the regulation and the red tape actually stifles competition. And you want to know what competition brings? Lower prices and better care.
Not always. And I'll tell you why. When you remove regulation, a good example is what RFK is doing with HHS. You know, stuff like the measles and fluoride. We'll see how great that turns out to be. Some regulation is in place and is needed. You can take regulation out, like for instance, the whole Palestine train accident. Palestine, Ohio, where the train went over because regulation has made it so that you only have to have 2 engineers on a train that's 2 or 3 miles long carrying hazardous chemicals. Less regulation. So things can go wrong as well. Some might even suggest the airline industry now is dealing with some of that stuff.
Last time I checked, airlines and trains are both highly regulated.
But less.
Highly regulated.
But less. They are removing regulations. As I pointed out in the railroad industry, they now can have one less person on the train now. I mean, so that's one person that might be monitoring shit.
Yeah, also to correct some people in the comments, no, I said I'm 29, not 19.
Bro, if you're old, if you're my age, it ain't much of a fucking difference.
That's because you're ancient, Jim.
Yeah, once you get to be 50, it ain't much of a fucking difference. It's all a long time ago.
I'm gonna be 30 in a year. Come on, you gotta be a little slack.
30, what is that, like the Bill Clinton administration? That's going way. All right, Jeremy, I do got to move it on, but I hope that things go the way you're suggesting. I just don't think they will, and we'll be here to talk about it as always.
Thanks they probably will be. But before I go, I just want to say, Tim, thank you for being one of the best hosts out here. I like that. You haven't changed a whole lot in your opinions, but you're willing to talk to other people who you disagree with. Okay, that's a sign of an intelligent person.
Wow. That's good shit coming from a 29-year-old.
I'll see you around, Tim.
Thank you. Good talk. All right.
Good talk.
Appreciate that. Do appreciate that. Jeremy is MAGA, but definitely appreciate that. And by the way, thank you for the sub, Rod S. Thank you for supporting the program. Much love. Born in 1996, I feel older thinking about it. In 96, wow. Let's see, what happened in 96? Was that Left Eye? Or was that Tupac? Somebody died in 96. Was it Biggie? I remember 96, huh? MAGA ain't shit. Will G says, MAGA ain't shit, I tell you. I joke when I say it, but now it's starting to not be a joke anymore. Yeah, I will. Was it Tupac in 96? Okay, my dad died in 96 as well. My dad died in 96. I will say that some of the things are starting not to be a joke. I agree with you 100%, Will. When you say MAGA used to be a joke with some, I don't think constantly threatening every nation with military use, taking over Gaza, annexing Canada, calling their prime minister a governor, threatening to bomb Iran if they don't come back to the table with a deal when you were the one that broke the previous deal. I mean, every country that is not doing what Trump wants, he's threatening those countries. There is zero diplomacy. Even threatening to impose stronger sanctions on Russia. Like, can you not pick up a phone and talk to some of these motherfuckers on the back channels? Does everything need to be dealt with on TV? This ain't The Apprentice. People could die behind some of this shit. Like, can you not pick up the phone and call somebody and just tell them, look, I need a win over here with my people. No, we need to make a deal some way, something. Like, I just need a win, do you have to on TV threaten people? I mean, he was threatening to bomb Iran the other day. Damn. Because then you're going to have motherfuckers like me on social media like, well, you promised to do something. Where is your promise at? You want a participation trophy? Why even put yourself in that? The back channels are open. The back channels are actually open. You can use those. And I see in the comments, Pendulum Pa says this is a strategic tactic. You can't have a strategic tactic going on with multiple countries at the same time. Now, he's already old as fuck, so he's not going to look any older leaving the presidency. Like most guys age when they become president. He's already gray. He's orange, so I don't know what happens when an orange person gets older. But the thing about it is, this stuff could be probably accomplished via diplomacy. Let J.D. Vance handle some of this shit. You don't have to be on TV threatening everybody, because even smaller, weaker nations that have no chance militarily going up against Iraq, you kind of force their hand when you're punking them out on TV. I always use the example, you're sitting out in a food court at a mall or something like that. Some dude 3 times your size walk up. You ain't armed, but 3 times your size, full of muscle, whatever the case may be, you know he can kick your ass. Could I get that soda on your plate? Ain't nobody looking. Do I want to fight this motherfucker over a soda? I ain't gonna ever see this guy again. Fuck, take the coke, man, whatever. But if he says out loud, I'm gonna beat you got to fight the dude. Because he just embarrassed you in front of the whole food court. This is what Trump is doing. This is unnecessary. You could do this stuff quietly through diplomacy. As I said, he absolutely could have probably got what he wanted from Greenland through diplomacy. We're already on the island. You want it for strategic military issues. You could probably have gotten that. Even some of the minerals they got on the island, if they're not mining it, how about, you give us access to mining some of this stuff? We'll give you 25, 30% of what we mine. Won't charge you. We'll bring all the material. We'll mine it. We'll do it at your discretion. You can watch and oversee. We'll mine some material and we'll give you 20, 30, 40% of the proceeds. My guess is Greenland would have probably been willing to work with the Trump administration on some of that stuff. But when you come out and you're threatening Denmark, you're telling the Greenland folks, I need your island. I need this place. America, we need that. Like, what the fuck is that? I mean, so the lack of diplomacy doesn't work well. And I think that is the problem, is that Trump, since he's been in office for a little bit over 2 months, has threatened several countries. Real quick before we go to the next caller, the tax will still be flowing, but it won't be for good causes depending on your tax bracket. Yeah, and I think that what folks don't realize is when Trump is talking about temporary pain and suffering, with a lot of Americans living check to check, they don't have room for temporary pain and suffering. Like my last caller, Jeremy, was talking about, in 6 months, you don't eat a few meals. That's enough to put some businesses out of business. You give somebody a huge economic downturn in terms of customers at their business for a few months on it, that might be the end. They may not have enough reserve to deal with that until things swing back. Like he said, what a federal building, it'll just be filled by other people from the private sector. That stuff takes time. And I do agree with you, moving mountains, crime in some areas will go up because of that. So basically, MAGA thinks billionaires are gods and Santas instead of Scrooge Munda. Yeah, MAGA, I definitely will say that. I think Republicans are what they call defenders of the wealthy. That's why they call them that. I do believe that if you're wealthy and you want to keep your income, you don't want to be forced to share it, you should vote Republican. Absolutely. That's a legitimate reason to vote Republican all day of the week, twice on Sunday. Because the Republicans are not going to force you to share your wealth with anybody. They're against entitlements, against socialist policies. They're not going to force you to pay your employees a higher minimum wage. They're not going to force you to provide better health care or any type of retirement plan to your employees. In fact, they might back you cutting it. So, if you are wealthy and you don't want to share money, you should absolutely vote Republican. Everything they do is in favor of that. You're going to have less regulations on your business, which will allow you to potentially profit more. Look at what we're running right now. We're running a campaign of Make America Selfish Again. We're not helping the Ukraine. We got rid of USAID, which is kind of like the whole charity organization of the United States. Everything from helping people out with HIV to feeding starving kids. We got rid of all of that. They just had an earthquake in Burma, Thailand. They estimate as many as 10,000 in terms of casualties. The numbers may rise as high as 10,000. Last I checked, Europe had went there to start helping people, and America had not got there yet. Some of the remaining USAID employees were on their way there, and they received notices saying they were getting fired. That was some shit Americans used to be jumping on to help countries dealing with earthquakes and shit like that. So we're not helping the poor anymore. We're certainly not taking in impoverished immigrants anymore. If you're going to come legally. Coming legal costs a fortune. Ain't nobody coming legally impoverished. So we have literally taken on a stance of make America selfish again. We ain't helping no damn body no more. The poor around the world knows that the United States is not somebody you can expect any assistance from anymore. And I see in the comments, Big Poppy says the Red Cross too. Yeah, we've taken a stance of make America selfish. I don't know anywhere we're talking about helping people with that anymore. And of course, once again, you heard the whole notion, well, stop sending money to the Ukraine, help out Americans. I don't see where we're helping out Americans at all, even though now we've stopped helping everybody else out. I don't hear Trump talking about, well, now that you've done that, what are you going to do for Americans? Nothing. Looking in the comments, Marxist rant. I like it. You can explain it a little bit more there, Robert Kennedy. Selfish is how it's got to be for a minute. That minute ain't going to never end. Because once you start living the benefits of a selfish life, higher, you're getting your tax money back and all of that, not having to share, you're never going to want to share. I mean, that minute is never going to end. $1 million worth of food never made it to American food banks. Yeah, C. Osby, appreciate it. Going back to the box, I saw Stick, the ruler. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Stick. You knew Republicans were selfish before the election, says Alex G. George W. Bush didn't do all of that. I mean, George W. Bush wasn't like that. So I can't say that. Republicans and MAGA are two different entities. It's different. MAGA's doing things that traditional Mitt Romney wouldn't. Mitt Romney was not going to tear up USAID. John McCain was not going to do all of that shit. So MAGA is different than Republicans. I don't think Mitt Romney or John McCain or Jeb Bush, the Bush family was trying to run. I don't think any of them would be tearing up stuff like Trump is doing. I don't think any of them would be doing that. So I don't think any of them would be taking the hardcore cruelty stance on immigration that Trump is doing. They're not as relaxed as the liberals. They're not as pro-entitlement as the liberals, but I don't think any of those other Republicans would have been as hard on people in need as Trump. Republican Party and MAGA are different parties. Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. They're totally different. In fact, Trump has came along and convinced MAGA that the Republicans are, for the most part, rhinos. Most of the leading members of the Republican Party are not even in good relations with Trump. And Mitch McConnell, Romney, McCain family, the Reagan family, the Bush family, the Cheney family, none of them have a good relationship with Trump. Most of them, MAGA's calling rhinos. Will G says, it's about to look like I Am Legend. Damn, Book of Eli. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now, I don't know. Can he do that much damage in 4 years? I Am Legend, Mad Max. Can Trump do that much damage? I don't know about that. That's pretty desolate. Damn. Let me try it again. I tried to bring up, let me try. I don't know what I just hit there, but damn, you really think it could be that bad, huh? Jesus. I don't know who I just hit. Hell yeah, it can, since Jets. Really? Goodness.
Hey.
Lewis, good evening.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, and Johnny Price says, look what they did in 2 months. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You got a loud background or something I hear in the background.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn this thing down. Hold on a second.
Trump got this, and you'll be glad to be an American, it says checkups. Okay, we'll see. We'll absolutely see.
Hey, Tim, go ahead and drop me. I'll come back up in a second.
Roger that. Okay. Okay, while he's doing that, I'll move it to the next caller. What is the point of being a subscriber if you go? Oh, Gangsta, last time I had you on the program, you were surprised I brought you right up. So, Gangsta, you just always tearing me another one. I can't win with you.
I've been on for an hour. Now I'm going to give your ass to you now. Because let me tell you something. You was on AJ's live, and you let that motherfucking bitch, and yeah, I called his ass a bitch, okay, AJ, and I'll tell to his face. He's a whole bitch. How you gonna tell him? How you gonna let him disrespect Obama, say he's only half black, when that motherfucker's not full black his damn self? Because you came from the United States, you're not full black, bitch. So get AJ.
Okay.
How are you gonna do that, huh? You gotta get you some fucking balls. Because I can take all those 5 of those motherfuckers on. Saying that slavery wasn't because of, oh my God. I can't deal with AJ and them.
Yeah.
Fucking coon asses.
Yeah, and for you folks in the comments wondering, she heard me on another program where I was talking to some black MAGA that were saying things like, the Civil War was not about slavery and Obama is not full black, and that's what she's talking about.
Oh, he's half black. Bitch, you half black. Because you got white in your ugly fucking ass. You got every damn thing in your ugly fucking ass. Because of slavery. See, these motherfuckers, you know what? I don't really care about these motherfuckers. They're dumb. When fucking Trump said he likes dummies, you got dumb fucks. And they are dumb fucks. They say read a book? Yeah, bitch, read a book.
You always make me push back. You say that all MAGA are dumb?
Dumb fucks. Yes, because now they're praising. Look how dumb them motherfuckers are. Oh, I like tariffs. I like them. They're going to bring back. They're going to bring back us. They're going dumb. What the fuck? Are you serious? These tariffs are gonna kill us. And let me tell y'all motherfuckers something. You got the corn-fed motherfuckers here. What was it? I'm 29. And I can't even afford a $30 ride. I'm only making $80 a day. Oh my fucking God.
But they not all MAGA is all MAGA is not dumb though, gangster.
They are dumb.
No.
They're dumb. Yes, they is. Someone lied to your black ass because they dumb as hell. I don't know how your wife puts up with you. I couldn't. I be throwing spaghetti at you or something. I shit you not. I can't. You ain't no liberal. I don't know what the fuck you is. You let AJ and them disrespect you. You need to ride their ass. I couldn't. I would take all of them motherfuckers down. I really would. I'd take them to the pits of hell. I surely would.
Listen. I do push back when they saying crazy things.
No, you don't. I push back. You don't.
What did they? What did they?
I seen you today. I tried. Boy, if I was on that damn line, I would have took it all fucking down. I promise you. I would have.
What was said that I should have pushed back that I didn't, in your opinion?
Oh, he's half black. Obama is black. If a popo seen his black ass, they would have said that's a black man. You see white in his ass, you feel me? And you what the cornball said? Oh, he's only black. He's half. AJ. See, AJ needs to do something. Because nobody is pure nothing in this fucking country. You know the Triple K? God forbid. If the Triple K did some blood tests, you got black in your dumb ass. But you hate your black one, though, right? But you hate the blacks, right? Yeah,
What are you saying that black MAGA hates black people?
No shit. They want to be white so bad.
You think that? You think all of them do?
Duh. Why do you think they're sucking on a white man? They're gagging his balls and everything. They want to be white so bad.
Maybe
they want to be white so bad. They want to get to the whiteness so bad. They think the white man's going to save their ass.
Maybe they just want small government and Second Amendment rights.
No, they want raisins in the potato salad. They want sour mayonnaise. They want to go to them. Yes, they want to go to the unseasoned pork chops and all. They want all that shit, but they don't want no seasoning. They don't want to go to our barbecue because they won't fit in. Because they white as hell.
Are you suggesting
you make it? Would not be working in my fucking house. He wouldn't. I couldn't do it.
What the hell is sour mayonnaise?
Sour ass mayonnaise. Have you seen sour ass? Have you smelled the shit? I promise you.
What the fuck?
And then the sour ass mayonnaise people over here joicing about the tariffs. Joicing. My God, are you fucking fools?
Sour mayonnaise.
We're gonna be all happy. He's tariffing everybody. And guess who's gonna pay for it, Riri? You are. On your welfare looking at.
I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is sour mayonnaise.
Have you opened the mayonnaise and it was sour as shit? Have you seen it?
You make it sound like white people can't cook or something.
White people, they put raisins in a damn potato salad. Does that sound like fucking cooking to you? Does it? Have you seen some people's lives? How they did the chicken? And they said, "Oh, this is fried chicken." And they put, oh my God, no.
I've tasted plenty of white cooking that tasted delicious.
Well, honey, I don't know. They ain't welcome to my damn barbecue. Because they megas. I don't fuck with no megas. They might unalive our asses. I promise you, I don't fuck with them. Nope. No, I'm not saying all white people are megas. You can tell the red hats. I ain't fucking with them. Nope. Now look what they're doing now to us. They're tariffing us on everything. You think that's gonna go good? And then you have fools. Well, we gonna see. We gotta find out. Yeah, but we're gonna fuck around, and find out now. And I didn't vote for this shit. I don't want to be fucking around and finding out.
Well, is it not possible that?
No, there ain't no possibility.
You know what I was about to say?
Oh, is it gonna come out good? Are you fucking serious?
Do you have Trump derangement syndrome? You seem like nothing about.
No. I have reality syndrome, okay? Those motherfuckers got Trump. They're sucking on him so bad that I gag in his balls. And that's being fucking real. Like, I have never seen so many people on their hands and knees for a white man that don't give two fucks about him.
You really see it that way? You see they're on their hands and they're
on their hands and knees like little bitches, and they're sucking on his balls thinking, oh my God, this billionaire's gonna help us. Oh my God. No, he's crashing us. He's crashing the United States for a fucking reason. So all his billionaires could buy the shit up.
But how do
you respond? So damn stupid to realize it.
How do you respond to people who might say it ain't like Biden made things better? People were hurting.
Don't you go there? I would drag you to hell and back about Biden. Let me tell you about Biden. You know what? Biden might have been old, and he was a white old man. He may have fucked up some damn times, but he kept his goddamn fucking word. He did it. Hey, the damn shit was going skyrocketing through. Our 401k was looking very fucking good. You know what? Yeah, it was a pricey. Our milk was a little bit high and stuff because of what? The corporations was price gouging us to hell and back. But you know what though? At least we was at 2.8%. He got us from 9% to 2.8%. Now what is this fucking cornball gonna do? The orangutan.
Did you not like Trump's first administration? The economy was good under Trump. Before the pandemic.
What? It was what?
Before,
it was good under Trump? No, it was good because of a black man. Okay? Named Obama. Okay?
But
he wrote on his dick. And his dick is probably better than his little pinky winky. But he wrote on his dick, okay?
You got an infatuation with dicks. Listen.
No, but I'm a woman. I should be the one with fascinated with it. Not no grown-ass fucking men. Okay? Sucking on it really hard.
I mean,
I should be gagging. No, white man, no, I couldn't do it. Salmonella.
Now, Sherbert on Instagram is saying, I like grandma, but some of the stuff you're saying is kind of racist in his opinion. He's a white man.
Let me tell you about racism. For one, I can't be racism because I don't have the power. But two, let me tell you about racism. I'm not saying that. I said uncooked mayonnaise and stuff like that. Hey, I'm not the one that's teaching these white people to cook. I'm not doing it. I see it. White. Nope. And hell, some of them can't cook. What the fuck? That's my opinion. Well, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
that's not being racist. I say nothing about it. I didn't call no saltines or nothing like that. No.
I'm still trying to figure out what it is.
People can't handle it. That's not being racist. See, these white people don't even know what fucking racism is, okay? Oh, everything's fucking racist. No, bitch. It's not racist. I'm telling you like it is. Boy, you can't fucking cook. You're sucking on a white man so hard that you don't even know what the fuck you're doing. Okay? You can't even gag right. And you're letting a billionaire ruin us.
You can't even gag
right. That's racist.
But how do you respond to people that say the Democrats were sucking on Biden like that?
No, we wasn't. You know what? We didn't have the flags up everywhere. We didn't say make America great again. We didn't do a Klansville. You feel what I'm saying? No.
But you're constantly saying that you're constantly saying that this old man can do another term, knowing damn well he's out of his mind.
Excuse me? Who's mine? Who's wearing diapers? Who is letting this economy go to hell in fucking handbag? Who is talking over it? Oh, about Biden, about this and that. And his own fucking people is doing secrets on a fucking text messages. Go fucking figure.
Trump has only been in office for 2 months. Can you get a man a chance?
He's destroying it.
He's
laying off everybody and everything. He's destroying this fucking country. He's being racist. He's throwing black and brown people the fuck out.
What has Trump done?
He's only been here for 2 months. Yeah.
What has Trump done to make you suggest he is being racist?
Are you fucking serious?
I'm asking.
Being a black man, are you fucking serious?
I need to know.
Where's the white people being thrown the fuck out? Let me know.
What do you mean thrown out?
Where are they being thrown the fuck out at? Where are they being thrown out at?
You talking about deported?
Get their hands up. I've not seen not one white folk being thrown the fuck out. Because you know what? They haven't, have they? No. It's only black and brown people.
No, Gangsta, they have deported white people. I've done videos on it. White guys have been deported as well.
Who?
I said white people have been deported from America.
Like 1 or 2. Oh my.
Well, it ain't as many of them in the country as it is.
Are you serious? Oh hell to the no, we are not. They fly in. They fly in. They don't walk in. They fly in. Overstayed visas. And one of his bitch was overstayed. What the fuck? Why is he not kicking her ass out? Oh, but he gets the poo and natty from her, right?
What?
Yeah.
I'm just
the
simply.
one that has a fucked up coochie that I see pictures on.
I'm just Gangsta.
That bitch needs to go. Bye-bye.
I'm just simply saying there are more illegal immigrants in this country that are brown than there are white, so the numbers are going to be.
That's not true. That's not true. Look this shit up. That's not true.
You don't.
There's more white people that's here that's overstayed visas. You got. Boy, and then I got another thing to pick with your ugly ass. You over here saying that you over here saying with your bald-headed ass that the BLM burned down cities. Where? Get me some proof. Where they burned down a damn city at? Where? Cause I caught your little ass. That's why I jumped up in here. Because you said BLM burned down city. Where?
I said BLM is participating in some fires. How about that?
No. That's the white ring. That was them little white people. Look at the FBI statistics.
Well, let me say this. I went personally to Ferguson, Missouri.
I did too.
Right after that.
I got pepper spray and every damn thing else. Guess I did.
Well, the point I'm making is I went to Ferguson, Missouri after that riot, and they did burn that little area down.
Well, I would have too. If I would have to. Do you know how many people get unalived by the popo?
You asked
you
me.
See the white T-man doing it. The white T-man ain't getting unalived by the popo.
You asked me what areas did BLM burn down, and I'm telling you, they did burn it down.
One incident. I'm not saying that's one incident. How many incidents that the white man did it? There's more than white T people who's doing it. I promise you, go look it up.
What are you talking about?
The BLM. When they smash this shit, they put bricks and everything. They did lots of bricks. They put the bricks in the thing, and they did it. That was a white T-man. I'm not having a lot of kicking, dude. I know my history. And unfortunately, these motherfuckers don't. Black MAGA, they want to be white so bad. Now we're gonna be fucking the ass out of condom now because all these tariffs are coming. And just wait till the stock market opens tomorrow. Oh my fucking God! We're gonna sing on.
I do believe you are correct. The stock market is going to be dismal. I gotta move it on though, gangster.
Well, you know what? Let me tell you something. If I ever hear you talk shit about the BLM again, I'm gonna roll. I don't know how your wife puts up with your ass. I really don't. Is she a liberal too? Because I couldn't do it. I promise you, I couldn't do it. Because you give these motherfuckers a damn platform. To spill this shit.
You don't think MAGA deserves the right to free speech?
Oh, well, they're taking our rights away? What the fuck? Why did they gotta get it? Why did they gotta get their free speech and do all this hateful shit? And they're taking our rights away, who we can't have sex with in the bedroom. Oh my God, we become lesbians. Oh yeah, they're gonna take everything from us.
What rights?
Yeah, they're trying.
What rights has Trump or MAGA taken away from a woman?
Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Are you fucking serious? They took our rights and we can't even have it at AB.
That's
Without
not
the white man.
That's not
about
a
it.
right. That was not a right, gangster. You never had the right to do that.
What?
You never had the right to terminate a pregnancy.
Hell no. Oh, hell. You did not just say we did not have. What the fuck are you talking? Now I want to get really ghetto up in this shit, bro. I want to tear your ass up. Let me tell you something. Give me one goddamn right we took from your black ass that we can tell you to go get your balls cut off. What?
Jesus.
Huh?
I want my testicles. Not what I'm saying.
I want my fucking uterus in my uterus, and if I have something in my goddamn uterus, I don't want it in it. I want to fucking check it out. Without a white man or anybody fucking man telling us what we can and cannot do. My body is not your body, and my body can go. I can do whatever the fuck I want to. That goes for any of the fucking women.
The point
How dare you tell us that we don't have a right to our goddamn body?
I didn't say you never right to your body.
Yes, you just did. You said we don't have a fucking right.
I'm saying the right to terminate a pregnancy we have
that right. It's my damn body.
I'm just telling you, it's not officially a right to terminate a pregnancy. The baby
It is officially right. That's our body. We can do what the fuck we want to. Well, can we tell you to go get your balls cut?
You don't have the right to terminate the unborn baby inside.
Yes, we do. It's my body, my fucking choice. If I don't want that damn demon seed in me, I'll tell it I'll go to the abortion clinic and say, cha-ching. What the fuck?
Demon seed?
Hell yeah. Who the fuck wants another baby? And I don't. Shit. It's not even a baby. It's a fetus. And if I don't want that little creature inside me, I'm going.
Well, you don't
not
have...
everybody. And let me tell you something. Everybody has that fucking right. Grape. People that does grape and that damn thing else. No man tells us what the fuck we can do with our body.
That is a privilege. It wasn't a right.
That's not a privilege. That's a fucking God-given damn right.
Well, I'm telling you, women have voted against it in many states.
And the white tea women vote against their own goddamn fucking interests. Do you think they really give a fuck about us, black and brown people, having babies? Fuck no. They want the white tea women to breed like a fucking damn dog because the white man's going bye-bye because the white woman wants the black dangling.
Damn.
Don't keep it real.
Dora Jam Bennett says, keep your freakish rainbow games in the bedroom and out of the classroom.
Who's bringing the rainbow in the classroom?
Well, he's talking about probably...
Well, we have the white tea man keep the hands off the little girls in the bathrooms. How about the Republicans, senators, quit fucking a 16-year-old girl and getting caught up? How about that? And raping us. The rainbow community don't want your ugly ass. They like coochie and ding-a-ling. Their own people. They don't want you. But yet the cis men want to grape us. Go fucking figure. Right? They're the ones that hurt us. Right? Get the fuck out of here.
Gangster grandma, everybody.
Don't ever tell a woman we don't have a fucking right. Because I will choke you the hell back.
Jesus, gangster.
No, that rubbed me fucking wrong.
Well,
that rubbed me fucking wrong.
I mean,
you know what? I feel sorry for the women that are in the red states that doesn't have the fucking right to do what the fuck they want. I am blessed. I'm in a blue state. That if I had an AB, and I'll be lucky. I feel sorry for the women that are unaliving because of fucking fools that are in the White House.
Well, like you just pointed out, the women in those states voted in favor.
Because they voted against their own interests. But one of these days it's going to hurt them. If their little girl gets raped by a fucking sick asshole and has implanted a seed in her that she couldn't have. That's disgusting.
All right, gangster grandma, you don't make it easy at all, do you?
No, I really don't because I'm telling the goddamn truth. And I hate men that say that bullshit.
All right.
Now stand up for all women. I don't give a damn what color you are. That is fucking low what you said. And I'll tear your ass up.
I mean, it's official. Officially, it's not a right.
To the white man, it's not a right. But I'm going to tell you something. Let me tell you something. Karma's coming back because we should tell your asses go get your damn things cut off.
I'm just telling you, officially, according to the law, women do not have the right in many areas to
And if
terminate
you
a
think it's
pregnancy.
right, you think it's right? No, it's not right.
No, I'm pro-choice.
Nobody
I'm
can tell us what
pro-choice.
we
I
can
am
and cannot do.
pro-choice. I'm pro-choice, but I'm just simply
I'm
saying.
pro. You may tell you something. You know what pro-choice is? I'm pro-life. You know what pro-life is? I want women. If they want to have a baby, they have every opportunity to have a beautiful baby. Okay? Give them the taxes. Give them anything and everything they want. You know what the Republicans are? They're pro-birth. They make people want. They're forcing women to give birth. But you know one thing is, not one bill has passed to help a woman. Not one bill has passed to help women. They just want us to breed. And that's what they think about the white women, is to breed. And I'll be a son of a bitch.
Real
I won't
talk.
be a fucking breeder.
All right.
That's why I like coochie. I'd rather have coochie than dangling. I don't get pregnant.
I got to move it on. You're killing me. You're killing me. I'm sweating.
Well,
Thanks.
I'm just letting you know.
All right.
Thank you for the gifts, babies. Bye.
Bye. Gangsta Grandma never makes it easy on me. I'm all about free speech. I'm all about free speech. I always say, I give you the solemn promise that you can criticize anybody on the program up to and including the host. I don't think I've ever delivered more on that statement than with my last caller. She tore me a new one. But nevertheless, if you enjoy free speech, you are in the right place. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We are always MAGA friendly. Always have been, always will be, even though some of my callers are not. But nevertheless, if you enjoy this type of a program, I will invite you to follow the program. If you're on TikTok, if you are on Instagram Live, which we're also on Instagram Live right now as well, and if you're on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical, a subscription, if you will. Snowbird17 says she was 100% ghetto, no educational level at all. You could tell by her speaking. Crazy thing, and right before your comment, Snowbird, Butterfly Ghost says she was great. The crazy thing is, I've probably seen more comments, even though she was tearing me apart, probably seen more comments more folks posting comments that were favorable to her on TikTok. Now, my MAGA audience is primarily on YouTube, and they were tearing her a new one, suggesting that she was drunk, and it is what it is. I'm for free speech. Just like when I get my MAGA viewers on, the liberals go ape shit about them. Looking in the comments, God didn't give you any right to take a life. Goofy, says Dorjam Bennett. Well, he's referring to my last caller, suggesting that God did not give you the right to take a life. You know, here's I'm going to push back and say this. Would you tell that to somebody that's executing a murderer? I mean, most of the folks that are pro-life are also pro-capital punishment. I'm just going to give you that, Doorjam Bennett, and thank you for your support for the show. I don't mind the critical comments, but I do want to push back and ask that. The same folks that are pro-life are also pro-death penalty. Would you tell them the same thing when that guy's about to, perform a lethal injection, or now they're using a firing squad in some states? God didn't give you the right to take a life, goofy. I mean, would you tell them that? Because look, the only difference, in my humble opinion, between a mom that is pro-choice and a warden that's carrying out the death penalty is we think one person's right to kill is legitimate and the other person is wrong. That's the only difference. The mom is terminating her baby maybe due to finances, terminating the child maybe because she has no contact with the father, whatever the case may be. Or in some cases, it may be due to a medical condition, illness, or maybe she was actually sexually assaulted. She has her reasons for why she's terminating the unborn. The state believes that this person is a threat to society. Maybe they're doing it for revenge. They are believing that their reason to terminate a criminal's life is legit. In both cases, you're just picking and choosing why you think it's okay to kill. You don't need to perform the death penalty on somebody you already have in custody that's already locked up. Yeah, he may have taken a life or two or been a serial killer, whatever the case may be. But you have him in custody. He is no longer a danger to society anymore. You're killing him solely out of revenge, him or her, whoever you perform, solely out of revenge. You're going to tell me that God is against taking the life of the unborn, but he's in favor of taking a life for revenge? This ain't self-defense. These guys have been on death row for a year, 6 years, 10 years. He's no danger to anybody. He's behind the cage for the rest of his life. You're taking his life solely based on revenge. You think the same God that is pro-life would be okay with that? That doesn't make any sense. People are picking and choosing when they want God to work in their favor. You're going to go get some dude out of bed, go out and give him his last meal, take him to a room and kill him. How is that any different than her showing up at Planned Parenthood? That person is no threat to you at all. You're doing it solely for revenge. How is that any different? So you can't be pro-life and pro-death penalty at the same time and make it sound like you got the higher authority. You're just killing in a different way. So I just always bring that up because these folks are the same way. I mean, you got folks on the right. Why does it take so long for capital punishment to happen? Why does he get 20 years to file appeals and be on the taxpayer's dime? You want to kill sooner to save tax money. But when the mom wants to terminate the life of the unborn because she doesn't have a lot of finances, it's wrong. But you're okay with terminating the life of a stranger to save tax money. Tell me where the difference is. I don't see any difference in this stuff at all. Other than I'm picking and choosing when I think what I'm doing is right and what she's doing is wrong. People literally suggest taking lives to save tax money. You should never kill a functioning human being to save tax money. That's insane. I'm just going to take a healthy life and execute it because it saves me money to do so. I don't want to keep feeding it prison food anymore. So I think it's okay to kill a person. But you're pro-life. I don't understand that. Then you have seared your conscience if you don't see the difference. No, Johnny, no, I don't see the difference. No, I do not see the difference. I don't see how you get to dictate when it's okay to kill and the mother who has to deal with the life of the unborn that's going to do drastic changes to her body, which she could possibly die. I mean, you can die in childbirth. I don't see how you get to dictate when to take a life, and she does not when she's got to go through way more turmoil to deliver the unborn. No, you're right. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. And I'm pro-choice, by the way. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Why don't we live by what the Bible says? And that's a great point too, Dennis Calhoun. I mean, telling a mom, that God, the mom may not believe in God. Why does the laws of God have to be applied to her? If she doesn't do what God says and you believe in God, then understand God will deal with her when she goes and it's her chance to meet God. It's not your job to deal out the punishment of God to her. It's God's job to do that. That's the way I would look at it. George and Bennett, I can't stand before God proudly for the one, but not for the other. Yeah, but that don't mean God is going to be okay with it. I mean, you do realize in this country we have likely executed innocent people, by the way, too, right? Hell, some of them may be in El Salvador. Some of the people we sent to El Salvador may never see the light of day again due to errors, as Trump's administration calls it, clerical error. I don't see how you could call yourself pro-choice, but you're okay with doing that to somebody. I mean, what he is doing down in El Salvador is akin to torture. You really think running across the Rio Grande gives you justification to do that to somebody, but you're pro-life? I don't see it. I'm just going to tell you that. I don't see it. Some poor person is trying to get into the United States to live a better life, and you think it's okay to send them down to this torturous prison, but at the same time, you're pro-life? You're a God-fearing Christian. You really think Jesus would do that to people? No due process? Send them to a torturous prison just because they were trying to get into a... That really sounds Christian? I'm not very Christian anymore, but I was brought up in the church, and that shit don't sound like nothing that I would have thought any God would have been in favor of. The wealthiest country on earth not wanting to take in poor people, opting to send them to prisons instead. That doesn't sound very religious to me at all. Anyway, looking in the comments, America is starting the tariffs. They are not reciprocal. They're not 100% reciprocal. Fact is, there are nations out there, in my opinion, the tariffs are going to just destroy them. I don't, I don't know what the trade percentages are with each nation, but I did have the list up here. I don't know, I lost it, but China's like a 54% tariff on China. I mean, for the most part, the import export market with China is probably on the way to being terminated. I mean, they're not going to be able to afford to pay that. Well, they're going to pass it on to the consumer. So, buying made in China products for Americans, which is what Trump wanted, is kind of over with. But it takes time to come here and make them in this country. So in the meantime, you can buy the remaining stock of made in Chinese products for 54% more. Yikes. Christianity in America has created their own doctrine of the Bible. And it's a mess, Cedric. I agree with you 100%. The idea that a slave owner went to church every day and called themselves God-fearing is insane. It's insane. You just, that girl out in the field is 14, you just banged her last night and you in church talking about you going to heaven? Really? Let me go back to the box. Continuing on with, I don't know what I just hit there, but Andy, good evening, welcome. Wait, what did I hit? Oh, Coach Briggs, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I don't even know tonight. I'm in the trenches, man. They telling me I'm getting every damn thing wrong. What do you think of the tariffs?
I think it's a bad idea. I think this gonna kill the stock market, I think, I'm getting tired of hearing people say, F around and find out. Why do that when you don't need to find out?
It's a good point.
So it bothers me. But one thing I want to get you about, man.
I can hear the laughing in your voice. I'm scared of what you're about to say.
No, man.
What do you got?
Gangsta Granny had me going, but
oh my gosh, she tore me to pieces.
But look, man, I'm in there sometimes, and I'll be checking you out with AJ, Snacks, and Lumberjack, man. You hold your own.
Where the hell is Snacks? I haven't talked to Snacks in a long time.
Yeah, Snacks come in there every once in a while. He back on here now, but man, I give it to you. Going in there as a liberal, you hold your own, but I still personally think you lean conservative though. And I mean, I'm an independent who leans conservative. So,
listen, and I get that. I get it. I mean, what you're saying. And real quick before I go into what you're talking about, me leaning conservative, Snacks is, just being candid, Snacks is the one that got me to do live streams. I had just downloaded TikTok a few years back. I probably had maybe 100 followers at best on only one one page. I didn't have a backup page or anything like that. And I just heard them talking, and they were Black MAGA, and I've always enjoyed talking to conservatives, particularly Black conservatives. So we're the opposite, even though you're saying different. But Snacks cussed me out. I mean, called me bitches, and I mean, this is what I get with Black MAGA. When I'm debating with Black MAGA, I'm expecting to be called names. He probably was one of the worst. In fact, I made a YouTube page, one of my first pages, featured him calling me. I mean, he was talking about I wouldn't be capable of having kids or any. I mean, just terrible shit. And I was like, I got to do this. I mean, he is the one that got me into doing live. I mean, he called me every vile thing you could ever do. In fact, one of the most popular viewed shorts on my TikTok page for about 6 months was him cussing me out on their stream, just all kinds of names. But he's the one that got me to doing pages, and I made the promise from that day, I'm going to do this. I'm going to talk to both sides. I'm going to honor free speech, and I'm never going to talk down to guests. And I've done that for the last 3-4 years. And even now when I go to their lives, they still do that. Black MAGA will cuss you out. I mean, I'm sure the liberals do it too, the MAGA, but anytime you go to Black MAGA, if you don't say something they agree with, you're an idiot, you're all sorts of names. But me leaning conservative, I'll give you time, but me leaning conservative,
all right.
I'm socially liberal, but I'm close enough to the middle that I can see good when it's coming from the conservative side. So I can defend a lot of things that conservatives do, which makes some folks think I lean conservative. Go.
So here's my thing, and being an independent, I feel you on that because I'm. It's gonna sound crazy, and I hope people don't kill me. I miss the old Republican Party. This MAGA man is just it's too much.
A lot of folks say that. A lot of folks said Mr. Bushes and all of them because it was no drama. It wasn't always look. George W. Bush might get up there and say, or better yet, do some things you didn't favor in terms of policy, but it wasn't deliberate attacks and name calling.
Right, and that's it's they claim that Obama was the party of separatism, but I just don't believe that. I believe it's now. I believe Trump is the byproduct of Obama being the president.
Everybody believes that. Everybody believes that. Which is why I strongly believe that if the liberals have any chance of winning, their next candidate needs to be a straight white male that would not touch transgender issues with a 10-foot pole. You can be an ally of the community, but don't campaign on it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. So, and like I say, I was in the comments, I'm going back to those guys because I really like I like American Lumberjack. I'm not disagree with Granny. I think he's a smart, intellectual guy. The one thing that bothers me, and I love it when you're live, and I want to jump in it, but they never put me in the same time that you're in there.
It's me taking on 4 or 5 motherfuckers at once. They don't want to give me another liberal.
Yeah, I'm like, please let me in because you guys act like you can never be wrong.
Yeah, but you said you said you lean conservative, and you mentioned Lumberjack. Now Lumberjack is one of those people who believe that the Civil War was not over, slavery and the party switch didn't happen. Do you agree with that stuff?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I do believe that the North didn't really give a daggone about the slaves.
Oh yeah, that's evident for everything from 8 Mile to the segregation in Detroit and Chicago. That's evidence they didn't care, but they weren't trying. They were not as bad as the South.
Yeah, but it was obviously about slavery. Right. And I mean, I'm 50. I'll be 57 years old this year. I grew up in eastern part of Virginia. Come on, man. I done seen it as a Gen Xer. I done seen it. I've been called the N-word. I done seen the flag that they talk about that they fly. I don't know if he's old enough to see what I've seen, but I've been in the woods and actually seen the flag flying with the cross burning right beside it.
Damn, where the hell was you away from that?
Yeah, of course. Me and my buddies running through the woods, 13 years old.
Damn.
Still burning the flag. Damn, still got the flag flying and burning the cross. Damn. 13 years old. We had neighborhoods that I was 15 and my buddy was 16. He had a car. We cut grass. We had neighborhoods. The white people were nice. They tell us 5 o'clock or whatever. If we were not finished, go ahead and leave. Come back tomorrow because they knew. They knew. We had to be gone. And this is
sundown, like a sundown town.
Yeah. And this is 81, 82.
Wow. And that's in Virginia, you said?
Yeah, Virginia.
Wow. Now, let me ask you this. Now, you said you lean right. You lean conservative, right?
Yeah. Here's why. I was raised in a home in a hard-working black family. I had my mom, had my dad. They worked hard. Sundays, we got up, we went to church. 6 o'clock, dad to get off. We sit at the table, we eat, we talk. 8 o'clock, we have dessert, we watch TV. 9 o'clock, we go to bed. Okay. It was we had the gay uncle or the gay uncle and the gay aunt that was hush. Nobody was supposed to say nothing about it, but everybody knew, because that was just not the right thing to say. Don't talk about it, So it was conservative type values. You understand what I'm saying?
How do you? But as a concern, as now, did you vote for Trump?
Absolutely didn't. I'm a veteran. I couldn't.
You voted for Bush?
I voted for HW. I never voted for W. HW was the first one I voted for. I was in the military at the time, and he came to Charleston, South Carolina, and I voted based on what was good for my family, my young family at the time. He was putting money into defense. We were getting BAQ. I was in a high risk job, so they were going to give extra money for that. So it was what suited my family.
Read my lips, no new taxes. But you didn't. That's the last Republican you voted for was the senior.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I was just wondering because a lot of people of color, particularly like yourself, believe that the conservatives, particularly Trump, they're saying Trump is a racist. Do you buy into any of that?
This is my absolute thought on that, and I'm gonna tell you right now, Trump is a 100% narcissist who has a lot of racist tendencies. Trump will use you whether you're black, white, pink, purple, or damn alien. He does not care what you are, but he does have racist tendencies.
I need you to elaborate. What do you mean by racist tendencies? Give me some examples.
I mean, he's a narcissist to me that's easily led. I think if he had a choice to do away with a black person before a white person, he would get rid of the black person. But once again, I say, if he felt that black person was more valuable to him, he'd use that black person.
So he prefers white over black, but if you got to merit, he will take a black person.
Absolutely. That's just my opinion.
Wow. All right, then. So it sounds like you're seeing some legitimacy in the folks because I see in the comments, Ocean says, look at his cabinet. I mean, the fact is he really has little to no diversity in his cabinet. I mean, shit, who is in his cabinet that's not white?
Well, he doesn't, but here's the thing. It's not necessarily even talking about the white. He had whites in his cabinet before, but look at the type of whites he's putting in there this time. He's putting in the whites that he can use to get to where he needs.
But I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, if I had a bunch of if I had a bunch of Negroes in my cabinet, I want people that's going to be of value to me. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, well, I think a cabinet has to be made up of some people that's going to disagree with you.
Yes men. Okay, that makes more sense. So in other words, not yes men.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean Trump.
And I see Mike Pence came out and put a statement out on the tariffs today himself.
What did he say?
He's saying that it's gonna be a extra tax hike to up to $3,500 to American families. He's definitely against it.
Yeah. Everybody from his first administration is damn near out on the speaking circuit attacking him. Scaramucci, Ambassador Bolton is all over cable news. I mean, it's crazy because people line up to work with Trump and it's like, do he have any ex-employees that really speak of him in high regard? I guess maybe Ben Carlson, but people who used to work for him usually leave on bad terms.
Yeah. I just can't believe the Democrats, they need to get themselves aligned. They're just not aligned right now. I can't put my hand on it. And the one thing I think you may agree with me is the platform that they need to stay away from is that social issues. I don't want to mess your live up. But you know what I'm talking about.
LGBTQ. It's mainly the fact that the country is, you ain't messing my lava, but the fact is there's a lot of homophobia in this country. Hate, particularly towards the trans community. The hate to trans, even among the liberals, is heavy. So any Democrat running for office, the transgender community is toxic. I don't care. Even if the guy just wants to be transgender in his home, doesn't want to use a bathroom, doesn't want to play women's sports, there's a lot of hatred towards that community. So if you're running for office, you really cannot be seen supporting the transgender community in any capacity at all, because people, anywhere they show up, people are going to hate them, even on an adult beverage like a beer can, which clearly you're not shoving alcoholic beverages down the throats of kids or using bathrooms. They still hated them. So anywhere they show up, they're going to have problems. So the right, I mean, better yet, the left needs to understand you're going to have to be an ally of this community from a distance, because that's probably the most toxic thing right now that the left is supporting.
Give me your candidate list for the Democrats in the next presidential election. I mean, because you obviously, from what you told me with the white man, Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker are like out of your realm of possibility.
They're not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't think they would have the chance. Right now, I also will say that there's a possibility that there could be a candidate out there that has not revealed themselves yet. I mean, we're talking 2 weeks into Trump's administration. I mean, I'm trying to think, when Trump got elected the first time we're talking March of 2017. I don't think Biden was even on the radar at that point. So, I mean, it's so early right now. Just like when Obama got elected in 2008. So we would have been talking about around 2005, January 2005. Obama was not on the radar, even though Obama was going to be the next president. 2-3 years away, he wasn't even on the radar yet. So there could be somebody out there that we don't even know who they are going to be. But right now, I'm going to get hammered for saying this, but I still think Governor Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, I actually think he got time to clean his act up. He is a straight white male. I really think that there would be a chance for him if he could clean his act up. They're going to try to tie him to the transgender community, the tampons in bathrooms. But outside of that, I don't think he's that bad of a choice.
Well, if Trump doesn't get the opportunity to run again, which they're trying.
Yeah. I mean, he might. The problem with Walz and the Harris team is they had 107 days. So any fuck up, they didn't get any chance to clear that up. Trump says, I want a total Muslim ban. You got 2 years. You can clear it up and say, no, I meant Syria and Afghanistan. If Kamala Harris gets up there and says, I wouldn't change anything from Biden, you don't have time to come back and say, well, actually, you took me out of context like Trump. She didn't have time for any of that. If they're running this now, if all of a sudden Tim Walz was to run going in 2028, he could announce early 2027 or something. You got time to refine your candidacy. You can make some mistakes and clear them up. Like Trump makes mistakes all the time, and you took him out of context, or he actually meant that, or he didn't mean, and it works. That you got to have time to do that though. So I could see Tim Walz. Obviously, people were saying Gavin Newsom because of the looks and things like that.
Gavin Newsom, I've heard that a couple times, but I don't believe that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, California is like a liberal bullseye. So if Tim Walz was coming out of a New Mexico somewhere, not Tim Walz, Gavin Newsom. If Gavin Newsom was the governor of New Mexico or something like that, might be easier on him. But there's a lot of things to talk about in regards to California politics: taxes, crime, homelessness. So,
and the MAGA would definitely use that. They're
right. They're supposed to.
Yeah, I've already heard them say that they want to turn the United States into the next California. It's been said so.
Yeah, but they only do what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to attack him on his weak points. I actually like her, but once again, she is a woman, and that's going to be a problem. I like Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan.
I like Gretchen Whitmer, but she's a woman.
She's a woman. She's a woman. We living in sexist, homophobic, racial times. So it needs to be a straight white male. That's basically all about Christianity, to be honest with you. You can't even be a agnostic at this point. So you got to toe all of these lines. So other than that, you know who I like that might be good from the middle, and I'm probably going to get hammered on saying this from both sides. I'm a big Chris Christie fan. Now, he's not a liberal, but he's not a far-right guy either.
Yeah. Will Chris be able to pull that independent vote, though?
You got to get until you get Trump out of the way. I don't. It's hard to say what you can do because Trump is so good at branding, horrible shit to you, no matter who you are. I mean,
Yeah.
he could make Jesus look bad for getting his ass kicked by the Jews. I mean, you just don't know. Trump is really good at picking a weak point about you or creating a weak point about you and destroying you. Because, like I brought up,
But I think the midterms, because where he's going now, the direction he's going, the midterms are going to be big. They're going to be big because either what he's going to do is just going to blow the hell up, or some of us going to start working.
yeah, I think if some of the things Trump is doing doesn't come to fruition, the midterms are not going to be good for him. I just do believe that. If the economy, because he promised to do shit on day one. You can't be still telling people a year from now it's coming, just hang in there when you promise to do stuff so super fast. So he got probably a solid year. If we're still talking about issues this time next year, the midterms are going to probably be terrible for him. They're going to probably be terrible for him. Certainly, if the economy
is he really going to separate himself from Musk?
I think so. I really think so. I mean, because Musk is getting flanked from two sides. I mean, it will eventually be from the Trump side, but his businesses are like, you need to pick between being a CEO and a politician. I mean, some of his key investors are like, you costing us a fortune with this political bullshit. I mean, there are whole countries that won't do business with us now because of you getting involved in this shit. You making money off of the Trump administration. We ain't. I mean, you didn't. Yeah. So I don't. Come midterms, I doubt if Elon Musk is still part of the Trump administration. He may not be part of the Trump administration in 6 months, but I mean, because Trump even said it today. He was like, he has businesses he has to run, and at some point he's going back to them. So Trump is already indicating that he's only here for a limited time.
Yeah, but if you're MAGA and you're so smart and intellectual, how can, let's throw away the billionaire part, how can you think that it's okay for a South African born person who grew up doing apartheid and saw everything and pretty much grew up and lived through apartheid, knows what it is? How can you let a South African white man live during that time do anything with your government? If you're MAGA, how can you allow that? How does that make sense? Makes that make sense?
Trump stamp of I can tell you that one's simple. Trump stamp of approval. If Trump says this is my guy, he's good. That's kind of all. Just like I'm talking about with the waste, fraud, and abuse and the eating cats and dogs. If Trump says something, his supporters don't really need much more than that stamp of approval. So if Trump says Elon is good at this and this is our guy, that's kind of all you need. And he gave Elon the stamp of approval. So Elon is in.
Yeah, now that to me, that's just a lack of logic. But, they're smarter than us, supposedly, I guess.
Well, I mean, they're look, at the end of the day, the guy is the world's wealthiest guy. So people are going to fall in behind him and they're thinking like, well, shit, he must know the answer. You don't get this rich for nothing. So, I mean, people, I can only imagine how many folks, because I was one of the ones saying this, that there has to be money to be made with Trump and Elon, and then you got Bezos and Zuckerberg, all these people hovering around each other, all of the richest people in the country. I'm like, there's got to be money to be made invested in some of their companies. And with Elon being part of the government, like, Tesla's going to get a bunch of contracts to Starlink. That was the way I was thinking, and I'm sure a lot of other Americans were too. They didn't expect this American onslaught against his worldwide onslaught against his companies. Everybody thought Tesla was going to blow the fuck up with Elon having insight to the government. They didn't expect a worldwide boycott.
Well, yeah, that definitely backfired on them.
Yeah. Tesla fuck around to be out of business by the time this is over with. But I got to move it on. We'll see how it goes.
All right, I appreciate you.
Good talk, Coach. Thank you.
All right.
All right, moving on to Yeah, I don't think anybody expected Tesla to take the hits it's taking. I mean, I see the comments. Ocean says he earned it, though. Yeah, I mean, you firing people. If Trump came in power and simply did what he promised, he probably would be doing really good right now. came in power, secured the border, did what he could to reduce the price of groceries and gas and stuff like that, and worked on ending the war with ending the war with Ukraine and Russia. See what he can do to calm down Gaza and the Israelis, and just focus on those three things. Those are the things he primarily promised. I mean, you want to go and attack the transgender community, there's some capital, some benefit to doing that. That would have gave your MAGA people their sticking it to the libs. It would have quenched their thirst for sticking it to the libs. Okay, I only recognize two genders or whatever. Go ahead and do that shit. He's done a really good job at the border already. And then just work on the economy and work on ending those wars. If he had just done those things and all this other shit he's gotten involved, if he had just done those things right there, I think he would be looking really good. But all that firing and all of that stuff, that comes at a price. Firing everybody and threatening all of these countries, threatening to take over countries and threatening them with war, stuff that he didn't campaign on. It's about sticking it to the libs, says Apple user. Yeah, it is. But he could have did it with the transgender shit. What else has he done to stick it to the libs? Some of the federal funding, Columbia, Harvard, all of that sticking it to the libs, but some of that, once you start hurting MAGA and hurting Trump supporters, canceling money to the VA and all of that shit, some of the stuff he's doing is going way above that, way above and beyond what he promised. Dorjan Bennett says, though we were talking about abortions, not unlawful border crossings, in that case, they should have picked a different country to unlawfully enter. I don't disagree with the notion that you should come here legally. I disagree that if you come to America illegally, they should be able to do anything they want to you. This is the whole notion of how America has always indicated that we were more civilized than some of these other draconian dictatorships out there, is that they treat people like shit, and America treats you like a human being. Suddenly, all of a sudden, Trump comes in power, and now it's okay to treat people as less than human. Send them just because they entered the country illegally, it's okay to send them to torture facilities and shit like that. We didn't used to act that way. We've really downgraded our stance on being humane. I mean, when you see how them folks are being brought into that prison with their heads bent down and they shaving them and shit and making them stand there like it's some kind of gay orgy, they're all with their shirts off and shit. And America, hey, they came here illegally, send them there. We didn't used to be like that. Which is why I'm concerned. I'm just going to be honest with you. Some of you folks may not like this, but I am a minority, as you can tell. If you can convince people that it's okay to do that to them, I got to remember it wasn't that long ago when people could be convinced it was okay to do it to me. And I'm not going to pretend like we're in the stance now in 2025 where that could never happen again. I'm just not going to believe that. If you can convince people that it's okay, that it's okay to do all of that stuff to people, as long as you say they were MS-13 member, or they were a member of some gang, and they don't have a right to defend themselves in court or anything. Well, he was a member of the Crips. He was a member of the Bloods. He don't deserve due process either. Could easily be done that way. You could easily come up with some crime and suggest somebody was committing that crime or trying to commit that crime. And because we're now in an era where nobody even needs proof, they just trust the government, you could get rid of anybody like that. All of a sudden you hear somebody was sitting down, well, he was in the neighborhood scoping out kids, trying to sexually assault them. Well, you're a pedo. You don't deserve due process. You can make anybody disappear. Just make up some shit. If you got an audience full of people that's going to trust whatever you say, I just don't see that going anywhere positive when you give the government that much power that all they do is have to say something and people are okay condemning others to hell, basically. No proof, no nothing. Dorjan Bennett says Trump is the byproduct of years of our government killing, lying, and misleading us at every turn. JFK, September 11, Iraq War, Oklahoma bombing, Epstein, drugs in the White House, never told us whose coke it was. Well, The coke, you give me all of this hardcore shit. The assassination of JFK, September 11th, the Iraq War, Oklahoma City bombing, Epstein drugs, and then the coke in the White House. That's you're talking about, a personal use amount of coke. That some of this shit you naming is huge terrorist attacks that kill hundreds of people. And you're gonna put a bag of cocaine found in the White House in that same category? And that's pretty minor on that one, but you say Trump is the byproduct of all of this. Trump used to hang around Epstein, so I guess there's that. I don't know how Trump's going to solve any of this stuff. I mean, Trump hung around Epstein. Trump supported a lot of the previous leaders we had that were involved in some of that stuff, like September 11th. I don't see where Trump comes in and just go. Trump is going to tell you he's draining the swamp and all that, but we've had Trump in office now for 4 years and 2 months. Give me the swamp that he's confirmed to have drained. I don't see it. Certainly during his first administration, I don't see where he drained any swamp. Did you notice after the failed attempt on Trump, like they had to switch gears and go with Kamala because Joe wasn't cutting it with a living Trump? I don't think Joe was cutting it before they tried to take Trump out. It's just that Joe Biden was power hungry, in my opinion. He just didn't want to step down. I don't remember the date they tried to take Trump's life, but I do remember the date Biden failed at that debate, June 27th. And he didn't want to step down. He didn't step down till August. I mean, he clearly was no good for the job. I really think that if you want to talk about what hurt the Democratic Party, Biden is one of the main reasons, refusing to step down, even though the whole country at that point was telling him, you need to go. So I'm going to put Biden up there. This dude sounds, George M. said, this dude sounds racist, putting color first. You know something? America puts color first. America does that. Like I always point out, we had 4 presidents of color try to run for the nation's highest office recently. 4 different people of color. Obviously, Kamala Harris, President Obama, but on the right, we had Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. In every one of their cases, their color mattered. In every one of their cases, their color and their ancestry came up. Obama, Kenyan. Kamala Harris, Jamaican and Asian or whatever the hell they were calling her from, Jamaican and Indian. They started calling Nikki Haley Nimrata. They started using her real name, indicating she was from somewhere else. And they started doing a little bit of that to Vivek. Vivek got it the least because he pretty much was sticking with all of the policies of Trump. But they even started doing it on Vivek Ramaswamy too. So if you're a person of color, you're going to have problems no matter what your take is. Going back to the box, though, we'll continue on with Andy. Color shouldn't be the problem. Color shouldn't matter. The problem is that, and sex is a major part of their campaign that they choose. Color is always going to be the problem, though. It is. Obama was probably one of the most straight and narrow politicians we've had, doing everything right on the border, being told he was for open borders. When you think about scandals, what do you have? Fast and Furious, Solyndra, these little, wearing a tan suit, not wearing a flag lapel. Very minor scandals. On the desk. You said what?
He put his feet up on the desk.
Yeah.
I remember those in mind.
They
put in a basketball court so he could get some exercise, and they acted like he just ended the White House. That's how fragile they are.
Yeah, they were thirsty for scandals on Obama. Anything you could get your hands on.
While you were live, the Senate grew a backbone and voted up a bill real quick to rescind the tariffs on Canada.
Damn! Really?
Bipartisan.
Wow. Oh, it's going to be a fight.
51 to something. So enough Republicans stepped across that line to go, yeah, this is bullshit. We ain't doing that.
Wow. Let me see if I can.
Nice to see they grew a backbone. I wish they'd start fixing other shit before it's too late.
They should. Yeah, I mean, people got money they losing now. You fucking with people's money.
Well, hell, we had already lost $5 trillion. I don't even want to go look at how much we've lost now. I might cry. I looked at my bank account. I just turned off the computer and walked outside. I can't take it. We're well over 70 grand we've lost already. My heart hurts.
Wow. And the thing about it is, under the Trump administration, you probably ain't gonna get that back. I mean, you hoping you don't lose more. We lost in
this 401k.
You said what?
That's just what we lost in our private equity. So I'm when you ask me how Trump's doing, fucking horrible.
Jesus. Yeah, anybody that's getting close to retirement, they're not gonna have time to make that money back.
No, I'm 56 years old. What the fuck? I've worked hard my whole life, did everything I was supposed to, paid off that. We did like everything right to end up like this.
Jesus. Yeah.
After we lost half of everything in 2008.
Are you
Republicans?
It's amazing that how many folks still see what he's doing is very positive, though.
It's not a skill issue. Have you seen the stock market? It's tariffs. And if you think it's skill, then you have not got any money in that market. So hush.
And that's what's going to happen is they're going to, no matter how bad things get, they're going to come up with reasons why it's not Trump's fault. That's what you're probably going to be dealing with. It's definitely tariffs.
Look, y'all over here blaming Joe Biden, but Joe Biden had stock growth. The stock market went up month after month after month. And the inflation rate went down month after month after month till it was down to 2.9%. And now we're looking at a fucking recession.
Well, you think it's certain that's going to happen? You feel confident that's going to?
Oh, all the damn financial people came out and went from like 10% to now it's 45% more like yeah, it's happening.
Wow. And yet you still have plenty of folks on the right that think the tariffs are a good idea.
That's because they don't know any better. I'm almost ashamed for them. Like, I want to know where they went to school, because whatever state they're in, they failed them.
Yeah. You think it's possible that some MAGA, particularly in Congress and the Senate, that actually do have money where they're seeing their stocks and stuff dropping, are just keeping quiet about it because they don't want to get on the wrong side of Trump?
I don't think anybody's been quiet about it today. I've seen quite a few people raising immortal hell. And like I said, the Senate just grew a backbone and snatched back one of those tariffs. They need to start doing that like more quickly before we lose any more partners. And China's stepping in everywhere we pull out of and going, hey, we won't charge you a tariff.
Yeah.
They're filling the gap everywhere we're losing power. They are making themselves stronger, and Trump is allowing it because he is making us weaker. A thing came out the other day that says Russia views America as the weakest it's been in history.
Jesus.
It made me ill.
Jesus. My guess is it doesn't matter who wins after Trump, remember when Obama got in there and they said he was on an apology tour? Whoever gets in there after Trump, they're going to have to, because a lot of these relationships are going to be fucked up. Our relationship.
I think Americans misunderstand when they sit there and talk so out of their head about how we, protect all these other countries. No, we really don't. We put a base there for our benefit. So we could use that as a jumping point so we wouldn't have to use America as a fucking battleground.
Yeah, that's like...
We use those countries as battlegrounds.
Yeah, that's like...
And on top of that, we make them pay for the damn base. And they've never, ever drug us to war, but we've drugged them all over the fucking world. So when y'all sit there and say they owe us, they don't owe us shit.
Yeah. That's like when...
they paid for it in lives and blood.
What is it got? Pete Hegseth and Gabbard, when they were on the Signal communication link, they were saying, we're tired of bailing out. We're tired of bailing out Europe. I mean, you got to assume Europe is looking at that like, damn, they don't give a shit about us.
You realize Denmark's never lost in battle? Like, never. Like, people think that we're the most powerful. Like, you don't realize how powerful some of the other armies are around the world. They're just not as big as ours. And they're fucking offended at us. Well, they're tired of American exceptionalism, which is a lie. Because if you look at the Slinger, it came from Australia. It uses one of our tracking systems, but the slinger is set up to just pick drones out of the sky like they're nothing.
I did not know it was an
Look at Israel. They have the Iron Dome.
Yeah, I didn't know
We
that
are
was
not the end all be all of the universe.
I didn't know that was an Australian product. Wow.
Mm-hmm. We are not the end all be all of the universe, and Australia does everything for us. Fuck. These people need to get a grip.
That's the problem, I think, is that America has a really big ego. We don't need you. We told Canada we don't need anything from them. And I mean, we do tend to think that
we need oil and lumber. We have we grow pine in America. We have what they call softwood. Our hardwoods are like very few. They have hardwood in Canada, which is what they cultivate, which we need to build houses. I'm very tired of people that have no brains. And by the way, Tim, women have that right under a simple phrase: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
You talking about the right to
If we don't have a life, we can't have liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Now, can we?
You mean pro-choice?
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, did you see in Georgia where they arrested a woman for a miscarriage?
Yes. She discarded the corpse or whatever. I forget what they called it.
Because she freaked out afterwards because mentally you're not all right when it happens. So this craziness of arresting women is bullshit.
But you know what I'm going to say, Andy. You had this talk before Trump got in, and it's like you can't complain too much when women voted for Trump. And women losing rights. Trump won the women's vote.
I can tell you that internalized misogyny is the thing. And I can also tell you in the states, the 10 states that they voted for AB, 7 of them voted yes. 7.
I hear you, but it ain't
Florida
like
was over 50. Hold on, Florida was over 50%, and what's his name changed the rules, so that would have been 8 states. So when you got 8 states to 2, like that tells you where the country lies.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but let's be honest. Everybody knew that if Trump won, abortion rights were in jeopardy. I mean, he clearly said, if I win, I'm going to put in right-wing judges, and they're probably going to, I mean, he told that to Hillary Clinton. And women have voted for Trump every time. They keep voting for him.
Look at the ages of the women that voted for Trump. Most of them can't have kids no more, Tim, so cut that shit out.
Well,
most of those women are old and past their prime and ain't having no babies. I don't want to hear bullshit. That's just wrong.
But the women that can have babies ain't showing up to vote against them enough.
They did. We lost. There was a thing that showed that more pale people voted for her than voted for Biden. But the problem is we lost fractions of our votes. Like we lost the Latino males to Trump.
Yeah, that too.
Because they voted for him over 50%. So yeah.
Yeah, you said pale people. Yeah, you're in Alabama, your state. I know he won the women's vote in your state, but by what margin?
I don't know. Alabama's not the most transparent, if you know what I mean. We don't show anything. Go look at the map, ask it what Alabama's doing. It won't tell you shit. But I will tell you that people are pissed off at Tommy Tuberville, and there's all these people out of a job in Alabama, and I'm not sure the midterms are going to go well for the Republicans at all.
I'm not
they won
either.
those 2 seats in Florida because, well, Florida's Florida, but they lost that seat in Pennsylvania. And how much money did Elon Musk put into Wisconsin to turn around and lose it anyway?
Yeah. Elon, in my opinion, is probably becoming a detriment to the Trump administration. I don't think he's helping.
It's always a detriment to the Trump administration. It's just they didn't realize it till now. Like Republicans, I live among them. They deeply resent him right now. Deeply. Because they're calling the Social Security office and they're all closed. They can't go to a Social Security office. They, are upset about what's going on with health care. And all of them keep saying, this ain't what I voted for. So I can't wait to see the damn midterms. Y'all think I'm just chirping? I don't give a shit.
No, I think that even the Trump administration, with his rescinding of an offer to one of the New York congresswomen because he knew that it would put the Congress, in jeopardy. I think they realize the midterms right now they're vulnerable because of some of his policies. I don't think that they're hiding that. I just think right now they don't give a fuck. But we'll see what happens when we get closer to the midterms. But yeah, I mean, he promised to do a whole lot. If he don't start delivering on some of those promises, the midterms ain't gonna go well.
But the people in the church, talking about how I'm chirping and all that, what does that say about them that they're still following him, knowing all this shit's going on? Like, I have a real disconnect with how they think this is going well.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. I got to move it on, though, Andy. There's a lot of them.
The education in America needs more money. Not less money, more money. And the states, like Alabama, just asked for $9 million that they were promised, and Trump ain't coming through. So I wonder how quickly Kay Ivey's going to turn on his ass.
Maybe not publicly, though.
I can't stand Meemaw Kay, but I'm sure Trump ain't going to like Meemaw Kay neither.
Well, we'll have to see on that. I'm not a big fan of returning it to the States, but MAGA is. Andy, I got to move it on, though.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Always a pleasure. Always. Looking in the comments real quick, this woman says, people don't like to admit they made bad choices. You got to. I mean, that's the reason why I believe in free speech. I'll tell you in a minute when I'm wrong. I mean, if MAGA comes on here and they correct me, hey, good one. I learned something today. Same thing with the liberals. Liberals correct me all the time. Yeah, you should never get yourself in a position where you think you have all the answers and you cannot learn anymore. To me, that's when you're the most vulnerable. You'll never see that. I can't stand liberals. No offense, says Big C. I assume you have reasons why. I mean, I get views on all the time that say they can't stand MAGA. They can't stand Republicans. I enjoy talking to all of you folks. I think everybody adds a little bit to the conversation, but some people just like echo chambers. What do I say on the program all the time when I'm telling folks I'm MAGA friendly? This is not an echo chamber. You're going to hear opinions left of Bernie Sanders all the way to I'm having dinner with Q. Real talk. Thank you. Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you for the support. Yeah, we cover the spectrum. I believe in free speech. I don't ever want to get to the point where I just can't simply stand or tolerate somebody with an opposing opinion. If I think your opinion is wrong, we can have a conversation, but you're entitled to have a different opinion than I am. We've gotten to the point where we're so tribalistic nowadays. We don't want anybody to think differently than us. Everybody got to think of like you don't want to be like that. To me, I think that's the worst you can ever get. Anyhow, I do appreciate the 107. I thought Takesha was in there, but I appreciate the 107. Thou, bruh, do you think the market going to crash soon with the tariffs? I'm not very knowledgeable in this area, but I'll tell you this. If I had to speculate, I think there's more of a chance of a crash than anything resembling success. You heard my last caller talking about 70 G's. I've heard nothing but people. Like I said, I'm a big Bill O'Reilly fan. And Bill O'Reilly's a big friend of Trump, been a friend of Trump for years. He was on his own podcast the other day saying all of his stocks are down across the board. And he's trying to come up with reasons why the tariffs are not that bad. And even he's admitting I'm getting hammered. That's Bill O'Reilly. So you can only assume O'Reilly's losing millions of dollars. So, yeah, I think if I don't know a lot about this game, but I'll just say it has a better chance of crashing than it does causing its investors to jump for joy. I don't think anybody's going to be happy anytime soon. I think what Trump has created is a nightmare to undo. Because as I stated, once products start going up in price, it's going to be almost impossible to get them to go back down. Because you need essential. Let's say, for instance, vegetables and shit go up in price. Once you start paying the higher price for that shit, even if the tariffs go away, the folks selling it to you are going to be hesitant to drop the prices. Just this happened right after the pandemic. During the pandemic, the price of shit went up. Once all that was under control, some would say they still haven't brought the prices down. Well, shit, you don't got used to paying $5 for a box of cereal. Let's see how long they'll keep paying it. Okay, it should only be $3. Let's see if we lower it to $4.50. Will they still pay it and not say anything? I mean, everything is going to go up in price. As I said earlier, everything from a coloring book to a new house, everything is going to go up in price. Even if the tariffs disappear, some of them prices are going to stay that way. So yeah, it has a better chance of things going bad than going good anytime soon. But we'll see. O'Reilly, Tim, that is terrible. I will pray for you. I like Bill O'Reilly. Big fan of Bill O'Reilly. Been watching him 20 some odd years. I was invited to their studio and shit. I normally put the picture up of me sitting at Bill O'Reilly's desk. I used to call in and debate the Fox News host, Brian Kilmeade. And when O'Reilly was on the air, he went off the radio in 2009, I think it was. And then he went off TV in 2017. But I used to call and debate all of those folks on Fox News Radio. It was Brian Kilmeade. I've talked to Geraldo when he was on there. He's on News Nation now. Who else did I used to debate? Tom Sullivan, John Gibson. John Gibson used to have the 4 p.m. Central slot before Glenn Beck, and then it moved to the 5, which is on there now. But I've used to debate all of them folks. So I'm a big O'Reilly fan. But like I said, even he is admitting across the board that he's lost a ton of money because of what Trump has done with the stock. So we'll see how all of that goes. Nevertheless, as I was stating, I do appreciate the 107. Wow, thank you, folks. Thank you for the support. But as always, I got to get up and go to work in the morning. So if you favor the program, certainly follow the program on TikTok, Instagram, subscription on YouTube. And otherwise, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Y'all have a good night. Gotta go. I don't know what I just hit there. I'll respond on YouTube real quick. I just want to see. I didn't miss any super chats, did I? The Coke thing is simple. Look at the video, but can't even be truthful about that. I don't think the Coke thing is that simple. George M. Bennett, I haven't heard it. By the way, okay, let's say, for instance, you find out Biden, with his alleged dementia, was being given small amounts of cocaine every day to keep him alert. I mean, shit, I would assume that's probably happened throughout history. You're comparing a little bit of cocaine in the White House to 9/11 and Epstein and bombing of Oklahoma City. I don't think they're in the same category, is what I'm saying. Houses are built with white pine and yellow pine. Both are soft wood. I didn't know that, but I don't know what that means. Pouring syrup on shit and calling it pancake. Yeah, I've seen that done before. That's funny. I've seen that done before. Open market on getting your knowledge, points, and opinions. And if they wrong, they don't have the nipple knowledge to admit it. And let's find someone to get us back on track and apologize to people. Well, you already know Trump's motto is to not apologize for shit. So that's the problem with Trump. It doesn't matter what he does. Only thing he's going to ever tell you is I've done something great. He's never going to tell you maybe I fucked up on this. You're just never going to hear that. All you're going to ever hear Trump do is celebrate. So, good luck with that. You're not going to, I don't care how bad the economy gets. Trump is never going to say I messed up. We choose our politicians to vote for us. I don't get what you mean by that. You're right. He ain't going to apologize for nothing. So, if Trump, if for some reason what he's doing does not go well, you're going to be dependent on other people to tell you, because Trump is going to continue saying that it'll get better. He's never going to come out and say, what is a popular phrase? The buck stops with me. You'll never hear Trump say that. You'll never hear him say that. The buck is going to stop with Elon. The buck is going to stop with somebody told him the tariffs. I mean, it's always going to be somebody else. He's never going to say, look, maybe I fucked up this time. You know the old Hangover quote, the movie Hangover? We fucked up. You're never going to hear that from Trump. Obama would do that. That's something, remember Obama, the whole apology tour? When he became president and he went around apologizing for some of the actions of America throughout the Middle East and things like that. Obama would be the guy to do that. Obama would sit down with some of our allies and adversaries and say, look, Some mistakes were made under the Trump administration, and I'm here to do what I got to do to correct them. And whatever it takes to get some of these relationships back on par. You're never going to hear that from Trump. Even like I said, even if he fucks up, Trump is not going to do that. I think independents are great. Maybe we need a third party. Too much money in politics. Too much money in politics to do that. That's why, really, to be honest with you, both Trump and Bernie Sanders are third party candidates. Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat. Trump is not a Republican. But they needed the money from those parties, so they ran under those. I mean, that's why Bernie Sanders was constantly clashing with the traditional Democrats and why Trump was clashing with the traditional Republicans. It's because both parties are like, you ain't one of us. And they both knew if Bernie Sanders gets the helm of the Democratic Party, he's going to fundamentally change this party because he's not one of us. And they knew that with Trump. The only difference is the Democrats stopped Bernie from getting control of the party. They did not stop Trump. And that's exactly what Trump did. Trump came in there, got control of the party, and all the traditional leaders and traditional operations of the party have essentially been thrown to the wayside. I mean, you're not going to see Bush or Romney, or you're not going to see any of the traditional leaders from the party giving Trump any advice or anything. He's made it like they're all just bad people. They're all rhinos and everything. Bernie Sanders would have probably done some of that. He was going to do the same thing. He was going to go in there and turn the Democratic Party into some kind of socialist party or something that was totally different than what Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or the Clintons envisioned. He was going to go in a different direction with it. They stopped him. They didn't stop Trump. And as a result, the Republicans probably won't get their party back, maybe for a large portion of our life, assuming who follows Trump up. So the left realized that, and they stopped Bernie Sanders. It won't change unless people change it, and we can't change it. We have to vote one of the two. Won't change. No, it won't. No, it won't. Well, if you get a Democrat in there or Republican that actually does what Trump promised to do, drain the swamp, get away from the deep state. I mean, Trump promised to be an outsider and not do a lot of the stuff that the two-party system does. Once he got in there, he started doing all that shit. But if you get somebody in there that truly wants to change the system, term limits would be a good example. Trump has his people thinking he was going to deliver that. No chance of it ever happening. So if you got somebody that wanted to make that difference and got in there and actually tried to do it, you could change the system. But it ain't going to be Trump. And we don't know who's going to be on the left. There's a reason Bernie got dropped twice. Well, like I said, Bernie Sanders should have never ran as a Democrat. I understand why the Clintons and folks tried to block Bernie Sanders out. It is kind of wrong for you to run as a member of this party when you're not, and then try to get access to all the Democratic money. You're not a Democrat. Run for what you are. Same thing Trump did. I mean, that was Jeb Bush's slot. That was supposed to be Jeb Bush's spot. He was pretty much slotted for that spot. Trump took it. You're not a Republican. Run as a Republican. I mean, run as whatever you are. Populist, you're a populist party leader or something like that. Run for what you are. Trump got in there and now all of the traditional Republicans are rhinos. That wasn't true. Bernie Sanders would have probably did the same thing with the Democratic Party. Suddenly, Nancy Pelosi and all of them would have been, phonies or something like that. In the Republican Party, it's going to take a long time before they get back to what they were, because Trump has really flipped that party on its end. So that's why they didn't want Bernie Sanders to do that. And that's why I would never vote to be a politician, because I would firmly believe that I would work for the people and I would never be corrupted, nor would I want to be around corruption. Yeah, you can't be a politician expecting that. First of all, corruption is everywhere. Here's the problem. You make too much fucking money to not be corrupt. Most politicians, a lot of them got law degrees, successful businesses. You can make really good money in the private sector. Why would you go to Washington and make scraps? Like the right is always saying term limits and you should have health care like the average person. You shouldn't get special perks. Who would want that job? Why would you leave the private sector when you're working at some law firm or you're some accountant at some big? Why would you go work for $70,000-$80,000 a year in limited health care, which is a lot of the stuff the right says. Nobody would do that. No decent person would do that. Or if somebody decent did work for that low pittance, you'd have the private sector trying to get them out. If you're a really good congressman or congresswoman, and the private sector knows you're only making $80,000, $90,000 a year in a term limit job, you're gonna have all kinds of law firms and shit hitting on you. That you're not gonna be around that long. You gotta pay those people decent money if you want to keep them. So the anti-term limit and they don't deserve much money working for the government, you're not gonna have quality people doing that. You're just not. I mean, there's too many other avenues for those folks. Let's even take somebody like AOC. All she was a bartender. And now she's a member of Congress. You know how many gigs she could get? How much money she could make? She could probably write a book and get at least 6 figures off of that right now. So what are you gonna? You want to pay her a small amount of money and just give her health care like the rest of us? Why would she take that? She could leave and make a ton of money. I would even tell you Marjorie Taylor Greene, as wild as she is, I mean, that bitch is like rabid. She could make good money in the private sector. Fox News or OAN or Newsmax will put her right on television. If Marjorie Taylor Greene lost in Congress, she could become a Fox News correspondent tomorrow. They would pick her up. She's probably making 6 figures easily with a good per diem. So why would she work in Congress for pennies? They would pick her right. OAN, Newsmax, one of them networks would pick her up right away. So why would she work for a small salary in Congress? You got to pay those people decent money. Otherwise, they ain't going to stay around. We don't love Trump. We just love his ideas. I don't see a point. I don't see a problem with that in regards to the ideas he campaigned on. I don't think you love the tariffs. I don't think you love that. I don't think you love taking Greenland. I don't think you love isolating Canada. The stuff he's doing now, I don't think you love. I think you love securing the border, ending the wars, no longer funding the Ukraine, getting biological males out of women's sports. I think you love the shit he ran on. But these tariffs and all this other wild shit he's doing, I don't think he has love that because that's financially hurting you. I don't think all of the firings in the federal government is something you love. Because, I don't think that hurting farmers is something you love. Because a lot of farmers are MAGA. So he's went way above and beyond. I think most of the shit Elon is doing is stuff that MAGA doesn't love. I think the only reason they're not saying anything out about it, because most of MAGA has not been personally affected by it. But Elon Musk is tearing up people who voted for Trump. No doubt about it. With all of them federal firings, there's a whole lot of MAGA involved in that. Whole lot of MAGA. So everybody on the MAGA side is like, I'm okay with this stuff as long as you don't do it to me. And then when it happens to them, they pissed off. But there's a whole lot of stuff that Elon is doing that is not benefiting MAGA at all. I mean, farmers are getting hit from 3 different directions. To the point where you got like Nebraska talking about we may be going bankrupt. They're losing their immigrant labor. The tariffs are hurting the goods they send back and forth out of the country. And now you got Elon cutting off funding from the USDA. So even if they do get in trouble, there's not going to be any type of entitlement programs to help them out. Farmers, and all of that stuff is Trump. When you talk about rural farmers, all of that shit's MAGA. And ain't a lot of liberals doing that shit in rural Nebraska and all of them. That's all Trump supporters getting hit by that stuff. So I don't think MAGA's happy with that. They just, unfortunately, as one of my viewers said earlier, MAGA's kind of hesitant sometimes to admit mistakes. You know, if you're MAGA and you speak out and say I fucked up by voting for Trump, you're probably going to be at least verbally attacked by other MAGA. So they don't do it. They hesitate to do it. But if you speak out, you know, and I got tons of examples of that. You speak out and say, look, maybe Trump was a bad choice and I supported him, you're going to get hit by other MAGA. Don't forget, he wants to make a wealth fund and crypto reserve things that Trump can dig. He can dip his grubby hands in if he's feeling petty. Yeah, to me, the whole, a president creating cryptocurrency is like, I don't, look, this is where you might disagree with me. That shit is so corrupt, he's not even hiding it. You got your own crypto. I can make donations to you that nobody know about via crypto. That is absolutely, should be absolutely off limits for any president to have access to, any politician, period. You can make all sorts of I mean, that's like a money laundering method. You can make all sorts of transactions through crypto that nobody. Can they even do warrants and get at? You know, can a judge even issue a warrant and get access to crypto? From what I hear, it's really encrypted. That should not even be allowed. That is nothing but a money laundering avenue for a president to do something like that. Create your own crypto, and now all sorts of dignitaries and shit can make hidden donations to you that nobody will ever know took place. Like I said, that's so corrupt they're not even hiding it anymore. The next level, using his power to get rich. Yeah, that's one of them. Anyhow, I do got to step away, folks. I appreciate you tuning in. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'll see you tomorrow.